Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki, who's finally at the table. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We got a big panel, big guests tonight. So for the sake of a smooth stream, we have boosted the read and TTS triggers. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. And maybe later on in the show, we might do an after show. We might lower the trigger so we can get a few more of you guys in. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow on the Prime sub. If you have one, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show. Every single month we got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Shoot me a DM if you need some labia encouragement or to be talked out of getting a labiaplasty. Andrew's on the board of directors for this organization. Definitely not a ploy. No ulterior motives. Okay, if you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. Go subscribe. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, and also where you're from. Go ahead.
Hello, YouTube chat. My name is Mira, and I live stream on Twitch.
Okay. Where are you from?
That information is classified.
What do you mean classified?
Like where do you live, he means.
Oh, I live in Sherman Oaks, California, if you guys want to stop by.
No, I mean, it could also be like, where you've, no, not ethnically, just like where you're from.
What?
But, huh?
What are the other two?
Like where you currently live or where you originally
like if you,
from?
like, she could have just moved to Sherman Oaks 3 months ago, so I wouldn't, if she lived previously in New York, for example, for 20 years of her life, I wouldn't say she's from Sherman Oaks.
I'm from Sherman Oaks, California.
Well, I detect an accent, so are you from somewhere else?
What kind of accent do you detect in Brian?
What do you mean?
What are you feeling right now?
A vague European accent.
Okay. Which part of Europe?
You want to just, I don't want to play a guessing game, but if you want to just say it, go ahead.
I don't.
What do you mean? Haven't you disclosed this already online?
No.
You've never disclosed your European origin?
No, everyone's guessing.
Everybody's guessing? Come on,
Yes.
like you've obviously disclosed.
It's going to be a big reveal, just like my age.
So you are going to reveal it
At some point, yes.
during the show?
No.
Wait, what?
In her career.
Oh my God, this girl's annoying. Okay, what about you?
Hi, I'm Haley Herms. I'm 28. I'm a plus size model, content creator, and entrepreneur, and I'm from LA.
Okay. Thank you for disclosing your age and where you're from. Appreciate it. What about you?
My name is Farha Khalidi. I'm 24. I live in Miami, and I'm a content creator.
All right. Welcome back. What about you?
My name is Yamani. I'm 27. I live in LA. I do bottle service. I make clothes. Yeah.
Okay. Do you do any content creation at all, or?
I do. I do content creation as well.
What kind?
I have an OnlyFans.
Okay. Got it. What about you?
My name is Linnea. I'm 25 years old, and I do OnlyFans.
All right. Welcome. And where are you from?
Oh, Delaware.
Delaware. Okay. There you have it, folks. She's from Delaware. What about you?
My name is Macy. I am 27.
Can you turn your mic down just a tad?
Yeah.
Go ahead. 27.
I'm 27 and I am from Mobile, Alabama.
And what do you do for work?
I'm an insurance adjuster. not as glamorous as all these other girls, but I
Okay.
do pay the bills the same way.
Gotcha. Okay. And Andrew, what about you?
My name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of the Crucible, fastest growing debate channel anywhere online. For work, I'm a mechanical engineer and content creator.
He's a content creator for motorcycle exhausts, folks. Was there more?
No,
Okay.
that was. I was going to say that
Okay.
the only one of these girls that came in here correct was the one sitting next to me because she brought cookies.
Oh, yeah, she did.
brought
Thank you for
cookies.
bringing cookies.
And they were like
Really-
awesome looking cookies.
Yeah, they were super cool.
I was pretty impressed with that.
Thank
Yeah.
you very
The
much.
rest of you should all feel shame.
You
because she
should.
brought
Deep
the
shame
cookies.
for having not far. I'm looking at you. I was expecting some sort of.
We wanted the Khalidi cookies, and you didn't bring them.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed.
Yeah.
Deeply.
We can go get them after.
I think most shops are closed, unfortunately. Okay, all right. So we're going to go around the table once more. So what is your current relationship status? Are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, harem? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
That's a lot of questions. Can we do one at a time?
Sure. So, okay, current relationship status.
I am currently single.
Okay. How long have you been single?
I have been single for 4 years.
Okay. Longest relationship?
8 years.
8 years. Okay. Oh, whoops. Hold on.
I would say I'm currently in my fuckboy stage because most of my life I was in relationships.
You're currently in your fuckboy stage.
Is it sexist? Should I say fuck girl?
Well, you know, that's interesting. I've thought of that before, and me personally, I don't have an issue with it, but there is a cohort of women that seems to object to the term slut, and it would occur to me that fuckboy is the counterpart to the word slut,
Yeah,
or so.
I'd prefer if you said bang maid.
Bang
I feel like
maid.
bang maid is better.
I feel like
I don't
that
even know what you're
doesn't
saying.
denote what a fuckboy is, though. A bang mate doesn't have the same, like,
Yeah, but you can still be a fuckboy and not be fucking.
True.
So, and I feel like, I guess you could be a slut and not be slutting.
That is true.
I also feel like slut has a lot of negative connotation as opposed to fuckboy. Would you
Fuckboy
agree?
is not a positive. Women typically use that in a derogatory sense.
Not as derogatory as slut.
Yeah, I feel like
Perhaps not to the same degree, but I don't think it's like if a girl calls a guy a fuckboy, I don't think there's any like, oh, this is an upstanding.
It's not to be nice.
But
Yeah,
how do
It's not
men
to be
feel
nice.
about that term?
How do
Isn't
m-
that something where you derive pride from because you sleep with a lot of women?
If you're proud of
Who-
sleeping with a lot of
I'm
women.
just asking, yeah,
You mean
from like
you-
man's point of view.
Yeah. So I mean,
From a what?
as you may know, all men are different, and some have different virtues than other men. So not
Would you
all
say
men.
fuckboy is more of like a offensive term?
Well, I would say that it's not used in a way towards men in order to be nice. It doesn't seem like a nice thing for a girl
I don't think
to
it's
do.
mean. I think they're saying like this guy isn't seeking a relationship, but I think a girl is still willing to date a fuckboy if he converts. But I don't think a guy is going to date a slut if he deems her a slut.
Oh, they do it frequently.
all the time.
They do
I
it
feel like a
Guys
fuck-
love
yeah.
sluts.
It's,
Maybe not
it's ill-advised.
seriously.
It's ill-advised.
I don't
but-
think those are the guys who are calling girls sluts. Is my point.
Wait, which ones are not calling women?
The
women?
ones who are willing to date the quote unquote sluts, I don't think are
They
deemed
might.
sluts.
Yeah, I
never
think
know.
they do.
They might.
You
They
think
do.
they're just like this girl's such a slut?
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna
come on! It's
wife
like
her?
they go like they're like, I banged this slut last night. Come on, they
no,
do.
banged. I said dating. I think a girl would date a fuckboy if he got his shit together and became
Like a
relationship
reformed.
material.
I've heard the term
They're
reformed
saying
fuckboy.
fuckboy as in like he doesn't want a relationship, but guys don't want relationships with the sluts. Is my point. But girls would date.
No,
a
they get in
fuckboy.
relationships with them quite
Well,
frequently.
they'll get in the relationships and it's just like they know it's not going anywhere serious.
Men, they act like they don't, but they love whores. Like,
Huh?
they wife up strippers, they wife up they wife up girls who do porn. I know a lot of girls who do content creation that are all in like super happy relationships. I don't know. I think it's like you don't want to tell your friends that your girl's a slut, but deep down, like everyone likes
Wants-
hoes. Not everyone, but or
Maybe
you
in
get like
LA.
you get like a fun wife that, or like a chill wife that doesn't really do much, but you got a little
I think-
slut on the side.
I think the opposite's true, and that most men probably don't want to have a chick who's been with a lot of men.
I said they like sluts. If they don't want to date them, whatever, but guys definitely, they be wifing them up. I see it.
And I know slutty girls that like don't do sex stuff, but like you would look at them and be like, she's slutty.
Yeah, like I think a lot of guys would cuff an Instagram model, even though they would objectively say like she's a bit slutty.
In high school, one of my friends was like deemed like the biggest slut, was bullied so bad she had to drop out of high school. And meanwhile, she was like the biggest virgin of everyone in the grade. So
No.
it was interesting.
Okay, so, jeez, I don't know what's going on out there.
They're probably coming here.
Yeah. So here's the delineation. If a chick has sex with a lot of men, she's a slut, right? But if she just dresses provocatively, we have a name for them too. We call them skanks. So there's a
Okay.
distinction, right?
So there's,
I've
like,
never heard
skank,
someone
slut.
under 30 say skank.
As
I
so
don't
like
think
skank,
that's
Yeah, well,
slut,
I mean,
whore.
the younger generation needs to learn the word. It needs to come back.
Fair.
Yeah.
Love it. Kind of 80s.
Well, so okay, going back to you, you can leave it. You can leave it a little closed, Nick. It's gonna get chilly. Just Nick, come on. So you've been single for 4 years. Longest relationship was 8 years. When did your 8 year like? How old were you when you had this 8 year relationship?
Are you trying to figure out my age, Brian? That's not gonna
You don't
work.
need to be obtuse. Like, come on, people here. Okay, if I were to Google your name, would there be disclosures about your age?
You can try.
Mira, I don't even know your last name. Mira age, I don't know. Mira Twitch age, 1990. Famousbirthdays.com.
That's a good source. That's reliable.
I mean, no, I don't. It might not be accurate, but
I was 16 when I first started that relationship. That was my
Okay.
first year in college.
we're just going to say that you're 33. How's that sound?
Whatever works for you, Brian.
Okay, I'm writing down 33. If you'd like to correct the record, feel free.
That's fine.
Okay, so you said you were 16 when you started that. So you from 16 to 20. Jesus, I can't do math right now. 16 to what? 23, 24? About? Would you say?
Sorry, that was a cool animation. Yeah, somewhere in there.
Okay. Okay, fine. You want to be obtuse about the whole age thing. You said you're currently in your fuck boy phase. What does that look like? What do you mean when you say that?
I think there's so much in the world that I have not experienced yet because I was quite closed-minded. That's how I was raised, in quite conservative ways, at least like sexually, that now I'm just doing whatever feels right. Even though there's still a little bit of a, stigma because I was raised in that conservative way.
What feels right?
I'm trying to listen more to my body and like what feels good, what is interesting, what's fun, and just go along with that.
Which is what?
Like whatever I feel in the moment.
You said whatever feels right in your body.
Yes.
What does that mean?
You want me to describe like how a woman gets aroused, Brian?
No, that's not what I'm asking. But like, how does that practically manifest itself when it comes to dating? Are you dating multiple people? Are you seeing multiple people? What are we talking about here? Because you said fuck boy.
Right.
So
I think I was a little too harsh with that word. But basically, I am meeting as many people as I can right now and trying to get to know them to see if there's connection, whether it's physical, mental, any type of attraction, like opportunity for growth. Because I notice a lot of times people will get attracted if you have something they're lacking or they have something you're lacking, and you kind of like fill in those holes, and you're just like growing together to a better self. So that's what's very stimulating to me.
okay. So you complete each other, sort of, like a puzzle
Sorta.
piece.
Sort
Like
of, yeah.
if, for example, a guy is broke, since you're a very successful content creator, you would be prepared to, provide financially because he's lacking in
Honestly,
that department.
I'm a little
John
tired of
Smith
that.
donated $100. Can you ask Andrew if he's been in the military before? Last time he made some comments about WMs that I thought were pretty uncool if he's never served. And if he says Air Force or CG, that's a no.
That did not mean to trigger the alert should be higher, but I'll fix it. Go ahead, Andrew, if you want to.
Yeah, so everything I said about WMs is correct. I was in the Army for a short amount of time. Not for very long. I had a medical discharge.
Gotcha. Just a point. Sorry, guys. There was an error there. Just to be clear, TTS trigger is 200 and up, but that was our fault. Just want to make it clear to everybody. Go ahead.
Those are high prices.
Go ahead.
You seem upset.
No, I'm just surprised because on Twitch usually it's like $3 or $5. It's like, whoa, YouTube is stepping it up. Is it normal for YouTube? Maybe I should move to YouTube. So question was, would I provide for a male if he was not doing as well as me financially? Did I get the question right?
Sure.
I think that's what I have been doing so far, and I would say I'm tired of that. I would prefer somebody who's on my level or higher, just for variety purposes.
Gotcha. Okay. And you said you were in an 8-year relationship. When did that end? How long ago did that 8-year relationship end?
I don't remember. I think you're better in math than me.
Okay. You've been single for 4 years. So for that 4-year period, have you been in the fuckboy stage as you?
I was trying. Yeah, it's still a little hard. Like imagine you being raised traditionally. You still have like so many limits in your mind.
Limits or
yeah, like you think
beneficial
you want something.
values and mindsets.
Artificial. What do you mean by that?
Well, you said you were raised traditionally, and you said that's limiting.
Yes.
But I'm asking, could it perhaps be a beneficial instead of a limiting thing?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. One thing I figure out is that life is really short, and we should enjoy it.
Translation: sleep with a bunch of men?
I think if I were to tell you my number, you will not believe it. Like it doesn't come to the number. It comes down to how much you enjoy what you do. Because sometimes I notice women sleep with men, they're not even enjoying it.
That's
like,
true.
Why? Why do that?
I wonder the same thing.
You don't know until you find out, right?
Actually, that's a good point too. Without trying, how would you know?
I mean, the context would matter in that situation. Like if it's a one-night stand, you're both at the bar, drunk, I would say like most men in that context would probably not be particularly preoccupied with your you reaching climax or orgasm.
Couldn't you say that about anything? Like if you don't try it, how do you know? Like fentanyl, I don't do fentanyl. Well, why would you know you don't like it if you haven't tried it, right? Doesn't that seem like slightly insane to say?
Okay, I think it comes down to context and like what's leading to it. I think there's also pressure as to why sometimes women engage in sex, because there's so many reasons as to
what kind of pressure?
Why they shouldn't. Well, there's materialistic side. There's a side where you feel like it will make a guy feel bad. Like at times I would question myself, like, should I do it just as a pity sex? Because they really, really want it. And I feel bad for them. But then it's really, that's not a good reason to do that. You got to listen to your body.
Pity sex is ill-advised.
Also, I feel like one-night stands are not as enjoyable, generally speaking, because without connection.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
That's something I found out on by myself too.
Uh-huh.
I was just trying. This is like a good example when you try just to see what it's like.
That is a terrible advice.
Why?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that again.
Why sleeping with someone to see if you like it?
Yeah, why is that terrible advice?
I don't think that I need to
How has she been
elaborate.
damaged by trying that? Are you mentally damaged or physically damaged from testing it out?
I think I just learned a
Absolutely, she
lesson.
is.
Like,
She
I'm not
is.
going to do that
Yes.
again. It was one of these
That's
things.
damage? Her saying I'm not going to do that again?
Well, I think that random promiscuous sex with people just to try it out seems like it could lead to a
dang
lot
it,
of damage.
won't
Yeah.
do that
Depends how
again.
frequently
Just to
you
try
do
it out, you
So
know.
One
come on.
time
no
is
one's had
too
a
many.
one-night stand. No one's done it before. Like you
No
have
one's
to
saying
try it
has
once to
adverse
know
effects,
that.
But I mean, she seems fine.
You
She-
know you have to
I'm not
try
saying
it to
she,
know
like,
that you don't
is-
like it.
But maybe
Well,
she
I-
would have
die
been,
from
she
it,
would have
but
been
it's
chronically
surely-
curious otherwise. Now she knows.
No.
Well, what should
that's,
she look
that's
like?
not
Like
true
if there
at
was
all.
a scar, if there was a mental scar, what should she look like? Should she come in
Yeah.
and go, boop, boop, boop?
She'd
I
be
mean, how should she
maybe
look?
she'd be jaded. She could be a femcel. She could swear off men.
She could maybe not give us any of the details that we've been asking for, and then he has to pry each and every individual one out. She can kind of be a smartass and totally vague. Maybe
So
all of
because
those
she
are
doesn't
mental
wanna-
scars due to the fact that she's been
Because she doesn't want to
hyper-promiscuous,
pony up her
or maybe
age
not.
and
We don't know.
ethnicity, and she
But
wants to keep
she
some
does seem
mystique.
to be
She's
I didn't ask for
very vague.
sexually.
ethnicity. I didn't ask for ethnicity.
Yes, you did. She said Sherman Oaks, and you said I'm detecting an accent.
That's
Well,
not
that's because-
asking. That could
yeah.
be nationality.
You said maybe she lived somewhere prior to Sherman Oaks. Maybe she was like in New York for 20 years. How'd she get a European accent from living in
Okay,
New York?
why is that more
I was
important
using
than
New
the fact
York-
that
It's
she
not
has
more
one
important.
night
He brought it
stands?
up.
I was using New York as an example. I'm
know,
not saying
Brian.
that I detected a New York accent.
You just
But
seem more
in any
upset
case,
about
forget
that
it. It's
than-
kind of irrelevant. That
What do you mean
conversation's
upset? He
irrelevant.
brought it up. I was
I'm
responding
saying,
to
like-
him.
All right. So, okay. You said right now you're just trying things out. Da, 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 da. So, and you said you said you're trying to meet as many people as possible, correct? So, like, what does that look like? 5 dates a week,
Honestly, sometimes I go on 2 or 3 a day.
2 or 3 a day? Okay.
I wish we still had speed dating going on. I think that would be interesting. You know, when you sit like in front of the other person for like 5 minutes, if you're not really enjoying it, then you switch to the next seat and there's another person.
Oh, like speed dating,
Yes, that's
like an
what I
event.
said.
They
Mhm.
still have those, I reckon.
Where?
I
Can
mean,
you
I
give
don't
me a
know.
link to that?
What's that?
I would be interested to do that.
You'd be interested to do speed dating?
Yes. Why is that not red? There's a $100 donation.
We read it at intervals throughout the show. We don't read it immediately.
Okay.
Don't worry. Okay, we got. You know what? Maybe we'll hire you as a producer. You can come on as a consultant. You can give us some, recommendations. But okay, so for example, how many in the past 2 weeks? How many dates have you been on?
Whew. Past 2 weeks,
Yeah.
probably 20,
20 dates. Okay.
around that. Well,
What about
date
past-
means with different people,
What
or
do
the
you mean?
same person.
Yeah,
Can we
that's a good
define a
question.
date?
How about with different people?
Yeah, about
Meeting
20.
and to clarify, because I feel like, for example, if you were to just have a guy over to your house, or a guy, you went to a guy's house, he went to yours. Is that redundant? Did I just say the same thing? Am I having a stroke? Okay. Let's just say you spent time with somebody and you had a romantic interest in them. We'll count that as a date. Because some people only consider a date if we went out to a public venue, such as we went to get dinner.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't feel any romantic interest towards any of them because it's hard for me to feel that before meeting them in real life.
So just to
Maybe
clarify.
you can tell us what you think a date is. What's a date?
You might not have had romantic interest, but the context with which you were meeting, it wasn't like a business meeting. It wasn't just friends hanging out. It was a guy, maybe he was interested in you, asking you out, and you were going to meet him to see if there was a potential whatever.
Yes, I think from their side, most of it is exactly as you describe it. From my side, it's a 50-50. It could be something that results in romance and sex. It could be something that goes just into friendship and networking. I don't know until I meet the person.
Okay. So how frequently are you going on these dates?
Every
We'll just
day.
call them dates. Every day?
Not today because I made it to the show.
Sure. Yeah, you came to this show. But 20 dates in the past 2 weeks.
What? Wait, what? What are you? I get the distinct feeling that you're totally full of shit about basically everything that you're saying. You go on dates every single day?
Yes.
Yes.
Andrew.
And what's the context behind that? You say, like, I have to meet a person and then I go on a date with the person that I meet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how are you setting up these blind dates?
Probably dating apps, right? Or
A lot of people message me on Instagram.
Okay.
So I just go off that. I look at their profile. I see if there's anything interesting in terms of their looks, personality, anything I can connect with the person. And then I just pick one of those because they usually want to meet. So
in the current dating climate, Andrew, with like dating apps, social media, it's super easy. Granted, she's an attractive woman, and I mean, I would argue even a average-looking woman, if she was so inclined, could have a date every single day of the week if she wanted to.
You're going on dates every day?
yes, would you like to go on a date with me, Andrew?
Nope. But you do go on dates every single day? Really?
Yes. What makes you not believe that?
I don't know. Because I'm really trained very well in spotting when people are full of shit and they're liars.
From
because,
military?
No, not from the military, but from years of doing very high-level skilled debates, right?
Okay.
Because you're so evasive at almost every point about what you're being asked, I feel like almost nothing that you're telling us is accurate or true. And I don't know what the kind of gig is yet, but we'll see as we go through.
I think you generalizing too much.
Yeah, we'll see.
No, I've been with her the past week. She goes on a lot of dates.
Every
What's
day.
the point of me lying? I think it makes me look, if anything bad. I was judged
What's
by
the point
that.
of being evasive?
Well, about my age, because I plan to have like a big release about it later on, and obviously
is that-
benefit from it.
I've never heard a content creator.
Age reveal party.
Age reveal, like face reveals I've heard about, but like
Accent reveal party
It's gonna
too?
be new. It's gonna be big.
yeah,
Accent reveal party, age reveal party, like, I don't know.
Modest Hikima donated $200. Brixan, I see you have reverted to the mentally ill again. Speed dating is still going on, you just aren't a part of it. Brain dead 304. Andrew, welcome back. Keep representing. Why are you still in US?
I think this is directed towards you, Myra.
Mira.
Oh, okay, excuse me, Mira. I'll probably fuck it up again, so feel free to correct me.
It's
Got
okay,
a
Brian.
terrible memory. Go ahead. Do you want to answer? Why are you still in the U.S.?
Oh, I thought he was asking Andrew why he's still in the US. Why am I still in US? Well, that's because it's getting cold, and being in Europe right now is not best time.
Okay.
Very simple.
All right. So, okay, you're going 20 dates a week. Or sorry. You've in the past 2 weeks, you've gone on 20 dates. Sometimes you're going on. What's the most amount of dates you've gone on in one day?
Probably 3. Although I
3.
do not like the word date, because like I said, for me it could be anything, like friendship coming out of it, some type of business opportunity. I feel like the date always means that it has to be something romantic or sexual coming out of it.
No, not
then
necessarily.
you're just hanging out, right?
Like, this-
Dating is for, I feel like dating is for romance, so if you're not dating to connect romantically, then you're just hanging out.
it feels like kind of avoiding the spirit of the question, right? So it's not, he's not asking for like business engagements and things like that, but rather, Brian,
Oh, well, it's not clear to me if these are necessarily going into them business meetings or like meeting with friends. What she is saying is that she's meeting men who they've shown a romantic interest in her, but I feel like she's saying that she will not consider it a date if she doesn't have a mutual interest in them, but that is not what would constitute a date, because you can go on a date as a woman and by the end of the date determine you have no romantic interest in the person. That
But you
doesn't
still
mean
went on the date.
you still went on the
yeah.
date.
That's why it doesn't make any sense.
So okay, we don't really need to address we'll just assume that these are dates that you're going on. But okay, so in 2023, how many dates have you been on, do you think?
Well, this is my recent fuckboy stage.
Oh, it's recent. Okay.
I started like maybe 2 months ago.
2 months ago. Okay.
Before then, I was
so
just streaming at home. Kagan.
I see. Okay. So let's dig into the fuckboy 2 month thing. What's going on? Excuse me. Let me be more specific. How many dates have you gone on in the past 2 months?
Probably about 100.
Okay. 100. Any prospects or not so much?
Me. I have to admit, sorry, it's your helmet collection. It's very fascinating.
Okay.
So I have to admit that LA scenery is not really my cuppa. It's not really my cup of tea.
What's not your cup of tea?
What I noticed in terms of man in LA, it's not quite something I'm interested in so far, just generally speaking. So they're either really, if I had to categorize it, I feel like they're either really successful men that are not very attractive physically, or the ones that are not successful, they're just trying to make it. They're fairly attractive, I suppose, physically, but there's just not enough there. They're just kind of trying too hard sometimes to try to appear somebody they're not, which is understandable. They're just trying to make it.
Wait,
I
what
suppose.
is not your cup of tea? I just missed. I didn't hear
Men in
the.
LA.
Men in LA. Okay,
Yes.
I see. Okay, so past 2 months, fuckboy phase, 100 dates. Has there ever been, of the 100, these are all like first dates, to be clear, correct?
Pretty much.
Like 100 dates with 100 men.
Different men. Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in a
Have there-
therapy session.
Have you been on any second dates at all, or no?
I have.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Have any of these in the past 2 months turned into like a situationship or a talking stage, or
Can you
didn't?
define situationship?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's necessary, but
English is my second language.
mine too.
Oh, yours is
Yeah.
very
I'll disclose I was born in France, so
French.
Yeah.
French language is your first language.
yes,
It's
French is my
beautiful.
first language. Yeah.
Wow.
I speak it about as well as a kangaroo, though. So, so let's see. Did any of these go past a second or third date?
They have, but like I said, because of how I was raised, I'm still taking it slow.
Taking it slow. Okay.
It's like I don't want to rush anything. I don't want to do any first like encounter or like pity sex anymore. I just want
pity
to
sex
do
anymore. So
Yeah,
you have
I've done it. I've done
you've
it.
done pity sex.
I've done that once.
Lucky guy. Good for him.
Why do men do that?
Do what? Were you like guilted? That's kind of weird on the guy's part. Not gonna lie. Just take the L.
I just feel bad for them. You know, they try. They're like little puppies, and then just look at you like, just like they're trying, and they're very kind to you and
Okay.
attentive, and you're like, fine.
That's like
The alternative of female manipulation, where they do the exact same type
I
of
was gonna
thing.
say, like, so you just like a fuck boy. It kind of, I don't know. That sounds like a good guy to me.
But maybe she just doesn't like him.
Well, some guys, I feel like some girls just naturally like, you know, like the bad boy, like, thing going on, you know what I mean?
Is that the vibe that you get from me?
No, well, no, just off of what you just said.
I don't know.
It's like, it doesn't seem like a more shy guy. Like, it seems like you like a guy who's like, take charge and like, more like, you know, I don't know how
That's actually a good point. But then again, you still need to like him. Imagine a guy takes too much charge, as you said it, and you're not really into him. This is where issues
Well, of course,
happen.
you need to be interested and attracted to the guy. But
Honestly,
when it
this
comes to
is-
the pity sex thing, really quick, it's not clear to me if the most attractive thing a woman can say before sex is, "I guess we can fuck." Like, that's not a turn on for me, anyways. But whatever.
Well, I think I also was trying to sort of get over the last
Sympathy fuck.
person that
Oh,
I
okay.
was somewhat seeing before those 2 months started. Even though it wasn't officially a relationship, but I was seeing
I see.
him for a little while.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe we can come back to some of that stuff. But out of curiosity, if you're open with sharing, of the 100 first dates that you went on, how many of them did you get intimate with? Did you?
Are we
you
talking
know-
about sex?
Yes. P
So-
in the V, sexual intercourse.
P in the V?
P in the V, sexual intercourse.
P in what V?
P in what V?
I'm not familiar with
P in the
term.
V?
See the P word on here?
P in the V? P in the V.
What's the V? Vagina? Why would you pee in a vagina?
No. Some girls are into that.
Oh,
but no,
really?
penis.
Say that
Penis
word? Okay.
in P in the V. Sex.
Okay, so out of all of those, it was just one, and it was the pity sex, and I will never do that
And it was
again.
the pity sex. The one
Yes.
guy, and even then you didn't really. Okay, all right. I mean, I kind of got to put some respect on that because, like, that's a good ratio. 100 guys, you turn all 100 down except for one, and even the one, it was kind of like.
But that's not for me. Like, I don't pride myself on having
No,
little
that's
sex.
good.
I would
Good for you.
prefer to have more, but I feel like it's hard for me to be attracted to men these days.
Physically attracted or
I think
other ways?
you have to be attracted on both levels. Like, physical is not enough. It has to be mental and physical.
mental? So you're a sapiosexual, maybe.
I like how that sounds.
Okay.
I also believe that liberalism is killing testosterone in men these days.
Oh.
I would prefer that the man is more assertive, not like caveman
Yeah.
way, not like he's gonna put me over his shoulder and take me home, but
That is what she wants, though. That is what you want.
But at the same time, you want to make sure that the woman is attracted to you.
Have you ever had a wall slam?
Could you define that for me, Brian?
A wall slam?
Somebody slam me across the wall?
No, like let's say you're making out with a guy and he grabs you by your hair and like he's not like abusing you, but like push it like, okay.
You're talking about rough sex.
No, not even like if you're just making out. I mean, it could be within sex, but like a wall slam.
I feel like they
is that kind of
something. Okay, yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Something
like
like that, but I always felt like it was fake. I always felt like I'm still the dominant one. And I don't want to feel that with a man.
Tell us how you dom men in the bedroom.
I don't.
You don't, but you said you're the dominant one.
I feel like I'm still...
But like the leader, not necessarily sexually, but like...
Yes, mentally, like psychologically. Like I know what's going to happen. I know where this is going to go. I basically have... I don't want to say an upper hand. It almost feels like it's a game. But yeah, I don't feel like a man has more than me overall. Does that make sense?
You're an attractive woman. You're successful. I wonder if perhaps that plays a part of it. But I would say, generally speaking, though, women typically do have the upper hand in courtship because the men are pursuing you. Right. So that's a position of power, I would say.
But I still feel like on many levels, you as a woman should feel like you can learn from a man. Otherwise, where's the attraction? If you feel like you're stronger, smarter, better looking, like anything in terms of qualities that generally society values, that you have more combined than the man, what is the point of being with the man? Otherwise, I'm going to eat him for breakfast.
Okay. Have you... Never
move to the next
here,
one.
I want to just get around the table on everybody, but maybe we can come back to some of that. Wait. Oh, Nick, is the audio muted? No. Oh, hold on. Sorry, some TTS or some messages. Thank you, JBS. Just a reminder, guys. 100 and up to read, and 200 and up. Okay, wait, hold on. So your relationship status. Oh, sorry, hold on just a sec.
7 Deadly Simps donated $200. These women learned long ago that the amount of time people can tolerate them is directly proportional to the amount of cleavage visible.
Wow.
Also, 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777
your current relationship status.
I'm currently single.
How long have you been single?
About 2-ish years.
2 years? Longest relationship?
About 6 years.
6 years, okay. And from what age to what age was the relationship?
Like 20 to like 26.
Okay, so the relationship that ended 2 years ago was your longest relationship at 6 years?
Yes.
Gotcha. And are you currently, you're single, but...
I'm dating.
There's a guy in the picture, a couple guys in the picture. What's situationships?
Right, no situationships.
Okay.
I don't have the attention span and the time to kind of juggle a whole bunch of guys. I don't essentially think like everyone needs to have a roster, so I'm kind of more like date them one at a time type of girl situation. So there's like a guy or two I'm like kind of interested in feeling out, but I wouldn't say it's like a full-blown situationship at the moment.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right. And similar to Mira, did I get it right this time? Have you ever had a fuckboy phase?
Yeah, like once. Once in New York.
In New York?
Yeah, for a couple months.
Couple months, gotcha. Yeah. Were you living there, or are you from there? Or?
I'm bi-coastal, so I have a place in LA and New York for modeling.
Oh, really? Okay, cool. Got it. Okay. And what did the fuckboy phase look like for you?
Oh, well, I'll paint a picture.
Sure.
Cardi B was just like getting at the top of the charts, you know?
Yeah.
So that was No, this was
Earlier than walk.
on the
Bodak
hottest
Yellow.
in the streets. Yeah, Bodak Yellow.
Okay.
So this was like the time of like, ooh, pussy out. Oh, can I say that? Sorry.
That's fine. It's fine.
So it felt like kind of empowering, but
Sure.
essentially I didn't really do it in the motive to like go out and be like, I'm gonna conquest men. I just kind of wanted to see if like I could be that type of girl, or if that was like, you know, like a city girl. And I was
Sure.
like, I'm not a city girl. Like, tried it, but like it really wasn't for me. I'm a lover girl, so
Okay.
made it hard.
Got it. Farah, what about you?
I'm single. I've been single for about 1.5 years, and my longest relationship was about 4 years.
4 years. Gotcha. And if I recall from the previous times you've been on the show, despite having had some of these relationships, you've not been intimate with somebody, biblically speaking, in that way.
I'm a virgin, correct? Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Wow. Just context for the audience and the rest of the panel.
Look at how surprised you are. Like,
She's just
they
so
exist.
hot.
They exist.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
What about you?
My last relationship was
Current relationship status. to
I'm
start it.
single. I'm single.
Gotcha. How long have you been single for?
For like 1.5 years now.
Okay.
1.5 years.
Got it.
Yeah.
Longest relationship?
Like 3 years.
3 years. Okay. Got it. And so you've been single for 1.5 years, but, you know, is there a guy in the picture?
No.
No, come on.
No.
There's not a guy you're texting or...
No.
Are you on any dating apps?
No.
Nothing?
No.
The guys don't slide into the DMs at all?
Yeah.
Oh, they slide in.
Oh,
yeah,
slide in.
They do. But I feel like I'm pretty uninterested in a lot of guys.
Sure.
At one point, we thought she was asexual.
And I still am.
Stop the cap.
Wait, what? It's a real thing. I've known her for 10 years.
Yeah.
Literally, I thought I was lesbian. I thought
We
I was
literally
asexual.
were like, maybe you're a lesbian. Are you asexual?
I go through
Like-
periods of celibacy for like, I've been celibate for like 2 years before.
Modest Hikima donated
Yo, thank you,
$200. Mira based AF. Single body by choice, obviously. Take that power girl, and come to Utah. You will be widely welcome. You can eat me for breakfast any day. Brixan, why are you up TTS? You mad at me?
No, just I want to make sure we have a little smoother show. I have a lot of notes, and I just want to make sure we get through it and not keep everyone too late. So, yeah, dude, thank you, Jacama. Appreciate it. Do you want me to actually pronounce your name right? Because I think I'll eventually get it. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So you think you're potentially asexual?
It's definitely, it's possible. Like, I don't.
Are you asexual, or you just don't find yourself physically or sexually attracted to like a vast swaths of men?
Yeah.
Because like in your 3-year relationship, was it a dead bedroom situationship? Or situation, excuse me.
No, but.
Okay.
Sorry.
Are you on birth control?
Oh.
No, I don't believe in birth control.
Oh,
Okay, because I believe that actually affects your level of arousement.
Yeah,
to a
I've
great
never.
degree.
I think I went on birth control when I was like 18.
Wait, what is it? Wait, let's pull this one up really quick. Oh, I know Mitch Jones. He plays World of Warcraft. Wait, hold on. Hey, you don't get back into the frame. What are you doing? Ruined. I didn't know you dated Mitch Jones. I've seen his stream. He recently played World of Warcraft Hardcore Classic. He plays a mage typically. Now, did he? Yeah, he was in Frontier, but while they were farming in Silithus, he died. And in Hardcore, once you die, that's it. So
The Arcane Dream. He's a great mage. That's all I gotta
solid
say.
mage.
We
Mage.
friends.
Ask her about the time. Wait, is this true?
What is true?
That you?
He's a great mage.
No, that
is true.
Did you drug Mitch Jones? I don't know any of it. I didn't even know you dated.
These are big accusations.
Is
my
this
friends.
slander? Is this slander? Harris?
Hearsay.
Hearsay, okay.
But Mitchell is a great mage. I do confirm.
When did you guys dated like how long ago? Wait, was this your, wait, hold on. Was this
Dated
your
is a
8-year?
really
No, not your.
strong. Oh no, that would not work.
Were you guys in a relationship?
No, we were just really good friends for a long time. Actually, we
And
spoke
then-
like a couple days ago. We stay in touch. He
Oh.
lives in Austin right now.
Okay.
He's gonna
Tell him to come on the podcast. Mitch
have
Jones,
a
if
big
you're
comeback.
watching.
Sure,
Let's get
I
you
will.
on.
But he doesn't plan to anytime soon, honestly, because there's a big WoW release again. I guess
Oh,
in a
yes.
month he's gonna.
Season of Discovery.
Yes, he's gonna cave for a long time in
That's fine.
Texas.
What's it called? Cave?
Yeah.
Is that where you just like stay inside and just play?
Yes, we play and
Okay.
stream on Twitch. That's how we met.
On Twitch? On Twitch.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
well,
were
you're
both streamers there for
yeah.
like 10 years.
How did you guys meet? TwitchCon
My
or something?
chat told me to talk to him. His chat told me to talk to him. Literally, our first
wow.
conversation was on Twitch.
That's some Cupid shit.
It is. It really is. Twitch chat connects hearts. It's really cute.
Yeah, I'm sure some very healthy relationships have come from. I feel like, from what I've heard, a lot of these like creator relationships are catastrophic and.
Yeah, it's hard to do that when so many people are nitpicking and watching every step that you make. And
Yeah.
obviously, they're going to have their own past experiences they're going to project into your relationship. So
Sure.
it can become like a shit show. If it's not a very strong, healthy relationship, which most younger people just don't have that going on, that can tear it apart. People will tear it apart. You have to be very careful and, like, I guess, conserve it as much as you can. Only
Sure.
like be very selective with what you show.
But so you were dating him?
Okay, Brian. Yes,
No,
we
I'm
were
asking.
dating.
I'm asking. I don't know any details. I've seen his stream like 3 times. I'm not super familiar with.
We had fun.
Actually, no. I think I DM'd him a couple months ago to see if he wants to be on the show, but that's the extent of it.
I can talk to him about it. I think that would be interesting. We have good chemistry
He'd be
when
good.
we interact.
He's got some riz,
He
some
does.
charisma.
He's honestly really fun to hang out with.
Yeah, he
He's
seems
got
like a
this-
good guy.
Yeah.
Mitch Jones, come on. We'll talk about World of Warcraft and Season of Discovery.
Next time.
If you got a guild, we'll pitch. We'll help you recruit. Okay, not that you need it. Okay, so were you guys like friends with benefits? What was boyfriend girlfriend? What was the extent of the relationship? What, you did date him, right?
You really don't let me get away with vague answers, huh?
Well, it's just easier if you're just precise. That way, I can get a quick answer. You can answer, then I can keep things moving.
What is your relationship status, Brian?
Oh my God, this girl.
Is that her?
Yes, I am currently in a long-term. I'm actually was going to propose to her tonight, but no, actually, she's a virgin. Her chastity's intact. So, if you'd like, I can arrange.
What's her name?
Kiki.
Do you love me?
Exactly. Oh my God, this. Okay, just burning seconds here. What was the boyfriend girlfriend? I mean, it's clear people know you guys were romantically involved, so it'd be very simple instead of me having to try to pull it out of you. If you'd just be like, "Oh yeah, we were boyfriend girlfriend."
Is it clear? I don't think we ever had like a sex tape or anything. We just
A
like
sex
hang
tape?
out. We hang out. That's all, like on streams.
Well, you could
and
still.
quarreled a lot for entertainment of Twitch chat. They like that.
So were you guys monogamous? Exclusive?
Oh no, he was sleeping around a lot.
Okay. So it wasn't exclusive. So you guys were like, it was a situationship, friends with benefits type thing?
I think we were just streaming on Twitch, entertaining people and like having a good time. That's how I would define that. Because back
You could have
then,
just said, "Oh, we were just friends." But were
there's
you dating?
definitely an edge that was added to it, but
Did you guys have P in the V? Was there P in the V? Yes, no, just the tip.
I'm not ready to answer that
Just
question.
for a second, just to see how it feels.
No, that would be pity sex.
Okay. Okay, so where were we? We were
Next to Kiki.
Relationship status, go ahead.
Oh, it's a little complicated right now. Like, before I went to China on vacation, I met someone I kind of liked, but I didn't exactly know what his boundaries and things were, so I kind of gave him, kind of like a contract thing of mine to read over to see if he agrees.
Oh, that's right. Wait.
And then, like,
You have a
consent form.
No, I don't know.
It doesn't exactly have to be followed. There's like a list of negotiables and non-negotiables and things, but it's like my boundaries, and then he can add his, and if we both kind of align, then I'm willing to like date.
So wait, are you currently? Are you single or what? What's your relationship status?
I'm just.
Complicated?
It's complicated. I'm not seeing anyone else. I'm just kind of waiting till I get back after this to see the response.
Did you bring a copy of the contract?
I asked her if she has the contract.
When I was asking to come on the show, I wasn't sure when I'd be back from China. And then once I knew, I gave a date of when I could come on the show. And then I didn't bring my
laptop. Wait, can you straighten?
Oh, sorry. I didn't bring my laptop with me to China, so I couldn't send a document.
Do you speak Mandarin?
I learned a little bit while I was there, but...
Why were you in China?
I wanted to travel.
Okay, gotcha.
And also a little bit of work, because in like China, there's cosplay studios where they have themed rooms, and you could dress up as specific characters and take pictures. I picked a specific Genshin Impact theme one in Shanghai that I wanted to do, and I did like 3 different characters from that video game.
And the person you're dating, are they from China?
The person I'm interested in is...
Okay, I see. So, okay, it's complicated with a guy from China. How long has it been complicated with said person?
It was recently I started talking to them, maybe a month.
1 month, okay.
Longest still reviewing the contract?
Well, I mean, it didn't exactly start off that way, but then we kind of, I guess, vibed in friend groups, and then...
Oh, vibed. Yeah. Longest relationship?
4.5 years.
4.5 years. Okay, very cool. What about you?
I am married. I've been married. We eloped in Arkansas in February. Okay. And then we have a wedding like at home with all our friends and family.
How long have you been married?
Since February.
Oh, since February. Okay, sorry, I missed that. Any kids or no?
No.
No kids. Okay, gotcha. All right. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, I've been married with the same woman for most of my adult life. So.
How long have you guys been married?
Is he going to get me in trouble?
Well, you don't know.
A long time. A really long time.
Okay.
Yep. 10
plus years?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So, all right, we got through the relationship status. So I'm gonna read a couple of the chats that we have here. We have John Galt. Can you ask the girls if a guy owning a gun is a positive, deal breaker, or neutral? P.S. Shout out to Farah. She's cool. Would be cool to see Destiny back on as well. Hey, John Galt, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think we might actually be having Destiny back on the show soon. So yeah, I'm going around the table, starting with you. Maybe I can frame it, or yeah, I'll just use this question. A guy owning a gun is a positive, deal breaker, or neutral?
Depends on his level of intelligence and self-control, but technically it's neutral.
Technically neutral. Okay. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. What about you?
I would say neutral. Okay. I think whether or not you want to own a gun is one thing, but I think everyone should know how to use one in case one comes into your hands. Mm-hmm. So I would say it's not negative or positive. Maybe if he owned too many guns, because my father was in the NRA and knew how to build guns from scratch. And then he tried to like murder. I don't know if I can say that actually. Just some crazy shit happened.
No, you can say it. So wait, he tried to murder?
He tried to have me murder him and like my best friend. We like almost all died.
Wait, he tried to murder you and your friends?
He put a gun in my hand to have me try to kill him, and was like holding my hand with the gun in his head.
Why?
Hand to his head.
Holy.
That's a long. He's like.
Yeah, we don't. If that's a sensitive subject, we don't.
Oh, it's not sensitive. Oh, okay. Like I don't give a fuck.
How old were you if you don't?
I was 17 when this happened. And so I grew up around guns, like all my family, like all they come from Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, they're hunting, they all the whole thing. So it was never something that I was like, oh my God. As I got older, it wasn't so appealing. I think we should have gun rights, but I don't think guns need to disappear.
Right.
But so I think it gets concerning when it's like, here's my 45 gun collection of different guns, and like, then I think we're like,
Okay. Farah, what about you?
I think it's a positive. I want to get a gun, but if he makes it his whole personality, then I would say it's negative.
Fair. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I do have a license to own a gun, so I know how to use guns. My dad taught me how to use guns, but obviously if someone's like a murderer, I don't think I'd feel comfortable with them having a gun. Well,
Would you date let's maybe we go around the table on this. Would you date a murderer?
Technically,
I think
if you murdered someone in self-defense, you're technically still a murderer,
That's
I
not,
wouldn't.
no, you wouldn't be a murderer. So murder would be the unjustified taking of a life.
With malice and stuff.
So if it's self-defense, it wouldn't
Okay,
be a
but
murder.
like,
It'd
what
be a
if someone
homicide?
was
Manslaughter?
okay? Yeah,
No,
well,
no,
No,
it wouldn't even be
not
manslaughter. So it would self-defense would be in opposition to murder, so self-defense would be a justified taking of a life, and murder would be the unjustified
but the
taking.
outcome
But
of
if
that.
you still kill someone, you still kill someone. So like, what would
that would
the
be
different
killing.
word be for
Yeah,
that
murder?
would just be killing.
kill.
I'm trying
Yeah.
to Google this. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Murderer
But you can
definition.
So like
also,
if I
that could
kill
vary
a
depending
deer,
what state you're in.
if I were to go out and with my hunting rifle and kill a deer, do you think I murdered it?
Technically
He
you
is
did.
technically.
You think
yes,
I murdered it? Yeah. Or
Yeah.
so if I ate it, then is it justified or is it still murder?
I don't know. I'm a pescatarian.
I think so. Technically, yes. So murder is the unlawful killing. So what would you? Is there a name for somebody who kills somebody? Like, is there a term for somebody who kills somebody, but it's not murder?
Yes.
Well, there's all sorts of different
it's
ones.
aggravated assault, right?
Well, let's not get it. We don't
My
need
friend
that.
just went to jail
Yeah,
for
I'm derailing
murder,
the
but
conversation.
the murder
So
was reduced to something.
So
It's just killing.
Fine with guns. I think it sounded like you're fine.
Yeah,
with-
yeah, I'm
As
fine
long
with
as they're not a
guns.
murderer.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I'm fine with guns, like maybe a regular, I don't know, handgun or something for self-defense.
Okay.
Also, fine with guns. Garrett hunts all the time. We were just at his hunting camp for like a week over Thanksgiving, so very familiar.
Wait,
fine
just
with guns.
a question for you. So you said a handgun. What about just a semi-automatic rifle?
Why?
I'm not sure. It all depends on the situation. If it could be justified, then
What if I
could.
told you? What about a semi-automatic weapon?
I'm not sure.
Like a handgun.
Right, which was a handgun is a semi-automatic weapon.
Okay.
Some of them are, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
not all of them.
I'm
but-
not very familiar with
Yeah,
guns
it's fine.
and
It's fine.
terms,
It's fine.
but
We don't. Oh, okay. We got
Raven
DT.
DT donated $200.
Justifiable
The
homicide.
term is justifiable homicide.
But what would? Is there a name for the person? Like, is there a term for somebody who's killed somebody?
Is it just killer?
Oh, manslaughter.
No, it's not.
Manslaughter
that.
is That's
Anyways,
what
it doesn't really.
happens
It doesn't really
technically.
matter. We have a chat here from. Hold on, I'm gonna wait till this one. The term is 1 sec. It's coming up. It's from Aiden Smash. She, Myra, want to get a viral clip to get even more simps in her OnlyFans. She's full of shit. Time to castle her. Are you full of shit?
Mira.
Myra.
Yes, you're full of
Are you
shit.
teaching me how to pronounce my own name?
No, I'm just terrible with names, so I'm going to probably continue to butcher it throughout the rest of the show, but don't take it personally.
Okay, Bran.
What's that?
You heard me.
Because I mispronounced your name?
Yes, this is war.
This is war? Oh my god, this girl. Okay. This girl. What do you guys think, chat? Chat, what do you guys think? What do you guys think, chat?
Well, back
What
to the other question.
does the chat think? They're teaming? She's like, wait. Oh, hold on. I'm reading the chat here. What do you guys think, chat? Is this a kick? I don't know. We'll let it slide, but like, can you relax a little bit?
Can you help me relax?
Why are you being like? Is that like a good faith question, or are you just being obnoxious?
I'm just used to streaming on Twitch. That's usually how it goes.
How does what
this was
go?
similar. Entertainment.
What's entertaining? How?
She hasn't seen this show. This is her first podcast appearance. She's not familiar with the way you structure the flow.
What do you mean? What's structure?
She's not trying to obstruct. She thinks this is
Do you think
your
that's
content.
like how normal people have a conversation, though, just out of curiosity?
You want me to deem her abnormal for...
No, but remember in the beginning when they were like trying to have a good, normal, flowed conversation? That's the point.
I think she wants to talk about certain topics. She just doesn't want to disclose certain details about her identity. I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, all right, moving on. All right, let's get into some of the notes here.
I don't get the gun question.
Oh, sorry.
I don't get the gun question.
Was it directed at... It might have just been directed at the women, but...
And what about, would you date a murderer? I'm curious to hear everyone's answers.
No. Criminality in women is incredibly unattractive, so no, I would not. Go ahead.
Yeah.
To the gun question, did you want...
Yeah, just guns are awesome in every single capacity, and people should own lots of them.
What is your favorite gun?
For me, I like AK-47s.
For what reason?
Well, because they have I like the payload that the AK-47 delivers to the target.
He likes the payload.
What do you usually use as the target?
I don't know, like small clay pigeons.
Clay.
And then I paint obnoxious women's faces on them.
He's kidding.
It's joking.
It's a joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Wait, fuck, hold on.
You don't call retarded people retards. It's bad taste.
Yeah,
You don't call your friends retards when they're acting retarded.
Ableism's okay off of Twitch. It's not a communist dictatorship.
Yeah,
over
we would
here.
have been banned on Twitch for that.
Don't worry.
Actually, because my friend said that.
It was Michael Scott who said it, not anybody that's able. So it's okay. All right, let's get into some of the pre-show questions here, or some of the notes that you guys provided for me. So, Yamani, you said someone has paid me to take off of work and go on a date, but that is pretty normal for a lot of girls in LA. So we have a couple girls here who you live in LA, correct?
Sherman Oaks. Is that LA?
I think that's LA County, or is it Ventura?
No, it's LA.
Is that Ventura County?
No, it's LA. I
or
live in the
Oxnard
valley too.
County? Is it LA County? Okay.
It's LA.
You're in LA. You're in LA. You're in LA. Is that common?
Yeah.
Dude's paying you to take time. Wait, what do you do for work again?
I do bottle service.
Bottle service. Okay. So like, has that happened multiple times to you, where a guy will pay you, be like, yo, just take the day off, I'll cover it?
Almost probably every night that I work, I would say someone offers that. Obviously not every night do I go.
Right, yeah.
But usually the implication is that like if I'm tired, I don't feel like hanging out. So I'll tell someone I have work, I don't really feel like it, and they'll be like, okay, well, if I just pay you however much you're gonna make at work, would you just come with me to dinner?
Question for you. How many nights per week do you work? Is it like Thursday, Friday, Saturday type of thing, or?
Yeah, like, I guess like, I guess like 4, maybe like 4 nights a week or something
Okay.
like that.
So your like weekend nights typically are going to be preoccupied with work. So a guy might be inclined to offer you payment to take it off so he can take you on a date. What's the asking price there? $500 for you to take off the night? What's the guy got to pay?
Well,
I'm encouraging it.
I
but I'm
don't
curious how much.
necessarily have a price because.
Okay, Yamani. Did I say your name right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we got my name right. That's crazy.
Sorry, Myra. Did I say right? Is it Mira?
Crazy.
Mira, Myra.
Is there any implication
You know
as
what?
to
You
what
should-
you're gonna do during those days?
Well, that's the thing. I think a lot of times
That's a reach.
there is obviously there's an implication when you give a
Like
girl
if you're on the boat?
specifically money.
Because of the implication. Never mind. Okay. It's always sunny in Philadelphia joke. Never mind.
I'm sure you know, but obviously there's some implication that probably something sexual would happen. So I don't typically like just go on dates with people for money because like I said, I'm not super sexual. So I would hate to like hang out with someone and they give me money and then I'm like, well, I don't really want to do that. So, I mean, not always, but I don't know. I don't think I've been on like that many to like really know, but I've never.
Yamani, I want to take you out on Friday. You're working. You have work. What does it cost to get you to take off work for me to take you on a date? Or a guy?
I mean, I don't have a price. That's not like what I.
Oh, so okay, I'll pay you $20.
Well, no, because.
Okay, so there is a price.
You're saying you avoid it.
Oh, well, usually someone would say like, I don't know, I guess what would you make at work if it's a Saturday night?
I don't know.
Bottle service, it just depends. That's why like I feel like you probably don't have a number. Is like bottle service, one night you can make like 500 in tips, one night you can make 5,000 in tips.
Literally. So yeah, and also nothing wrong if you go on dates for money, but like I don't have like it has to be $500 if you want to go to dinner. So
I gotta interject there. I do think there is something wrong if you go on dates for money.
Why?
Well,
because she says the implication is sexual.
Well, if everyone's clear on what's happening.
What if you make it clear? I just want to let you know, like, even though you're paying me, like, nothing's happening after this. We're not getting crazy.
Which is why sometimes I don't, because I let people know that I'm not.
Some girls will do the whole leading thing on and be like, oh yeah, and then like put themselves in danger.
If you're going on the date without an actual genuine intention that there's a possibility that you could romantically pursue the guy, that's what I would like. If you're just strictly going on a date, first off, I don't think men ought to be offering money to women.
Well, yeah, there's a market for it, so
yeah,
that's why.
Well, that's some
why
simp
people
shit.
do
Men
it.
shouldn't be offering money. Like, good for you, get your bag or whatever. But I don't think men should be. I'll pay you $500 to go on a date with me. That's pathetic. Good for you, not pathetic for you. Pathetic. I blame the men.
Isn't that called escort?
It's not clear to me if it's just like, it's not clear to me if she's escorting insofar as she's working, and in order for her to, I don't know. It kind of blurs the lines a little bit. But.
Yeah, which is I'm not like a dater. I don't do this all the time or like often even. So
couldn't you date men on your nights off?
I absolutely could. Okay, first of all,
you're not advertising, hey, if you want to take me out, you'd have to pay me.
Yeah.
They're like, no, babe. Here, how much you make? I'll cover it. Come spend a night or come hang out with me.
Like, as a girl, sometimes we have to tell, like, I've told a guy no that I don't want to go on a date with you probably 10 times in a night. So sometimes, like, maybe the fourth or fifth time.
Wait, the same dude? You'll tell him no?
Yeah, I've had a like
That's
at work
yikes.
all night. Had to tell someone all night. Girl knows this, but like, especially working at a club, I've literally had guys like wait for me at work. That's why they have to walk you to your car.
I mean,
I'm not like.
If a girl, yeah, I mean, if a girl turns you down, like, move on.
I agree.
You would think.
Sometimes they offer you money.
I mean, if a girl says, for example, like, oh, I can't hang out tonight, he might say, well, what about another night? But then if you say, no, I don't want to hang out with you, that's what, like, like, as a guy, you should move on.
I agree. But obviously, we know that's not the case with everyone.
Yeah, that's
I'm not saying all guys are like that. I don't
Just
agree.
to clarify, I was just curious, as he was kind of going through the questions. So if a guy does call you or gets a hold of you in whatever way and says, I want to buy out your day, your work day, to come hang out with me or whatever, and there is an implication of sex, have you ever agreed to those?
No, but I'm not against it. I'm not against anyone who does that. I don't judge anyone.
But would you call that prostitution?
I'm pretty sure that's the definition of prostitution. So I think everyone would call that.
Well, I don't know
Are
if
you trying
everyone
to ask if I'm?
Nope, I'm not asking that.
seems
I'm
like
just asking.
you're trying to lead.
I'm just asking, just to clarify it, right? So if you said no to that, it would.
If someone says, "Can I give you $500 to have sex with you?" and you say yes, whether you go on a date or not, whether that is what a prostitute
Okay,
is.
I agree. 100% I agree. I'm just asking if that situation comes up, if you say yes to...
Technically, I would be soliciting if I agreed to have sex with someone for money.
Okay.
That would technically, yeah.
Is it? But I don't know. Like in the example she provided, she's working. If the man is not paying her for sex,
Right.
the man is
Yeah,
paying
for her
her
time.
Like
company.
literally
To-
to hang out.
Yeah.
to not go to work where she would otherwise make the money that the man is offering. So it's not clear. I mean, the lines are perhaps to some degree a little blurred, but because a man could also say, let's hang out on the night you aren't working.
Yeah, and if I like them, we
so-
can hang out on the night I'm not working.
Right.
I
But
mean,
I guess
it's-
guys are that pressed to...
Do you ever feel
don't know.
pressure to have sex with them if they were to pay you for a date?
I don't. No, I don't think anyone's ever like given me so much money. That I've,
She's
like-
asking what your price is.
I just told you guys like 4 times. I don't have a price for going out on. I don't like charge for a date. My boyfriends or people that I dated have not paid me to go on a date, but it has happened. Like I think any girl's been offered money, so yeah. And I personally know I haven't felt that pressure, but
Okay, it's fine. Another thing from you, I also don't think you said in your notes here, I also don't think we were meant to always be together forever as partners. Some of us aren't meant to date long term, be taken seriously, which is okay.
yes.
And are you speaking just for you? Like, do you think that's kind of...
No, I think a lot of people put so much pressure, especially women, but also men. There's a lot of pressure on men to like get married or just people in general to form like monogamous bonds, especially when you reach certain markers in your life. And I just don't think everyone's meant to be monogamous with one person for the rest of their life. I know guys who obviously we know people, guys and girls who are married, they cheat all the time. Like
Sure.
If that's the case, you're not meant to be monogamous. So
Okay.
I agree on this, actually. I believe there was historical significance, like meaning as to why monogamy was kind of like glorified in our society. It was easier to survive, to provide when you stick to like one unit. But these days, our
No,
life became
that's not why.
Is that okay if I finish the point?
Hold on. Oh, wait.
7
I'll let you finish the point.
donated $200. What
okay.
you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
who is that for?
Everyone is now dumber for having listened to it.
It's a movie
Wow.
reference. That's a movie
Is
reference.
that... What movie is that? It's...
Oh, I think.
I think that's...
It's
it's
Will
on the tip of my
Ferrell, right?
tongue.
Nope, not
no,
Will
it's
Ferrell.
Adam Sandler.
It's Adam Sandler.
I can't remember the name.
I want to say it's Billy Madison.
I think it's Billy Madison. Go on, continue with your point.
Okay, I feel like these days we became so comfortable, independent, just our life became so convenient that surviving on our own and making choices based on what we actually want to do in the moment is a norm. And this is sort of a outdated, I suppose, part of the system where people feel the pressure to get married or have kids by a certain age, that we don't need to do that anymore. And a lot of people, like you said, they sort of get stuck and pressured to be in relationships they don't feel happy. And so many families that are married, I've been noticing just from what I was observing, are together for reasons that are actually not authentic, whether they're feeling lonely or they want safety or sex. And if you look deeper into it, it looks good like on the outside, but inside they're miserable and the relationship is quite toxic, as opposed to people that are single or fucking around, even though some society can't judge them for that. They're actually happy and free because they do what makes them feel good.
Andrew,
So-
I think I know you had something. I do want to just really quickly, before I have you come in, go around the table on this. So it sounded like you, and I don't want to misquote you, you don't think monogamy, what are your thoughts on monogamy? It's not for everyone?
Think
Is that what you
everyone
said?
has their own personal thing. I think like we have this thing that like women are naturally monogamous, men are naturally not as monogamous. Women just get super attached. I don't think it's as, I think we've made it super general. I don't think everyone's monogamous. I don't think everyone's poly. I don't think everyone's like, people just like what they like. Some people.
Sure. But so are you saying women aren't naturally monogamous? That's what you wrote here in your
did
pre-show
write that.
notes.
So I think maybe to clarify, I just don't think that.
Don't walk it back.
I'm not walking back, but you're asking me to you're asking me I'm telling you what I meant.
Yeah.
Because I was in a DM, so I couldn't.
Go ahead.
Really
No,
flesh
go ahead.
out,
Go ahead.
but
You're fine.
I don't think that every single woman, just because you have a vagina, are you monogamous and do you get emotionally attached to everyone you have sex with? I just think that's a little bit of like a generalization that has been made about girls. Is that they every time you have sex with a guy, you're in love with them, you fall in love, but guys can just have sex with anyone and they don't get super attached. Like, I know guys that get attached super quick. I know girls that get attached super quick. I know girls that have sex with a bunch of people and don't care about any of them, and vice versa. So that's what I'm saying. Like I said from the beginning, which you could quote, is that monogamy, poly, it depends what you're into.
Sure. So perhaps just a yes or no on this. You said women aren't naturally monogamous. That's your position?
No, I just said my position. Again, that was like a very concise DM, so I know there were other sentences before and after,
sure.
But what I'm saying is just because you can't answer it yes or no, is that just because you have a vagina doesn't mean that you're more super inclined to being monogamous. That's all I meant by that.
Would you never be monogamous?
No, I've been monogamous before.
Oh.
I'm not I didn't.
I think it depends. Just because I know you so well, I think what you might be trying to say, and tell me if I'm wrong, is historically humans weren't monogamous, and then monogamy became like a thing, like over time ingrained in the culture. And so just like in general, not every woman is going to have the urge to be monogamous, or some women don't want to be monogamous but feel the pressure from where they grew up, what religion they're in, that sort of thing. So I think you could say that for men and women.
Exactly.
It's like monogamy isn't
both.
For everybody.
That's all. It's just,
Okay. Going around the table, or wait, I don't know if I went.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure.
I think what we lack is the freedom of choice. Too much of what people do is based on what others want us to do. That's it.
I don't even know what that means.
So, like an example with marriage, there is so much pressure, especially for women, to get married and have children by a certain age.
Yeah, that's because if they don't do that, they can't have children.
I mean,
that's
my mom
debatable.
does.
No,
She
it's
had me
not
when she was
debatable.
42.
No, it's not. No, listen. The amount of damage that you do that drastically can happen to you and the child just over the age of 24 drastically increases every single year. Every single year that you hold out. By the time you're 40, if you're trying to have kids, how many kids do you think you're going to have versus a 25-year-old?
men's sperm count drops too as they get older.
Yeah.
Just so you know, it's for both of us.
Generally speaking, yes, but a lot of it
there's
depends on
definitely
your
a difference
lifestyle
there.
because we all age differently.
I mean,
Oh, no. What? Wait a second. Yes, I mean, that's true, I guess, that we all have different effects when it comes to age. I would agree to that. But we don't all age differently, right? So we all age at exactly the same rate as everybody else.
I disagree.
Really? So if I'm 1 year old and you're 1 year old, how old are both of us?
Depends how you perceive time.
It depends on how you perceive
Don't you think?
Well, I think perhaps she's saying, like, if you take good care of your health,
Yeah.
there's some longevity.
Yes, the effects.
Yeah.
So sure, you can have the effects, but we age at the same rate.
But don't you
Okay?
think there's other things that can age you faster, like
Drugs.
trauma, drugs, losses?
Well,
Wait, hold on. Just
Those are
Boneman
effects.
538 donated $199. When was monogamy or mating for life something we mammals did not do? Lots of birds,
Right.
reptiles, and amphibians do it. Show me a successful polygamous society with matriarch or king with harems.
good point. Very good point. Bone Man 538.
Yeah, I definitely
Good
was
name.
saying like we
Good name.
don't like have an instinct to want to procreate and like be with other people, but like you don't see like a lot of species just like clinging on to one other species. But yeah, some do. Some like, you know, like they say lobsters, they mate for life. When they meet their mate, they're like, whatever. And then there's other like species that like they just be fucking everybody.
Gorillas have like this one king and then they have multiple.
When you take human behavior, right?
Yes.
We're not gonna compare ourselves to lions, right?
Biology,
but we still have primal instincts.
We're animals.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
But we also have higher faculties, so we can know how to do things which are good for us, even regardless of what our own carnal natures are. So, for instance, it might feel good to do thing which ends up hurting you in the long run, so you don't do that thing even though it feels good. Like, for instance, eating tons of chocolate in a single sitting. Might feel good, probably not very good for you, so lots of people would avoid doing it, right? Mm-hmm. Otherwise, we end up with like pure hedonism. So the reason monogamy is so good for the world is because it used to be that only a small subsect of men were able to procreate ever, because women are the gatekeepers of sex. So what happened is all the high status men would get the mass majority of women. That's what would happen. What happened when monogamy is really introduced, especially through Christian ethics, what ended up happening is now everybody has a mate. You see societal violence go way down. You see people are able to genetically replicate themselves. And so the biggest value to a species moving forward is replication, right? You have to be able to replicate yourself.
I'm going to agree with that. I just don't think that just because we do it doesn't mean everyone wants to do it.
Yeah, well...
Not saying it isn't good for society. I think
But that's just kind of like trivially
valid.
Yeah, but that's just kind of trivially true, right? So you can say that about everything. Like, not everybody wants to do everything. That's true, but we're kind of talking in a general
as a
broad
mass
view.
society,
donated $200.
Just one sec, guys.
I'm
Yo,
sorry,
thank you, man.
Brixan.
Appreciate it.
My male hormones naturally overcame me, and I made a disgusting comment toward Mira as she is wearing the least clothing, nip-spoking, enjoys turning down losers like me. What is this?
He didn't make a comment about your abs.
What does he want me to cover? My face?
No, don't worry about it.
What else do I need to cover?
Nick, do we have any paper bags back there?
I didn't get
you're
the
fine.
memo.
You're fine.
Just like
go
cut
ahead.
out the eyeballs.
Go ahead. Did you want to continue on with the...
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that monogamy, if you want to know why I'm so anti-degeneracy, why I'm so anti-promiscuity, things like that. If you look at all the Western nations where all the promiscuity is allowed everywhere at all times, like she says, I feel like we don't have a choice to do what? There's nobody stopping you literally from doing anything. Any form of degeneracy you could ever think of right now, you can basically do, and you have a right to do it at all times, whenever you feel like it, everywhere inside of the United States. I can't think of a single thing that you would be like, I just have to go and do this horrible degenerate thing. What is it that you couldn't go do right now? What choice are you being limited?
I'm not limited. I think I'm more so talking about other people feeling the psychological pressure of society. Like, women get judged, men get judged too, actually. Just there's so much judgment, and I think that's unnecessary.
Yeah, what's wrong with judgment? Judgment's good.
Because it stirs people away from doing what they want to do.
Yeah, but
as long as they're not hurting other people.
This is my problem, right? This is why
because you can do it doesn't mean you should.
So this is a problem with Twitch politics. You got Twitch brain, okay? So what's happened because of your Twitch brain is you hear all the hedonists on Twitch say, do what makes you feel good, man. The good is the good. Do the good. Whatever makes you feel good.
Have you ever watched my Twitch
What about
channel?
your duty and obligations? Do you have any of those? Do you just have a sequence of entitlements that you call rights with 0 duties and 0 rights?
Actually, Twitch chat also puts pressure on me. I think this is mentality that I came on my own, which was really hard because there's, like I said, so much pressure from everyone.
Yeah, but answer to my question. So my question is, do you just have a sequence of entitlements, or do you have any duties and obligations to anybody for anything ever?
Your question is very vague. Can you paraphrase it to
I
be more
don't know how it
specific?
could possibly be more precise. Do you know what a duty is?
Could you define that
No,
for
I'm
me?
just asking if you know what one is before I define it. Before we become too overly pedantic, I just want to make sure that you are going to tell me that you don't know what that word means first before I define it. Not that you're making me do it because you want to be overly pedantic.
English is my second language.
Yeah, that
I don't
doesn't
even
mean
know
that you
what
don't
pedant
understand
is.
what I'm saying.
What
I
is
don't know how
pedant?
this relates. She was talking about freedom of choice, and you said, well, you're legally allowed to do whatever you want. And then she was talking about socialization and being inculcated
because
to
what
have
did
certain
she-
habits. And you said, what's wrong with shame?
Yeah.
it's fine to be shamed, but she's saying that women aren't avoiding promiscuity because of the adverse effects that you think are inherent to promiscuity. It's because they don't want to be called a 304 or a slut. If you think there's
That's not what she said.
That is what she's implying. She's saying if there's actually negative side effects to having a lot of sex, those will manifest in themselves. It doesn't have to take the form of guys calling her a slut. That's the sort of
what we're talking about.
absence of freedom of choice. That is what she was saying.
No, we were talking about
monogamy. About girls being slut shamed.
We're talking about monogamy and the expectation to have.
She's saying society. She feels like it's not fair that society is casting stigma on social behaviors. That's what she's actually saying.
She's saying it's mutually exclusive with freedom of choice, and you understood freedom of choice to mean legal rights, and she was saying no,
not just legal
judgment
rights.
And socialization and stigma.
That's
and
what I'm
then
talking
you said,
about
what's
is
wrong
stigma.
With stigma.
Literally talking about stigma right this second. That's why I'm asking. Do you feel like you only have a sequence of entitlements which are given, or do you feel like you have any duties and obligations external to those? A duty, an obligation.
To who?
Like a
to
child
what?
or a dog or a job.
Like if you're a parent,
friends.
do you have a duty to feed your child if you're a parent?
I'm not a parent. You want me to imagine what it's like?
How would you feel if you ate breakfast this morning?
How would I feel if I ate breakfast?
Yeah.
Full?
Yeah. How would you feel bad if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
I would require more minerals. That is correct.
Okay, great. So we know that you can do hypotheticals. So let's not be pedantic then. So
I still don't know what pedantic is.
Yeah, you don't know what it is. You don't know what pedantry is because English is your second language. Are
That
you
is
sure?
correct.
Okay. Well, let's move into it anyway. I'm just going to ask, and I'll use really small words. Do you have a duty? And if you don't know what the word duty means, when I say it in the context of feeding a child, I'll tell you.
Are you asking me to answer if I had a child, would I feed the child? And that's
now,
your
do you have a
definition of
duty to feed the child? Some obligation?
I would feed my child.
Do you have an obligation to feed your child?
I feel like this is a lot of semantics.
Legally, yes, you do have an obligation to feed your child.
Semantics are super important. So I'm just wondering, do you have an obligation to feed your child?
I would feed my child.
Do you have an obligation to do that, though?
Yes, legally you have an obligation.
I don't understand.
You don't understand that when I ask you one question and then you answer to a question I didn't ask you, that you don't understand why I keep repeating the question.
Andrew.
If I say, would you feed your child? And you say, yes, I'd feed my child. Then that's an answer to that question. If I ask you if you have an obligation to feed your child and you say, I would feed my child, that's not answering if you think you have an obligation to do so.
I will feed my child, and that is the last thing I'm going to say.
No, but you would feed your child
because you
do you have
feel
an obligation?
Obligated.
Like because you have to, basically. You have to feed
If my
your
child is
kid.
hungry, I will feed him. Yes.
No, but do you have an obligation to feed your child?
Like, let's put it this way. You could. Some guy wants to fly you out to France for $2 million, or your baby needs to eat, and you're like,
wait,
well,
into the mic, please.
Well, the baby, I don't have to feed the baby; it'll live. But I can go on this France trip. Like, some people would be like, you know what? Fuck the baby. I'll hire a sitter to feed them. That's not my obligation right now. My obligation is like going to France and get this money. You know what I mean? So he's kind of saying like,
$538
Just one sec.
$199. Her very body embraces the duty to the child via the mammary glands.
That's true.
Okay,
I think you should specify. Do you mean like a legal duty or a moral duty?
I just said obligation first.
Yeah, do you mean legally or morally?
Well, that would be
or biologically.
First, I would need to figure out whether or not she even feels like she has any obligation or doesn't actually know what the word obligation means. If
But
you don't actually know what the
subjective.
word,
There's legal
I want to ask you something
obligations.
else. If he pulls up the definition of obligation and reads it to you, will you answer the question then, or are you just going to still answer it the same way?
I will try my best.
Okay.
Do you want me to? I can Google obligation, right?
If that's what you want to do, Brian.
An act or course of action to which a person is morally or legally bound, a duty or commitment.
A duty.
Moral and legal.
Yeah,
So both.
Specify
There we go
legal or
again.
moral.
Right.
Specify for her which one.
A moral.
I feel
will
like this is
make
a very
sure
easy question.
Let's
to
just
say
say
moral.
No, it's not. If you were to ask me, are you obligated to be nice to the person next to you? I could say not
Okay.
necessarily.
Are you should you morally feed your child?
Yes.
Okay, good. So now back over to you. Do you have an obligation to feed your child?
I will make sure that my child is well
Are
fed.
you morally
just
obliged to do so?
Answer the question, Myra. Did I get it right?
Mira?
Sorry. So I'm not doing it. I swear I'm not doing it intentionally. I'm like that
Yes.
brain dead.
I will answer yes.
You have a obligation to do so.
Yeah, but it's not in front of other people. It's because I care for the child.
Okay, but there is a duty there.
Okay.
Okay,
There
so
is.
now we've established you know what duty means. So do you have any of those in society or no?
Will I feed anyone else
That's
in the
not what
society?
I'm asking. I'm asking if you have any duties in society now that you understand the context of what duty means. Or is it all just entitlement?
I feel like I can make certain difference in life that would be helpful to people, but I don't have to.
Okay, so you don't have any duties or obligations to anybody else in society? Just a sequence of entitlements?
I don't know what sequence of entitlement is.
So like, let's take a right. Would you say a right's an entitlement?
Can you be more specific? Can you give me like...
Yeah, like your right to free speech for a context. That's an entitlement. Would you say you're entitled to that?
No.
No, you're not entitled to it.
I don't think anyone entitled to anything.
Nobody's entitled to anything.
Yes.
Except your baby to get food.
Yeah, but even there, like, it's all very subjective. Like, I would take care of the baby and feed the baby because I care for the baby.
Mm-hmm. But would you give a stigma towards people who didn't?
No.
Why?
Because it's none of my business.
So if people weren't feeding their children and they were starving because they weren't feeding them, you wouldn't want a societal stigma against that.
I'm not there to judge. There are other people that can do that.
So do you think
It's
that
their
the
job.
world then is going to be a better place or a worse place because you refuse to judge and allow us to societal stigma towards people who won't feed their children?
This reminds me of my childhood.
I need to ask, do y'all feel the same way?
Well, so a couple things. I feel like
I'm asking. I just want to finish this real quick.
I'm thinking, yes,
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
Is the world going to be a better or a worse place by you refusing to allow a stigma towards people who won't feed their own children?
So I think that the reason why this comparison doesn't work is because in the first case, the life of a child that is not able, I'm assuming, to feed himself or herself is a danger. And the second one, you're judging someone else's personal/sexual life.
I don't understand. Why wouldn't that work? We're talking about a stigma towards a behavior that we don't like to see the benefits in society due to the stigma.
Because like I said, the first one, someone's life depends on it. Mm-hmm. Somebody that technically is not capable of feeding themselves. And the second case, it's...
What are you talking about?
I
not
have like a great
affecting
example
anyone's
I'd love
health.
to ask her that maybe it could put it more specifically, like as an example
Okay.
and not so much as a statement. So here we go. When I was a kid, my dad used to like beat the living fucking shit out of me for like 15 years. And one day, and I sang my entire life growing up. One day I was singing. I come outside. My neighbor's like, "Oh my God, you have such a lovely voice. Like, you're such a good singer. Like, never stop singing." And I feel really good, feel really great. And then 10 seconds later, I realized, wait, if she can hear me singing, she can definitely hear when I'm like screaming bloody murder for help. And no one's helping. And so I think in this, what his question could go towards this: if you were my neighbor, would have you felt obligated to call the police
do you have a
and
duty
CPS,
to do so?
or would you have said that's none of my business? I'm not going to get into that.
Actually, that's
Thank
really
you. This
that's a
was
good framing.
Yes, that is.
That was
Thank you
good
for
framing.
clarifying it. So I think I should have mentioned, maybe I did, but briefly, is that as long as nobody getting hurt, if no one's health or life is in danger, do what you please. Do not let others influence your life.
Well, he's going to say promiscuity hurts people, but that example doesn't pan out to her because she's talking about personal choice in terms of desire, not action. So even if you don't want to feed the baby and you feel obligated to, you're still going to feed the baby. She's talking about personal desire to have sex being suppressed by stigma, not actually whether you act on it.
Or get married.
Wasn't
and
that the
have
point of the
children.
analogy? Weren't we talking about promiscuity?
Because we started off talking about with monogamy with her, then she came in, then she started talking about there's a pressure on women to have children
Right.
and to get married. That's not really related to promiscuity necessarily.
Right. What we're talking instead is about societal duties. So the question becomes, if we're looking at the United States, we're looking at Western nations, which are underneath the threshold for replacing their own people inside of those nations, way underneath, not even replacing themselves. Period. Is there any duty for us to do that? And you would say there's no duty to do that, right? There's no duty. So why wouldn't we, for instance, if I was the president of the United States tomorrow, why wouldn't I want to have some type of push towards women to see them kind of view this as a duty to do, a duty to try to get married younger, to try to have families younger so that I could bring that birth rate up, for instance, so that I could replace the society which I currently have. You don't think that that's a good idea?
You trying to replace the society? That sounds like some Hitler shit. That's
well,
crazy.
I think right now we're seeing a lot
What?
of. There's people that there's a
get off
couple
Mira.
things going on.
Hold on.
Boneman 538 donated $199. Natural law is upheld when no harm is done to persons, property, the public peace, and or the public trust. The entitlement of benefit comes with the responsibility or the sense of duty to the group.
Thank you, Bone Man 538. Thank you. Did you have something, Andrew?
Yeah, so
I think she accused you of being Hitler.
Yeah, so if my goal
Oh, sorry. Hold on one
Modest
second.
Hikima donated $200. Lamau, I was simping for a girl with a monkey playing cymbals in her brain. WTF came over me. Christ is Lord. Andrew W. Chicks need a civics class. Number 3 based. Promiscuity does hurt people.
What is based? I'm sorry.
just means awesome, epic,
Based in
cool,
reality.
sweet.
How does promiscuity hurt people?
Well, hang on. Back to before we get into that.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
If I say I want the population, which we currently have, to continue to replace itself inside of the United States, how's that like Hitler again?
I don't think she understands
She
what
misunderstood
you're
what
saying
you
at
meant.
all.
He meant like
this whole
replenishing
time.
the birth rate so that we're not decreasing in population over time.
Good luck.
Yeah. How's that like Hitler, though?
Because she misunderstood. And
Yeah, I
she,
know. She can talk. So how's that like Hitler again?
Because I misunderstood.
Oh, okay. So you're going to say that I'm not like Hitler then, and that's like the opposite of
It sounded
Hitler-esque
too
pop-
extreme to me.
To want to replace the domestic population of your nation, that sounds extreme.
Yes.
Why is that extreme?
Wait, did you want to come in?
No, I was just gonna say, I feel like the word replace makes it
Replenish
sound
is a better word.
strong. It makes it sound like you're like, maybe that's where the disconnect is.
Well, I think you're
it
saying
sounds
replace
like you're
because we will
saying,
all
like,
be gone one day.
I
But
know what
replace-
he's saying. I was just saying.
No, I'm saying for her sake. Like I'm
Snake
saying.
sheds his skin.
Okay.
replace. I think maybe it just sounded.
Andrew,
like
are you a
saying,
national socialist? Is I think what she's asking.
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, but that's what you're doing. If you have a child, you're replacing yourself, right? You're
that's a
passing your
natural
genes
cycle.
on. You're replacing yourself. That's the point of it.
Well, let
You're
it be
replicating your
natural.
genes. You're replicating your genes.
Yeah, let it be natural. Why are you trying to raise? What is
Because
it
if
that-
you hit under X amount of threshold and your population diminishes too much, your people go bye-bye.
But
Who
why does it have to be
cares?
on expense
Who cares?
of other
we are.
people?
I don't understand our human obsession with like thinking we're gonna be here forever. Species die all the time. If this planet blows up, we would be gone. If an asteroid. Am I
Keep going.
crazy?
Keep going. You're cooking.
You guys are looking at me
No,
like
you're
I'm
cooking.
crazy.
You're cooking. Keep going.
We have this weird obsession with thinking that we're gonna be here forever, like preserving. I'm all for like not littering, preserving the earth, but we think we're just so above every other species that we're just supposed to be here forever, and we just got.
I mean, the
bro,
eventual-
eventually everything comes to an end. Just like I'm gonna die, we're all
Are you
gonna
talking
die.
about the heat death of the universe in like trillions of years? Is that? Or is
No,
it
I'm
billions
just
or
talking
trillions? That
about
could
in
be.
general, like how the dinosaurs were wiped out by a huge
But let's
flaring
assume
ball
for a
of fire.
second-
But I'm just saying,
The
we have a
aliens
general
could take us.
obsession
Yeah, okay, I get
with
it.
like
I get what you're
thinking
saying.
that we're entitled
We should talk
to
about
be
aliens.
here forever.
But I
Pretty
gotta
soon,
know. I gotta
think.
know this. Assume that you could see that the outcome, based on policies that you had, would lead to that way faster. Would you want to avoid that as
Wait.
the outcome?
I'm sorry. What do you mean the outcome?
So, like, just assume that the outcome is if you do XXXXX, it leads to the human race becoming extinct. Okay. If you could then not do those things, and that avoids that outcome, don't you think we should do that?
One
Well, why
day
are the humans so
we are
important?
going to be extinct.
Why- wait,
One
why
day
are-
we're gonna be.
Yeah,
gone.
I get it.
That's the cycle,
so
right?
first
Like
of all, no, I
biology.
don't even concede that that's true. But even if I were to just say, you're right, one day human beings are just all going to be gone. If you could avoid
an
that,
asteroid.
if you had a way to avoid that,
I
would
don't
you?
think
What's the benefit of not avoiding it?
Yeah, like who cares if we're all if we're all gone?
Well,
at
I mean,
this
don't
table,
you
what would it
do
matter
like
me?
to exist, right?
Okay.
Honestly, no.
Wait,
Okay.
I feel like you're
Like,
looking at
I
it.
wanted to die most of my life. My last suicide
Well,
attempt was in 2020.
let's not
Okay.
get into that.
I think you're looking at it in too dichotomous of a way. Like, I could argue that the proclivities of different sexual orientations and half of girls not wanting to get married, some wanting to get married, some wanting to have kids can actually cancel out the chance of overpopulation. So I think you're looking at too much
Yeah,
like, oh,
but-
if we encourage promiscuity and lack of marriage,
yeah,
our
but-
population's going to die out, but we could be
Yeah,
mitigating
so let's
overpopulation.
like grant all of this. How does any of that answer to my question, which I asked her, which is to say this, and I'll say it to you too. If you could change the outcome and save the human species in this scenario by simply changing around policies or improving the way that human beings act, wouldn't you try to do that?
Policies as in maybe legally obligating people to perform in a different way for like the outcome of
Sure.
human civilization. Not necessarily.
Like, what would be an example of you not doing that?
So let's say you have a civilization of 5 people, and I don't think it'd be ethical necessarily to force those women to get pregnant if they don't want to by forcing the men to essay those women in order to keep your population going, right? Is that a fair example?
Okay, so let's assume then that you would only have to do that for whatever reason inside this hypothetical for a little while.
Yeah, I'm not a utilitarian in that way, so I would across the board say that that's wrong. Even if it prolongs the human species, I don't think women should be forced to give children
Even if
they
it would
don't
only
want
be
to.
for a short amount of time.
100%.
Right, so then the human species goes extinct.
Yes.
And so under that, is there any other parameters that you would look at?
It's a very hypothetical scenario.
Yeah, I mean it is, but
Yeah.
it's
But that was
it's all
kind of the
designed
point.
it's all designed to test the logic, and at
Yeah.
least the logic's consistent. So
Yeah.
what I'm trying to figure out is which policies and obligations and duties would you be willing to switch around in order to make sure that the human species didn't go extinct. So like, let me give you a counter example of one. So I'll concede on the essay one and just say, okay, fine, for the sake of argument, we'll let this one go.
Not for the sake of argument, what would you actually say?
Right? Well, I would say that you have a greater obligation
To essay the women.
if it meant,
I said essay, I saved myself.
Yeah.
He said if it meant.
If the opposition would mean global extinction, right, then I think that almost all people who were either deontologists or utilitarians or any form of ethics would probably say, look, that's not the outcome we want, right? It's like it's almost a horrible verbal bullet to bite, but not really, because the alternative is you're like extinction, and I think that's a worse bullet to bite.
Why?
Ultimately, well, because then you have.
I think the religion is maybe a point of tension.
Yeah,
here.
because then you have no way to produce any of the values that you're talking about producing to begin with. So it doesn't matter what your ethical system is, there's nobody around to have an ethical system.
Well,
So-
I think.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I mean, ultimately the result of, I think most people would rather exist than not exist, even if to exist meant that the life would be slightly worse or worse. I still think that they would prefer to do so.
And if they didn't, if those 3 women on this island said, I would rather the meteor hit us or I'd rather we die out than
yeah,
these
but
men
the
essay
question
me.
isn't their preferences. The question would be the preferences of everybody in front of that. So if the
future
human,
people.
if the whole human race is going to die. So
So the women would be morally obligated to let the men essay them for their future descendants to live on.
well, how would they be essaying them if they felt a moral obligation? They would just let them, right? So that wouldn't be essay at that point.
Okay, then the
I'm
women
only
don't
trying to
feel it, the men
respond.
feel it.
I'm only trying to respond to the specifics of your hypothetical and engage with the specifics of it. But the consequence for both are bad. We would just say the consequence of both are not consequences we want
Right,
to
and
see.
I think mine is
but
kind
what
of-
if?
yeah.
But so let me ask you a different one. What if you had to just restrict LGBTQ people from being LGBTQ, and then that would save the species? Would you do it then?
Nope.
Nope, you still wouldn't do it?
No.
All right, so
But
then
we have totally
so
different
then
end goals.
Okay,
For you,
okay, so wait a
you're
second,
placing-
hang
you're
on.
placing
Let me finish.
sustaining the
I'm almost done. I'm almost,
like banning it, making it illegal.
yeah, I'm almost
criminalizing it.
done. I'm almost done.
Okay.
It was
Okay.
10
They'd
years ago.
still do it.
It wasn't criminalized.
Right. So you would let the entirety of humanity go extinct to make sure that a form of vice or degeneracy, or in this case, things you don't consider that to be, but just sexual proclivities were allowed to be. You'd let the whole species go extinct rather than restrict that.
Yes.
Why? What is the basis for that?
Because I think a lot of natural proclivities align with what's good for people. So I think
Is it good for people for the species to cease to exist?
Yeah,
wouldn't matter
there's
if
no
they're not
people.
here.
I think it's morally neutral. Yeah.
It's morally neutral if nobody
It's
exists.
morally neutral for mankind to.
Yeah, because
Yeah, it's not-
if no
it's
one
not.
exists, no one exists. Like who?
Well, then why
who's here to
shouldn't
care?
so
you're
why
saying it's
shouldn't
morally
everybody
Brian.
just
Wait,
so it's
not
morally
exist
wrong.
themselves?
Wait, hold on.
Brian.
I've been asking myself
it's
that.
morally
for
wrong.
a while.
Hold on, guys, stop. Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
The consequence of what you're saying is then why doesn't everybody just non-exist themselves?
Well, that
No,
I
it's
mean, that's
not.
what I usually tell my friends. I'm like, well, you either gotta live or you're gonna kill yourself. Like, so
Well,
pick,
don't. You
pick your
can't use
poison.
that, but just say
That's not the same example.
non-existence.
Yes,
Well, just say non-existence.
non-existence.
So,
okay.
but think about this. You don't actually care about the consequence of that. So if everybody did do that, you just don't care.
yes.
Right.
I think the lack of
And you think that that's a superior moral position.
I
Did
don't
you
think
say-
either are superior. I think some people, I think instinctually what you were saying, yes, most people have the instinct to like want to live. And I think this is funny because I literally asked someone the other day, like, oh, if you were in a zombie attack, like, what would you do? And they're like,
We'll get right into the zombies. We'll get into zombies, then the aliens. We're going to come to the aliens in a sec.
So 3 men
Thank you,
and
Bone
3
Man.
women on an island to save the human race becomes a forced breeder program. BC equals no moral obligation to save, or Maslow's hierarchy, self-actualize as a mother. What else is on island?
Wait, what?
I'm not fully understanding.
So he's
like, I don't
saying-
think anyone got that, Bone Man.
He's saying the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I think, right?
But how does that apply?
But what is his
Well,
question?
he's saying that within the hierarchy of needs, we need people. So once we have that, then we'll have
need
all the
people if there are
we'll have
people
all the
around.
shelter, and we'll have all the this, we'll have all the that. But we would need people to get all of that. I think that's what he's getting at.
Okay.
I'm not making his argument. I'm just saying I think that's what he's getting at.
Yes.
I think you're talking about zombies. We can talk
Okay,
about
so
zombies.
basically what I was
Let's
saying
talk about
was, I
zombies.
asked him, I was like,
aliens.
what would you do if we had a zombie apocalypse, hypothetical, right?
Mm-hmm.
In my mind, I'm thinking like, go find shelter, go drive out. I'm like thinking, right, in the way I'm going to survive. And he goes, I would just unalive myself. And I was like,
What?
I didn't realize that was an option.
Some
that
people
you
don't
could
want to
No.
be tasked
No.
with like the.
Wait, we talked about this last show.
Yeah.
Didn't we? The zombie question.
Yeah, that was boring.
I think you said you'd unalive yourself too. I
Okay.
think you said you'd.
But those are two
Why-
different.
But so my point was, you're right. Most people
Wait,
would
who?
have.
Nick? Oh yeah, try not to slam the table.
Most people would have the instinct to like want to live.
Those are two different things, not unaliving yourself and not replenishing your race. So I don't know why we're conflating the two.
We're not talking about replenishing.
bring up the zombie thing.
replenishing your
I-
race. We're talking about humanity in general.
Yeah, but you're conflating having births to unaliving yourself, and those are completely different things.
Yeah, but that's because the conversation graduated between the two.
Okay.
So
It just
I'm
felt like
not
you're
I'm not
applying that to
disputing
that.
with you that in this case those are two different topics, but it evolved that way between us talking about the one to the other.
That was a heated moment on the Whatever podcast.
What was? The zombie talk?
No, not the zombie talk.
Yeah, that was pretty dull.
On the previous episode or
No,
this
sorry.
episode?
No, you can talk
Okay.
about zombies if you want.
So but you think that that's preferable? Like you wouldn't even try?
See, my first instinct as a human was to try. Like
gotta try.
my instinct
Gotta
wasn't
try.
to like give up and like
Gotta survive.
whatever. But then I realized, I'm like, if in the theory we're having a whole apocalypse here, and like why, like if a meteor's coming down, like why do I feel the need to get pregnant? Like let's
Wait,
just.
What?
If you had like
I can send. I'm sending an asteroid too. By the way, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, if you had like a 15-year-old cousin that you really loved, and he
Okay.
came to you and was like,
I have 6 godchildren.
yeah, okay, 15-year-old little cousin, and he said, I'm going to unalive myself. Would you try to talk him out of it?
Yes,
Why?
to an extent.
Why?
I think when you're that young, you need more like context.
Uh-huh.
But I think if you get to an age where you're like 30 and you're like, it's
Well, forget
still not
30. What about
working,
17?
still not developed.
18?
We're developed more around like 24, 25.
You'd have to wait till someone's 25 before you'd allow them to do that.
I mean,
Do they have to wait till they're 25 to get married or have sex?
No.
No, but this much bigger decision, right? You think that these...
Yo, Bone Man 538. Thanks for the gifted 50 memberships. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, so you think that they're fully capable of figuring out who they want to have sex with, getting married, probably going off and joining the military, whatever they want to do, but they can't
No.
make this decision.
Oh, I don't think that even at 18 they should be like the military.
What about sex? Can they have sex at 18? Is that fine with you?
I think so, depending how much the age difference is with the other person.
Okay, they're same age.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't care, right? But if the same 18-year-old came to you and said that they wanted to make this other decision, you think that they're enough of an adult to make this potentially life-changing decision, but not this other potentially life-changing decision.
What? So in turn, the life-changing decision would be to like procreate.
Yeah.
I guess in one scenario, it feels like it's their choice, and the other scenario, it feels like it's being forced.
No, it's both their choice
upon them.
No. In this particular case, it's like they choose to have a baby at 18.
Yeah.
Or they choose to unalive themselves at 18.
Yeah.
Both massive, life-changing, forever choices, right? And you think the one is okay,
I don't
but
know.
not the other.
Okay, well, before when they were just having sex, that was one thing. But if we're going bringing a baby in it, no, I don't think you should bring a baby in at 18 either.
$200.
Hold on just a sec.
Her instinct was to tell her
you.
friends to off themselves so that she can plausibly escape the zombies.
No.
Smart move. She is obviously the first dead.
Oh, no.
Explain.
Okay. Here, let me move the conversation
I
on.
wish I was that
Let me move
clever.
the conversation on a little bit. So we have a couple chats here. I'm going to get these. We have, it's coming up in just a sec. Fortescue, thank you, man. Never thought I'd come across someone with just the right amount of brain cells to be a brick. Ladies and gentlemen, we found her. I think he's talking about Kiki over there and with the blue hair. All right, thank you, man. Appreciate it. We have Grid 1 Motorsports here coming up in just a sec. Awesome. I walk into Dollar General Greta being purposefully obtuse and Destiny's Child arguing just to argue, going to be fun. Sorry, I missed the first bit. Hey, Grid 1, thank you, man. Welcome to the stream. And then we have Peacecraft here. Let's not linger too long on this, but he's got a question here. Andrew, ask Farha where rights come from. She cannot attack you on deontology while also holding rights are social. 6 men outvoted women, 3 women in society. This is what democracy looks like. I think this is, you guys have had a previous conversation about this. Maybe let's not linger too long, but if you guys want to.
Well, it's going to take a few minutes of lingering if we get into it.
Do you think more than 10 minutes?
I think we can probably get it done in 10
less
minutes.
than 10 minutes? Okay.
We'll try to get it done in 10 minutes.
Right.
So he's asking the first fundamental question, which is where rights come from.
Okay, I think we've gotten into this a little bit in terms of women's suffrage.
Oh wait, should we? Is that TOS?
Women's suffrage?
No, women's suffrage.
No,
not
no,
TOS.
like talking about.
We're not going to say repeal the. We're not going to get into any of that.
Go ahead.
I do agree with you that rights are ultimately decided by the culture at large and who decides to give it. Obviously, we had a point of contention about whether that means that women's rights are ultimately laughable since men are the stronger gender and could ultimately overpower them and stuff like that. I'll still disagree with that. I don't know if that necessarily applies to the hypothetical we were just engaging with.
Well,
we weren't really talking about rights.
And I'm happy to get back to that too. But what he's saying is there's no real way for you to attack the worldview if you think that rights are just kind of socially constructed, which I would agree with you, they are. They're socially constructed entitlements that have to be limited by duties and obligations. Mm-hmm. That's what they are. You would agree with me that that's basically what they are. Like you can't have it. Okay. So if the society comes through this through its deontological worldview or like universal ethics, you don't really have anything to argue. And if they come through it through utilitarian means, you don't really have anything to argue. That's what his point is. That's what I think he's trying to say. So then if you bring that chat back up, I'll read the other part and see if I can figure out exactly what he's after here.
Ask Farha where rights come from. She cannot attack you on deontology while also holding rights are social. 6 men outvoted women, 3 women in society. This is what democracy looks like?
Right. So he's saying, so if we're back on the island and we have a democracy and 6 men, right, are able to outvote the women are like, I don't want to be SA'd. And the 6 men are like, but we want to SA you.
Yeah, they could do it. I think we were more discussing what they ought to do.
But they're saying it's morally wrong for them to do it.
Is there a different example we can use besides the SA?
But that's what he's pointing to in his question.
Okay.
That's the only reason I brought it up.
A different,
yeah.
Maybe not SA, but like it could be like.
Okay, so maybe we'll just use some kind of.
There's like one
thing.
restaurant.
We'll just
on
call
the
it the thing. Do the thing.
Or is it like pizza? Maybe there's pizza.
So do the thing. We'll do the thing.
I personally would prefer if it was.
Yeah, and you were personally asking me whether I think that's right to do, not whether I think that's congruent with some other substructure of rights and ethics,
Well,
right?
what I'm asking you is
you were saying,
that
would it be good for those politicians to create those policies? And I said, well, what do you think of this micro example? And then you kind of conceded, okay, that's a bit unethical to whatever ethical framework you have.
It's not, I would say it's not preferable, but if I had to, I would do it. So I would still say that that's better than the alternative.
Better than alternative, that was different than the tone you had, which brought up the example, which is that you think we should be doing this, and that would be ultimately the best thing to do, which is create policies that create a situation in which the human race is sustained. And that's a completely different tone than saying, that'd be a bit preferable.
No. You're conflating two different things. So the first is into the hypothetical of the island, okay? That's the one where I would say, this is not something I would like, but it's preferable to the alternative.
Okay, so I think this is where the question...
Is it a tropical island, or is it like an island near Great Britain, and it's kind of
Okay, now you're
cloudy.
obstructing.
Okay,
so my point was, I see that as a direct microcosm of the type of society you're trying to create, in which you're saying maybe we should have policies on
but that doesn't mean
LGBT,
anything.
on promiscuity. No.
That's not even an argument. You can't
Wait, what do you
like,
mean? I haven't even finished.
Well, because you said you started this with a total stress. That this thing here that you answered to, I see as a microcosm to a society you're advocating for. That doesn't follow. So you have to start like this instead. You can agree with me and say, okay, you're right. Your alternative to this, I don't find that preferable. You find it preferable, whatever, right? But there's no microcosm to that. And I would make or promote in society that people got married young so that they had more children in society. How would those be a microcosm?
Because I saw the summary of your argument as this, that the ultimate good should be prolonging the human race, and politicians should be creating policies which create that situation in which the human race is being replenished at a high rate, if that includes suppressing female promiscuity, suppressing homosexuality. So then I said, if that's the ultimate goal, let's change up the structure of the society a little bit. We're on an island where no women want to have sex.
Okay, so
no women want to reproduce and birth children. Now, do you think it's congruent?
Yeah. Well, no, it's still not.
Why?
But it's closer.
Can you explain why?
I'm trying to. It's closer, right? But your problem is this, is that what is your actual argument here against me having the value first of humanity over LGBTQ? So if humanity could not exist with LGBTQ, what you have stated is that then it should die out.
I stated that I'm prioritizing autonomy over a utilitarian conception of prolonging the human race.
Right, but what could you think of? I can't actually think of a single example that I would say, like, for instance, if women couldn't in society get like gangbanged by 5 dudes, okay, that's still just a like sexual activity. Would you prefer that society be wiped out completely, or that women be allowed to do that?
Can you rephrase? Wait, you're saying either we criminalize...
If we were to criminalize, you can no longer get gangbanged by 5 guys.
Why are the examples always related to like? Is there any examples?
Is this not a show about sex?
Yeah,
I don't
so
understand.
Anyway,
why are you a prude all
hang
of a
on.
sudden
This is
for
almost
TOS?
done. It's almost done. Okay, so if it is 5 dudes, though, if you criminalize that, would the preference be that humanity goes extinct rather than criminalizing that women cannot get gangbanged by 5 dudes?
If getting gangbanged leads to people getting wiped out.
Yeah.
I think if you have no other objection to the gangbang other than it wipes people out.
What the fuck is this guy? Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
If you could draw like a line between how this is affecting other things, like when we have laws on things in terms of health and stuff like that, then I think that's a bit different. Like I said, I'm going to be a moral absolutist about this. I do prioritize autonomy over prolonging the human race. I think if that's what fulfills people and it's not hurting other people in any other type of metric, I'm going to prioritize that.
So this would be the case for all forms of sexuality or autonomy that you can possibly think of.
You chose something that's going to have a visceral reaction to people.
If that style, but the point is, right, is that if these policies or these things led to the extinction of humanity, you don't actually care, because it's more important inside of your worldview for the hedonism right now.
No, I didn't say hedonism. I said autonomy. What about this? Either everyone's wiped out or everyone lives in cages. They have food given to them once a day. You know what I mean? They're living barely.
Who's giving them the food?
I don't know, dogs, but that's not the point.
Well, then your hypothetical is not logically valid.
Why? Was the island valid?
What kind of dogs?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean...
It's a hypothetical. It's imaginary.
But a hypothetical still has to follow.
Okay, sorry, there's one person.
Okay, there's
that
one
help?
person who's caged all the other people.
I don't know who's caged them. Just imagine either everyone's in cages and one person, or a robot, because we're in technological
Robot,
age.
yeah.
Is
Roman 538 donated $199. Procreation is inherently a sexual act or an art form, so it's our demo that the females think they can have heteropaternal superfecundated twins and don't need the men. Thoughts on virgin birth?
anyway.
Well, hold on. Thoughts on virgin birth? What?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Thank you, Bowman.
Yeah, so either a military robot is feeding everyone in cages, or Brian.
I don't control it. It's
You
automatic.
do.
No, I don't trigger it. Andrew's nice. Phrases like your problem, I'm not nice. Your problem is you equate one body over another. Does a pregnant woman have a blank when preg without a boy? If not, how's that her body? Wait, what?
I think
Is this
she
a-
means genital.
Oh, okay. It must have. Does a pregnant woman have a penis when pregnant with? Okay. Is this directed at you?
I'm not even paying attention to this. I don't know what this is.
Be nice, Farah. Be nice.
Okay, sorry. Okay, it's gone. Okay, military robot.
He's asking about bodily autonomy.
Yeah, that's okay.
Is that a separate? Is that?
No. It's
I'm
tied
trying
in.
to stay on
Okay.
track for the flow of your show.
Okay.
Military
come
robot
back.
feeds everyone in cages or humanity's
Military
wiped out.
robot.
What is your
Which
contribution
military?
here?
But is it? sorry. Okay, I am kind of.
No.
okay,
Let's hear
I'm
it.
over here. Go ahead.
No, speak.
No, I was like, which military? But that's it's
Oh.
totally irrelevant. Okay.
Your
go ahead,
favorite
go ahead.
Now he's just
Go
having
ahead.
fun with it.
I'm just having a little fun. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You want to add in a zombie?
Just a little banter.
Maybe it's a zombie robot. Maybe it's
I
a
love
zombie
this. Okay.
feeding
Go
everyone.
ahead,
So a
go
military
ahead,
robot,
go
they
ahead.
feed everybody inside of cages, and
Yeah.
if we don't feed them all inside of cages, that'll be the end of of humanity.
No, I'm drawing a direct parallel to your example of either we eliminate gangbangs or the human race is wiped out. Either everyone's living in cages or humanity's wiped out. I'm just trying to show you the way I perceive autonomy. And maybe
Yeah.
you might think because you added in these degenerate activities that no longer, you know what I mean, entails to
it's a
autonomy, but
threshold
for me it
break.
does.
It's a threshold breaker. Let me explain what I mean.
Thank you, Bowman.
So if we walk this backwards, let's say I agree with you and I go, okay, if everybody's living in cages, you're right. I'm not willing to draw the line there. Okay, let's just say I say that. Okay, so yeah, I think that maybe that's not preferable to all of humanity going extinct, right? But I think that I could walk that back to a place where there could be activities where I would look at them and be like, well, I mean, if we outlaw those activities, why, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it seems like the alternative of humanity going extinct if we don't is much worse. You
The
know what
point
I'm
of,
saying?
obviously, I know you understand a hypothetical. The point of it was to try and deduce what your actual moral statement is from it. So you do prioritize.
Yeah, but you already understand what the value is. But what I'm
No,
asking,
I'm asking
is
you.
where
So
your
do you then
threshold
prioritize
is.
autonomy over prolonging the human race?
So let's say that within the Christian purview, I would say mostly, always, yes. But there could be some conditionals in which I would say no, just like there would be some conditionals for you.
Right,
It's
how
just
would
that the
you-
conditionals that I give you are much more obvious in society right this second. And so if the conditional inside of the society right this second, you look at it and go, people, 3% of humanity must be able to be involved in
Grid
LGBTQ
One
relationships.
Motorsports donated $200. Can we just kick Destiny's wannabe child already? Her nonsensical circular arguments are beyond old. Also, ignoring the questions of people donating is poor form. Show her the door.
They just throw in these buzzwords of circular,
It's a
and nothing
Bitcoin,
they've pointed out
if
that
you
I've said
wanna
is circular, but okay.
Well, almost all arguments are
Here,
ultimately
how about Farah? Let's do this. The TTS that just came in
You're gonna kick me?
previously. Huh?
Oh no, I thought you were going to say you're going to kick me for them.
No. Does a pregnant woman, so he said your problem is you equate one body over another. Does a pregnant woman have a penis when pregnant with a boy?
What?
If not, how is that her body? That's
I'm
not
so-
my question, that's his.
I'm so dialed into this conversation. Can you say that one more time?
Okay, does a pregnant woman have a penis when pregnant with a boy? If not, how is that her body? Is that related, Andrew, sort of, to this? Or?
Am I being dense? I don't understand the question.
Yeah, well, pull the question up on
Here, I'll show
the
you.
screen real quick.
It. Like,
It's this one.
Okay,
Andrew's nice
so
phrases
he's
like-
saying,
You
your
would-
problem is you equate one body.
How does that sentence even make sense?
over-
Equate one body over another?
Yeah, so this is how he ties it in. Does a pregnant woman have
A
what?
A penis.
Oh, okay.
How did
when
you know that?
pregnant
Are we guessing on
with a
that?
boy.
Oh, you can see it without the
Oh,
sensor.
okay.
Okay, so I see. So what he's asking then is like, I think that this is what's being asked. I don't know for sure, but I think that what he's asking is, if you had to outlaw being, the T part of the LGBT, if just that part, and if for some reason that part led to humanity going extinct, would you stop that from happening?
I wouldn't, and again, I think that's completely consistent. It sounds extreme, but I think this is all completely consistent.
Like what? I mean, you could say it's consistent, but it actually would be consistent too. It's not inconsistent for you to have a threshold breaker either. For you to have a threshold.
I was curious what yours is, because you keep saying you have one, but you haven't yet to detail it.
Well, you would have to outline. You'd have to outline every single scenario that I could ever think of.
Okay, so cages,
and in this case, I give you really easy ones.
Cages, no. Gangbangs, yes. T, yes.
Oh no, cages. Yes. I would still say that that's preferable to extinction because it's a temporary condition.
Yeah.
Here, let's switch things up a little bit, if time permitting. If we can maybe get back into it later on in the show. I do really want to come back to what I think kind of stoked this initially. It sounded like Mira. Sorry, my bad. You're not a fan of monogamy. I don't want to misquote you, but you're not in favor of monogamy, or what's your position?
I think monogamy should be a personal choice. There shouldn't be any pressure for whatever a person may think is best of an outcome in the future, because that's so subjective, and none of us really know what's going to happen because there's so many factors lead into it. So there's no point of putting those psychological cages on people in the present moment.
Couldn't you argue, for example, like having monogamy, as Andrew kind of already pointed out and articulated, nuclear family, monogamy, that's what's best for society.
Nobody knows what's best for society.
Well, I mean...
do you know that?
So...
Wait. You said nobody knows what's best for society. Would that include you?
Yes.
So how do you know that nobody knows what's best for society?
What I know is that there's no reason to pressure people psychologically to do or not do something if they're not hurting anyone
That's
around
ridiculous.
them physically.
You do it all the time, right?
Because you believe that there's going to be a certain outcome in the future and you're trying to predict it, because that assertiveness is actually concerning. You don't know.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say you're driving down the street. You drive a car?
I do.
Okay. You blow through a stop sign. Have you hurt anybody?
Well, I would be breaking the law.
Have you hurt anybody?
Have I hurt?
Have you hurt anybody by blowing the stop sign and not stopping? If you don't get in a crash...
If there are no people around...
There's no people?
Then I guess I didn't hurt anyone.
Right, you didn't hurt anybody. Do you think people should do that?
No, because that would be against the law.
No, well, okay, well, let's just assume for a second that we're talking about what's moral. And that's what we're talking about, is what's moral, not what's lawful. You would agree there's all kinds of laws which could be passed which are immoral, right? Like if I passed a law saying you can no longer be a member of the LGBTQ, you would consider that an immoral law, right?
Well, this is what I'm saying. This type of thinking is what we should be avoiding, because
I think we should be engaging with it. So let me finish real quick. So we're talking about a moral conundrum here. When that person blew through that stop sign, okay, he didn't hurt anybody. Nobody got killed, nothing like this, right? Did he do anything wrong?
He broke the law.
Yeah, but what did he do that's morally wrong?
Nothing.
Nothing. He didn't do anything morally incorrect. Even though he wasn't thinking about anybody else, right? He wasn't really living up to whatever his obligations or duty were for you. He didn't do anything at all morally incorrect, even though it could have led to this thing. It just didn't, right? This is what we're talking about here. So this is why when you say to me, you say, Andrew, listen, when you bring this up and you say, well, all that matters is that nobody's being hurt. Well, I can give you all kinds of actions where people aren't hurt, but you should probably still be against those actions, right?
Would a better example than the stop sign one be drunk driving? Like you can drunk drive but not actually get into a crash or hurt anybody.
I mean, it's an infinite amount of examples that we could come up with, right?
Yeah, but the point is that being LGBT is not against the law.
Holy fuck, this is like the most fucking
It still is in some places.
Well, no, nothing we've touched on has been.
It's a little...
Okay, so pick a topic.
But we can back up from that, yeah. That's fine.
We haven't done body count yet.
We could get into body count, but the whole thing with monogamy. But you were saying that we don't know if that's better for society.
We really don't know
the
how that's
nuclear
going
family.
to play out. Maybe there's going to be other species that will take over, and from their point of view, that would be best.
Huh? Wait, other species that are going to take over?
Do you want to talk about aliens? Isn't this the time?
Well, I'm. Are you, like, dolphins? Which species do you think is like, if you had the top 3 species that are the risk for us, where do you put it? Like, I think honey badgers are like number 1, number 2.
I love cheetahs. I'm going to bet on cheetahs.
Cheetahs are gonna, okay.
They're
all right.
sexy and so fast.
Cheetahs.
Okay. But like, you can't even, if I were to say, for example, that nuclear family, monogamy, that's what's best for society, do you disagree? Now, bear in mind, I'm not saying that everybody within the society needs to, there can be individuals that choose to not get married or have kids, but if a majority of people, it would be the best for society for the vast majority of people to be monogamous and for there to be nuclear families.
I think based on what I've observed recently going on in the world, I'm worried about a man trying to impose his or her ideology because she believes it's best, and then people suffering because of that, whether it's physical or psychological. I think we should be avoiding that at any cost.
So you think we should avoid suffering at any cost?
I think I made it clear what I just said. Should I repeat that?
Well, I'm looking for which of the value claims is important. So is it the suffering that's important? You want people to avoid suffering?
I feel like there's so much suffering that is unnecessary that's going on in the world right now. And it's very sad. I don't know if I should go into that because it's political.
I love politics. What's going on?
No, it's more so, I'm going to stop right there.
Oh.
Well, okay, but so my position is that monogamy, when it comes, look, I'm not saying that everybody has to be monogamous, but just for the best of society, if there's, hold on.
Butler donated $200.
Oh my God.
Brian,
Always
please
with the
educate
herpes. Always with the
Olga over
herpes,
here
man.
about how condoms do not protect from genital herpes, and she probably has it already.
Urologist.
If anyone accidentally
Wait, what?
touches her skin, drown yourself in bleach. #body count.
Who's Olga?
Ignore the, he's a urologist. He likes to say
He's hilarious.
things. If you want, shoot shots back. His name's Jay Butler. You want to fight?
Jay
somebody wanna
Butler,
fire
you're
back?
hilarious.
Anybody
Yeah, you
want?
can get genital herpes without condoms.
Thank you, Jay Butler. That was poetic. Okay, so do you think, would you agree that it's better for society for people to be monogamous?
At this time, no.
Why?
Because it's best if we have a freedom of choice.
No, that's not what I'm saying. There's still freedom of choice. I'm not saying I'm advocating that there be laws passed that would force people to be monogamous. But as the
Overall, generally speaking,
if we
You're just asking the consequence. So he's saying you keep everything how it is, everybody has the same rights, but if people move towards monogamy, do you end up with a better society than if people don't go towards monogamy?
That's a tough question.
Really?
Sometimes when I look around,
It's really a tough question.
it really is.
Why?
Yeah, because
are you oh, go ahead. Are you going to say, because there are certainly instances where even within monogamous relationships, those monogamous relationships don't work out, or there's divorce?
there's so many downsides to that. Exactly.
So-
like people really do feel the pressure, whether it's a male or a female, to be in that relationship, and their health goes down.
What's the best?
Health goes up.
It very much depends on the relationship, because like I said, they get stuck in toxic ones, so their psychological and physical health deteriorates.
What?
I feel like people gravitate towards monogamy because it's easier just in general, and that's maybe why
it
it's
easier?
better for society. In a polyamorous relationship, or just like having multiple partners, whatever it is that you're into, there's much more communication and honesty that has to go
Stacey
on
Goodenough
than being in a
donated
monogamous relationship.
$200. Can we move on from this BS? Also, Brian, we can totally see you playing solitaire in the reflection.
I played it for like 3 minutes. It was just 3 minutes. I was just having a little fun moment there.
Were you actually?
Yeah, I was playing solitaire for like 3 minutes. I was still listening. I was multitasking. It's just a little.
Yeah, but what about you then?
Sure.
Do you think that society is better off? Let's say that we kept, all of my rights in place, right? Just generally speaking, you think society's better off?
Modest Hikima donated $200. I would still simp fro number 1 BC. She dumb AF but hot AF. Chat hates, but FR she wants to cook, clean, and care. It's obvious. Brixan will cancel, but panel, do you support Israel or terrorists?
That's not really within the purview of dating, so we're not going to go there. But thank you for the. Do you want to respond to him though? I mean,
that was directed towards me.
Yes.
I thought it was directed towards Brixan.
No, the first part of it. He said he'd still simp for you because you're hot AF. Okay.
Grid 1 Motorsports
She gave you a heart
donated
thing.
$200.
Modest.
I am needlessly suffering through this panel's cookie replies and topics. Even beatin_cheeks has gone soft listening to these girls. I wish Thea future divorce lawyers and cat vet all the best.
Thank you, Grid 1 Motorsports. Wait, okay, I totally lost track what my question was. I was asking.
Does monogamy imply getting married?
No. Staying
not
with the same
necessarily.
person.
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
Let me ask you. I remember my question. So let's say there's a household with children. What do you think would be the best parental relationship for children?
What's the relationship circumstance?
Between the parents.
I mean, is it like
monogamy, like a harem?
I every day wish my parents would get a divorce and was like, oh my God. And then one day my best friend's parents got a divorce and it was like the end of the world for her.
Yeah, but do you think what he's asking is it optimal, do you think, for most parents, or most to be man and a woman in a loving relationship inside of a household? Do you think that that's mostly superior to like a single mom situation, for instance?
In this economy, yes.
In every economy, is it mostly superior? Like at all times, is it mostly superior to the alternative?
I guess two questions.
Yeah,
Wait, just one clarification. Is it most optimal for the family unit, for the children, and is it most optimal for society at large, broadly speaking?
I think if there's no abuse and like things of that nature, then yeah, it's optimal. There
could be abuse in other kind of arrangements, like polyamorous relationships too.
In all arrangements.
Okay, well, if we're spanning to all the arrangements, so then what's the question?
Well, let's just assume that, there's a large subset of otherwise healthy relationships, and some of them might be unhealthy. But that would also apply to all other kind of arrangements that people have, whether it's poly or whether it's a harem.
But I thought we were just talking about monogamy.
Well, we are, but that
having a monogamous relationship, two parents stay together for the kids is the better choice.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's not like I said, if there's not abuse going on, then yeah, I would say just in general, it's always like having someone else to help cook or clean or.
Is that what you think the value is? Is just the material value, or is there an immaterial value that's also useful?
I think there can be immaterial value, but
like masculinity and femininity and all of the different things that these non-interchangeable widgets known as man and woman bring to the table when it comes to raising a child.
I mean, yeah, we could throw all that in there, but I'm also like bisexual and wouldn't mind raising kids with a female or by myself.
Yeah, but do you think that that's an optimal arrangement versus having a man and a woman raise the child? Like what do you think is the most conducive thing for the most part? So we're not talking about everything.
I don't know, because I have two, like what I call two gay dads, and they raise a bunch of kids. Are we going homosexual, heterosexual? Does that matter in the thing? Like, are we just saying two people in the home?
No. Hold on. For the sake of the conversation, let's not introduce this other paradigm when it comes to sexuality. Let's stick to just monogamy.
$200. We're obligated to treat others as we'd like to be treated.
Thank you, Saint Reason.
Cooperation is vital to the human population continuing.
That's true.
Agreed. So it doesn't, in this monogamous relationship, it doesn't matter if they're gay, straight, bi, whatever. We're just saying a monogamous relationship.
Let's just keep it to monogamy, yes.
Okay. Then, yeah, I think it's optimal to have two people around to help with, it takes a village to raise a child. In that theory, I think it is optimal. Is there other benefits? Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Farah.
I think the whole point is it's supposed to align with your proclivity. So if you coerce someone who naturally is lesbian or gay into a monogamous situation, maybe they're more likely to cheat, and that's going to disrupt the family home and affect, have adverse outcomes for the child. So it'd be better for those people who have those traits, whether it's homosexuality or polyamory, to not enter those situations. But I think you're saying even if people do have that proclivity to fuck other men or fuck 10 women, they should still enter monogamy.
Look, I want to move. I want to keep it strictly to monogamy. I don't want to introduce.
But then what's the alternative? What are you pitting monogamy against in this situation?
You can,
polyamory?
Heterosexual, homosexual couples, they can both be monogamous. I want to keep it strictly on monogamy.
I thought we were talking about like one man, one woman, like femininity, masculinity.
Yeah, well, monogamy, he would say, whether you're pagan or homosexual, whatever, they can all enter into monogamous relationships. That's a
they can. I guess I thought you were talking. Were you not talking about female-male monogamy?
I was talking. I was. The question was just strictly monogamy.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So even if it's 2 guys or 2 girls, you think that as long as they're monogamous, that's optimal
that would be better than
like
it
a
being,
guy and a girl being
that would
monogamous?
be okay. That would be better than if it was like a household where there were like
sister wives.
There were like 5 men and they were all raising, or like 5 women, or 3 men, 3 women, like some polyamorous thing. I think it would be better for it to be monogamous.
On to your point of like femininity and masculinity, because just curious, because you're also talking about homosexuality, like, do you think that you need like feminine and masculine in a home to raise a healthy child, no matter like, is that what you're saying also, that like there has to be some...
Generally speaking, it's a more optimal arrangement, yes. Now here, I can kind of demonstrate this to you. You would agree with me that every human being on planet Earth has a mother and a father, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, do you think that, considering that humanity has thrived for as long as it has, that there's a possibility that that arrangement is maybe the best arrangement for why that has happened?
For why women and men why everyone has a mom and dad?
No, not why everybody has a mom and a dad, but the arrangement of having a mom and a dad seems to have led to humans thriving, and the mom and dad clearly have a vested interest in the child, right? They clearly have a vested interest in the child in that particular configuration.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people who don't stick around to raise their kids, so I think...
Yeah, but those are outliers. Those are exceptions to the rule, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
but there's a lot of them, so that might not be
and that's
such an
increasing,
exception.
but I would make the argument that that's increasing because the amount of what I call social degeneracy is increasing. So behaviors like that, people are more apt to engage in them because of a lack of stigma and social shaming in society.
But do you think the government has anything to play in that?
I know. Hold on. Okay. I want to move this on.
Okay.
All right. So hold on. Let's. Jesus Christ. Okay. Hold on. Wait. Let me see. Sorry, guys. I'm just getting my notes caught up here.
I don't know what I'm not supposed to be moving into. I feel like I keep on moving into something that I'm not supposed to, but I'm not sure what it is.
I feel like we're kind of, I don't know.
In the weeds.
Huh?
In the weeds.
No, not that. Here, let me move things on.
Okay.
Haley, I got some questions for you, getting into some of your notes.
Yes.
In your pre-show notes to us, you described yourself as a socialist.
Yes.
With an interest in
traditional values.
Communism. You okay, Nick?
And communism.
Nick, you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. You said, okay. Sorry, go ahead. You said interest in communism?
Communism, but also like some traditional values.
Communism?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Or no, no. Well, you said, okay, so.
I don't, that's why I say socialist, because I'm still like doing my deep dive into communism. But I think if communism worked how it was actually supposed to work, and not how like we've had the Red Scare and how people in history have painted out communism to be, then yeah, I think communism would be a great concept if we could do it properly.
A stateless society?
To a degree. It's just everyone helping everyone having homes, everybody being able to like have some kind of food, water, shelter, clothes. Like, I feel like the recklessness that you've been kind of referring to is part of it is like people like stealing because not because they want to steal and because they want to be reckless, but they want to resell the stolen merch so that they could buy their baby diapers or afford formula. And so I agree to a degree some of the reckless behavior is going up, but I think also part of that is there's people that do want monogamous, the nuclear family thing, but we can't afford it in this economy the way like inflation's going. It's like there was an article that was like, millennials don't want this, they want to downsize, they wanted this. We would like marriage, we would like, not everyone, but the government and society hasn't set us up like that. So I mean, if you're into this whole procreation thing and like that's like very important to you, wouldn't communism like make sense because everyone would have everything they need and therefore we would could focus on procreation?
So the problem with this is you're making a materialist argument.
Okay.
So let me just walk you through it. What you're saying is, right now we have the best standard of living that we've ever had in history. There's more materialism available to anybody than there ever has been. We have cell phones and we have big screen TVs and we have these great cameras and we have all this electricity and these light bulbs and all the clothes and all the new cars and all the this and all the that. If we just added more materialism, wouldn't people have children?
I think she's saying if we evened it out.
I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking just like the minimum wage.
Yeah, but right, but all these people have all of these things already intact. They already have the houses, they already have the money, they already have the everything. They're still not having the children.
A lot of them do.
They do, and you want to know who has the children? The people who don't have that, the poor people, the people who have no money, people who have no housing, the people who live poor. Those are the ones that have the most amount of children. Poor people overwhelmingly have more children than all the rest of the segments of society.
A lot of that has to do with lack of resources, though, which could be government funded.
So then it can't be a material answer. So it can't be a material answer to my question of when you say, if you want people to reproduce, shouldn't you give them more material means? Like, well, every time I look at the people who have the least amount of material means, they reproduce the most.
Not even material means. Well, if they're that, I don't understand how they have the most material means, but they're also the poorest. Because I'm not talking about material means. I'm just talking about
no, the least. I said the least. So they have the least amount of material means, and they still reproduce the most, even though they have the least amount of materialism. So that's not going to help me with my goal.
Okay.
So what you want, though, is when you say I want a fair allocation of resource, I want people to have, I don't even know what you want them to have, because every communist is different. So let's just say, like, I'm going to be maximum charitable as I can possibly be to you. Everyone gets a house, okay? Like, I don't know, a starter home. I'm guessing you don't want everybody to have a mansion, right?
No, everyone, basic house. Everyone has enough house for all their kids.
And they have basic things being taken care of for them, right?
Clothes, water, food, electricity.
Now, the fundamentals to this, the big problem you have with this worldview is when, even though you think of rights in a different way than I do, using your kind of reasoning for what a right is, do you ever have a right to anybody else's service?
No.
Well, then communism can't work. And free healthcare can't work. And none of those things can work because you're saying you don't have a right to the services of others.
I could understand that. And recently, though, I was reading about this village in Italy, and it's a communist village, and around roughly only 30% of them choose to work, and the other 70% just live their lives. So they kind of just live together, whatever, but not everyone works and serves, but doesn't mean that their life is less valuable.
Yeah, but the question becomes this. Let's say in some small scales, different communes can work because they always have been able to, right? You can have a bunch of like-minded people start a commune and all of them work towards a common good, no money, no nothing. Nobody's saying that can't work on a small scale because everybody's agreeing. But on a large scale, when you have people who don't agree, they're like, wait, I don't want to be your doctor.
Doc Venabilis donated $200. You communist idiot. Everything you said is exactly what people lack in communist countries. If you really want to be a red, you are free to go live like the Amish right now.
What the fuck?
Like a redneck?
Yeah, well, he's saying a red, like a communist red.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, what are your thoughts on capitalism? You like it?
Well, you mind if I just finish this last exchange?
Sorry, go ahead.
Almost done.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
We're very close to being finished with this. So the thing is that if you can't compel other people to give you service, if you have the best heart surgeons, and you have the best at breast augmentation, whatever it is, right? They say, I'm not doing that shit for you. I'm not going to go open up that guy's heart, and I'm not going to fix it. I'm not doing it, right? You don't feel like you can compel him to do it, right? So then he's going to be able to name his price, and your communism doesn't work. That's the big hole. The big hole is that the reason you always see communist countries, which are completely and totally authoritarian, run at the literal barrel of a gun, is because they have to compel people to give their service. And if you're not willing to do that, you can't have communism.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like, that's not what I think true communism is. And I'm not saying communism would work in America. I definitely don't think, I mean, maybe one day that would take a lot of whatever, but I don't think we're going to ever get there, especially in our generation. But I do think that if it happened, it would be like a utopia, which is hard to imagine everybody like somehow having their part, or just making the flow of everything work so everyone can live and choose whether they want to work or not work. But
wait, so in a communist utopia, what would be the
if you want to work, you can work. If you don't, you don't have to. But what about
like, because there's certainly jobs that are currently under capitalism that are undesirable, and I suspect those same jobs would also exist under communism. Like there's some jobs that suck, right? That are dangerous.
Wants to go do the sewer work, in other words, in your communist utopia.
I mean, people get up and do it.
They do it now because they get paid a lot of money. They have a higher incentive than other people who do other industries because they're doing a horrible job and get paid a lot for it.
Under communism, you can either be like, would there be like movie stars under communism?
I don't know. I haven't thought that far. What do you mean by that?
But let's say I want to be a movie star under communism. But there's also a job that requires men to go into the sewers or be line workers, go into below freezing storms.
Be a movie star.
But wouldn't everybody want to be a movie star versus having an undesirable job?
Even for a hypothetical situation like this, I feel like that's more like exaggerated, because at some point people there wouldn't all just be movie stars.
$200. You would not last a week in the breadlines. No communism for you. Socialism has failed or is failing in every society. The claim it just has not been done right is horse hockey.
Fair.
I have a point about, and I guess I can ask your opinion on this, but what if you, in the communist utopia that you're speaking about, what if you had to be the line worker? Like, I think that's where it kind of falls apart, right? Because nobody would choose to do that.
I'm personally
but it's required.
So if it's like, if it's kind of like one of those dies for 1,000, then I personally am probably one of those people that would be like,
do you see what I'm saying? Like,
that's like Mao.
But that's a very rare thing.
So Mao goes and he
says,
says,
I'm saying there's more people that's got to exist like me.
He says this country
eventually
really needs trenches dug in a big way. It needs some infrastructure work. We have too many of those academics. We don't need them anymore. So all those people who wanted to be academics and were academics, they were the really smart people, he made them dig ditches. Because that's what they needed. That's what they needed in their society that's what he said anyway.
Okay.
This is what we need. So you academics, you dumb eggheads, all you people who come up with all these smart ideas, dig ditches.
Yeah, dig some holes.
Right. So, but the thing is,
I think it's easier to speak in a hypothetical situation, though.
But we're also
like, I get you're a good sport, but like, would you actually?
We also live under capitalism, so for us to try to really like rationalize doing these things under communism is crazy, because we live with the freedom to like choose.
Right, but that's like speaking about any
places that have been like remotely like untouched by society, where like they don't clock into jobs and the women have babies, like someone's a cook, someone's a nurse, someone's a midwife. Like there's societies where that's like no one's forcing this person to like be the nurse or be the medicine man or whatever, but we're speaking from like a place where we can go out and like we know there's people who make like $30,000 a month or whatever. We're speaking from like a very of course we wouldn't be able to like rationalize communism.
For you, under communism, would someone who requires significant educational achievement, academic achievement, for example, somebody who wants to be a brain surgeon, would they somehow live better under communism than the person that doesn't want to do anything? Or would it would be totally equal? Because then what is the incentive to or let's say a physically laborious job, which is damaging to your body, what would be the incentive if you had the option to not work,
That's what
to go spend this time?
Some people just like helping other people.
Is that
and I
enough
know that's like the most
motivation?
cliche. Yeah, it's hard because in this society, like, people want something out of it. I asked my dad, will you go to therapy? He goes, what's in it for me? Like, you know, that, like, society is, especially in America, like, well, what am I gonna get out of it? But I truly believe with my corny little heart that there's people out there that just want to be like, I'll help my neighbor, or, you know,
but the
I'll
thing
do
is,
the right thing.
Don't they do that now then?
Right, we
What
still have
about
a
it?
choice.
Yeah, but do they do that now? Because if they do that now, then what do you need communism for anyway? If that's just the natural inclination of everybody to do what's nice and neat to everybody.
If more people could afford to do the right thing, I think more people would. But sometimes doing the right thing isn't always affordable.
Who can't afford to do the right thing?
Like, not everyone can afford to, like, give the homeless man change, or not everyone can, like, give someone a sweatshirt off their back.
But if you can't afford to give a homeless man change, and so you haven't done the wrong thing. So the thing is when you're talking about the right thing, you're saying, I just believe in my heart that basically everybody really wants to do the right thing.
Yes.
Then in capitalism, is everybody basically doing the right
Grid
thing?
One Motorsports donated $200. Under communism, no free college, no free speech, no free anything. No idea why people think communism is somehow going to be this existence where they do nothing they do not want to. Grow the F up.
Yeah, I'm just saying the people's nature shouldn't change between communism and capitalism. What would be the change in the nature?
Survival,
changes.
Literally, like, I've been homeless before, and when I've been
most
homeless,
people are
my
never homeless.
instinct, that's increasing day by day, and there's people that don't even have $500 to $100 in their bank account for a rainy day.
Decreasing.
Wait, I've got a question. You guys all have, what's going on? What?
Oh, it's just hard for me to sit for such a long time. I'm backwards. Can I be in the back
Nickelodeon
moving?
donated $200.
Can I move in the back?
One day in my communist utopia, Jennifer Lawrence
stretch
will
a
be
little
my
bit, or-
wife, and you women would stop saying such absurd things. And Myra would grab Brixan by the hair and throw him against the wall.
Oh.
One day.
Okay, all right. Nickelodeon, thank you very much. There's another one that's about to come in, so I'm just waiting for it. It's just one after the other. Thank you, Nickelodeon. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, Grid One. Thank you, Modest Hakama. That's about to. Oh, Flame Life. Thanks for the gifted 5 memberships. Hold on, it's about to trigger. One sec, guys. Yo, Flame Life. Thank you, dude.
Modest Hikima donated $200. Do you really think you would thrive under panel when on a third date and I ask what is your view on the conflict in the Middle East? What is your answer? If Brixan redirects, he loves Hamas.
Just trying to.
I mean, I don't think anyone would survive under current communism in other countries and how we've painted out communism to be. And conflict in the Middle East is different to everybody, you know. I think there's a way that there's weirdly a neutral side. I have friends that are very free Palestine, and I have friends that will, like, take a bullet for Israel, and I can somehow land in the middle. So,
question for you. So, in communism, and look, this is not a topic I'm particularly well versed in, but in communism, let's say nobody wanted to do a certain job, would there be an authority that would force people to do a certain job? Like, let's say there was a necessary job that just had to be done.
I think by nature, people would eventually see how bad the problem's getting and then bond together to fix it, if it really got that bad.
But what if nobody wanted to become like a brain surgeon or something?
I mean, in this situation, then we're
Saint_Easy
fucked.
donated $200.
Oh, thank you, Saint Reason.
Kiki, as much as I try to fight it, I'm no match for you. You've won my heart, now and forever.
Okay. Thank you, Saint Reezy. Appreciate it. We have Grid One coming in here. Question related to. Hold on, it's Grid One's about to come. Nick, really, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Oh wait, too late.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200. Last on the subject, communism sucks the life out of everything it touches. If you cannot handle money or make money, is your fault. The opportunity is there for all. I grew up dirt poor. Now I am not.
Now he's not. Grid 1. There you go. And same for Andrew. Question for you guys. Under communism, and I don't know, maybe some of you don't want communism, I don't know. All of you do OnlyFans, correct? Under communism, would you do OnlyFans under communism?
Would you be able to?
Sword Liz. Would you want to? I don't know. I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, I
still do. You don't make money from it, right? I don't think you'd make money.
Well, I'm not.
So
I'm
all
not
the
a communist,
OnlyFans would
so.
just be it just be free? There's like no charge for the OnlyFans.
I mean, yeah, I guess if that's something I really like enjoyed doing to that extent.
Thank you for
I
that.
right now just see OnlyFans as like a job and not so much like, oh, this fun thing.
Okay.
How much porn do you think would be reduced?
What do you mean?
It would be
like
I don't do porn
it'd
on
be like
OnlyFans.
1% left of it or less. Like
not everyone does porn on OnlyFans though.
No, I'm not even talking about just
Wait, under communism, is it like only jobs that have some sort of I don't know, I'm not
doing OnlyFans. Probably would that really exist under communism? Would it really?
I mean, if you just really love
would makeup, like, would there be no makeup on? Because like there's not really
be makeup. There is makeup
for
yeah, but who wants to make it? Like, who wants to go to the chemical plant to make women's makeup?
They don't have to make it. I mean, you could do it with berries or like natural
That's
dyes.
what they used to do.
Oh shit!
Like, what do you think Native Americans used to do? Like, it's not just for like, men's.
Yeah,
gays.
but who's gonna get all the berries for you to put it all over your face?
Go outside.
Why don't I go fucking do it?
Let's go.
Well, I mean, if you live in the middle, like, let's
forest.
pretend you live in the middle of the city. Like, where are you gonna get your fucking berries for your makeup? You know what I mean?
You probably.
Do you think that a minute ago you said that it's the way that communism is happening?
Oh my god! Thank you, Modest. Thank you. Go
The way
ahead.
that communism is happening in other countries.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you tend to believe that would be the way it would continue on? Like, why would it be different in your communist utopia?
Well, I think there's just a lot of like things backed up politically in all those different countries that have communism.
Right, but why would they be different in yours? And how?
Because I think communism isn't just about like putting the power in like one, like when I see other communist countries, even though it's supposed to be like for the people, you usually see like one kind of like dictator or something.
But why? Like, why is it like that?
Politics, eugenics, racism.
I'm just asking because
Well, no, it's like that because the reason you always have to have a strong man, you have to have force in those nations, is because they have to compel services of people who would not ordinarily give them unless they were paid. That's why. That's why you always have a strong arm authoritarianism inside of communism to the point of ridiculousness, is because how do you get medical services from people who don't want to give them to you unless you pay them? Like, how do you do that without compelling them to do it?
My friends that are nurses don't want to be like.
The thing that
digging
makes it
people up out
nice
of
to
a
be a nurse is that you get paid so much money.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm
the thing
saying.
that people like about it.
Here, let's.
There are no nurses in your communism.
Like, who wants to go wipe
Nobody
an
loves
old
that.
man's butt? Who
What
wants to
about
go
what
wipe
about
the old man's
janitors?
butt?
What about janitors?
No one likes to wipe old people's butt, but if it's something like you're talking about an obligation or a duty, then you do it. You just man the fuck up and you do it.
Right, an obligation or duty, but an obligation or duty is not a thing that you guys, when I asked everybody at this table, basically,
I feel like she only answered that question.
The same question for obligation and duties. I think that your kind of threshold there is that you don't really think that there's that much in the way of obligation or duty in comparison to kind of the I can't even, I don't even know if I can say it, so I'm just not going to, but whatever I would deem like degenerate behavior, right? You don't have any duty. Do you have any duty to not do any form of degenerate behavior? That would be the question.
So reasons not to do degenerate shit.
Yeah, and what degenerate means in this is without morals. It means without morals.
Loads.
Yeah, loads of stuff that you should move against.
I mean, reasons why I have those duties, or like, I mean,
okay,
I have godchildren. I don't have much family. Like,
now, if somebody doesn't want to do one of those duties, this is the question: would you make them?
I don't think you can really like make it. You
Well,
can be
then inside of your
disappointed. You can just like.
then inside of your paradigm, if we apply the same thing and say, okay, you think people have duties to do this, and then they don't. Well, nothing gets done.
That's
right?
why we call it. That's why I'm calling it a utopia. Because do I think that will actually exist? No. If it was supposed to work the way what the framework is,
Yeah.
and not the leaderships and the politics,
Where
and
everybody had to do the horrible job except you. Right? Everybody but you.
All right.
no. I feel like I'm the one to do the most horrible job.
Well,
like,
if we did have communism, would you take the job of working in the sewers?
if I had to.
If
What
you
do you mean
had
if you had to?
If I felt like the people in my village or town or wherever weren't like standing the fuck up.
$200.
Here,
The
after
shopping
this, I'm gonna
cart
move-
is the
I'll move
ultimate
on.
litmus test for whether a person is capable of self-governing. If you can't depend on PPA to return their shopping cart, how can you count on them to do right?
It's a good question.
That's very true.
I always put my
That
shopping cart
is
back.
true, Raven DT.
Well, it's capitalism that's
What we
preventing
need
them from
is
returning the shopping
Farha to
cart.
chip her up a little bit. Stop sulking in the corner there.
Are there still cookies on the table? I'm kind of hungry.
Are you're hungry?
Are there still cookies
Yeah,
available?
I don't think they've even.
Can I walk around, please?
No, wait,
I'm
just
feeling
go-
really restless.
Just recess.
Just wait just a sec because we will give you more attention. I know.
No, it's not attention. Like, really, it's my back. I can be still in a frame in here. Is that okay?
Do you want to do jumping jacks or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Or maybe just.
I think the audience would be okay with that.
What?
Freebies. You want to give me a massage?
No, I'm not. I mean, if you want to stand behind me and give me or. Well, I don't think. No, maybe not Andrew, but.
So no cookies or.
Yeah, they're over there on the
They're over
counter.
there if you need to get.
They're on
Well,
the table.
you're both going to excuse
I'll
yourself?
bring the cookies.
I asked first.
The nice lady brought the cookies.
Oh, I guess you can eat them here if that works. Okay, here I'm gonna do some chats, guys. Yo, Savage Chipmunk, let's remove women's right to choose who they date altogether. They have no idea as to what a high value man is in the first place, and they don't even use their brains. What? I don't know if I'm not sure I agree with you on that one, brother. Okay. Harem life and 3 okay, brother. Okay, that's a little much.
Grass.
All right, we have Doc Venablis here. Why is she coming this way?
These actually are so dope. They look like soap.
Are you-
Green or orange? Which one?
I think. Wait, what are you doing over there? She's the hungry one.
I was trying to order the host.
Oh my God. Okay. In communist Cuba, doctors are slave labor and get paid $50 a month. Cab drivers make more money. My apologies to the Amish. They live freely. Yo, thank you, Doc Venablis. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay, I've got some pre-show notes here. Oh, did you want to address that really quick? I'd like to try to move on from.
But I'll take one.
Oh, okay. Wait, what? What?
Oh, cute.
Okay. You also said, kind of not related to this, that feminist, you consider yourself a feminist with traditional elements.
Yeah.
Oh my God, these are going to be so fucking noisy. Okay. Can you guys really not just chill for the... Are you really that hungry?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just try to be quiet when you're opening these, I guess.
Just get rid of the plastic.
Probably fine. So you say feminist with traditional elements. So I'm just curious, what are the traditional elements?
So like when I date a man,
Yeah.
like that is something where I think I value more a traditional sense of
Mm-hmm.
like we talked masculinity and femininity.
I'm sorry. I know it keeps interrupting you. I know.
$200.
They're-
If communism is so great, why so many migrants from communist countries to the USA?
Good point.
Do you want to move to China and live under Jinping?
No.
Hashtag feminism is cancer, sorry, Brixan.
We just haven't done it this right yet. We haven't done it the
we haven't done
right
it.
way this time. We haven't done it the right way yet. That's the whole problem every time, right?
But so you said when it comes to dating, you prefer some of the more traditional elements with men. So just
Yeah.
What are some of those?
So like for example, like I feel like I don't mind the whole like cooking, cleaning, I guess you would say like the modern housewife kind of bit, right? But I also think that comes with like a man who can provide and like take care of the other things while I do those things. Whereas like today, so many guys are like, I want a traditional housewife that has a full-time job and pays half the bills and like, so I still am interested in some traditional values. But I mean, like, for example, I think men should be allowed to like express their emotions and cry and have that. But I also think like if we're talking about masculinity these days, or more so like LA, guys are like act more like women.
I'm sorry that they it keeps interrupting.
Can we move on? The circus wants it tent back, and it is obvious this 304 is just spewing stuff someone told her while she was high. Question for the panel: how low should you bow to your man?
I mean, what's he bringing to the table? Like,
I think that's a problem. The what's he bringing to the table? Kind of like,
well, that's get asked to girls all the time. Well, I've literally been told I work too much, I make too much more money than a man. Like I've personally encountered men that were threatened by like how nice my apartment was, how much money I made, how much, and this and that. And although like,
I don't think men are feel threatened by that.
Okay, I will say it's some men, if you're insecure, that can make you uncomfortable, because we have put a lot of pressure on a man to provide, and in turn that means providing financially. And so sometimes, not every single guy, but some men are intimidated by if you make more money than them. I don't know if she's saying that makes her better than
not
him,
every man I've dated, but there's definitely been a handful that were just like intimidated, like, oh, I didn't have this apartment when I was your age, or oh, like, why are you always working? When are you gonna make time for me? But it like,
I think that veers off your comment though about what he brings to the table, because if it was the other way around, I don't agree with that either. Like, what does she bring to the table? Because, and not to say that
you go off, sis, let it all out.
Well, I'm just saying that maybe in regard to her going on 100 dates in 2 months, that maybe whatever she's looking for is outside of the realm of that,
like an average person,
or even an above average person.
Here.
I didn't know if you were going to say something.
I think power dynamic is very important. So whenever a woman starts making more than a man, or providing more when it comes to like relationship or household, etc., the question comes, like, what is the man for then? That there has to be some type of balance, right? There has to be something that he's giving back. And then again, traditional ways, which you probably will agree, they suffer too, because if woman is the provider, doesn't she become the dominant one in the relationship?
Yeah, I don't think it's a power dynamic thing. See, I would say the opposite. I'd say that there's a different preference between different sexes for the things that they value in the other sex. And so in this particular case, I don't think that men value for women for the amount of money they make. I don't think they give a shit about that. I don't think they've ever cared about that. There might be some men that you can point to, but that's always the case, right? There's some men you can point to who might value this particular thing, but in general, that's not what they value.
Do women
wait,
value that in men?
hold on. You had quite a big reaction to what he just said. So.
I mean, there's so many guys in LA, what we call hobosexuals, that are literally just like living in their car on Tinder, Hinge, whatever it is,
waiting
just to fuck every night so that they have a place to sleep. Like, they very much care.
But I don't think in one of the worst metropolitan progressive mecca cesspools which has ever existed, that's comparing the men there to, you know, this
Middle
really
America
small
man.
sample size to just men on average globally. Like, just think about this globally. Clearly, if you look at the traditions of mankind, were women the providers? No.
Kinda.
No.
Not financially.
Well, oh, yeah.
No, I mean, just not at all.
I mean,
They were not the providers for the family.
but they're providers of cooking, cleaning, keeping the family
we're
together.
talking
Like, you don't think that's...
financially.
Yeah.
So we are talking financially.
Well, no, it's even hunter-gatherer. If you would take a hunter-gatherer society, who are the hunters? and who are the gatherers?
Didn't women used to gather berries?
Yes,
and
the
shit?
women gathered and the men hunted, right? But
Well, you need one with that, like...
but when we say, like, who's bringing home the bacon, that's literally what we mean. Is the hard job is to go and kill the pig and take it home.
And the easy
not
job
to
is
cook the
maintaining
pig.
the
That's
home.
the easy job. The getting the pig, that's the hard job.
Why do you guys think maintaining a home is just so easy?
Because I've
compared
done
to
it,
just
and it's
going outside
first of all,
and like
it's easier.
First of all,
It's
women
easier.
don't.
Did you do it right?
Women don't maintain the home. What they do is they look after children who are inside the home. They do some cooking and cleaning. They don't patch the
Okay,
roof.
this is
They don't
you were
fix
just
Wait, hold on.
Girl 2 - have you ever been asked, why are you bigger than me? Why do you not go to the gym? Why do you not care for yourself? Why do you not care for your body? Response?
Okay.
Point
I mean, if you want to address
Okay, we can. Yeah. No, literally, life story. Why are you bigger than me? No, I've never been asked that by a guy that was actually sexually interested in me or dated me. Why do you not go to the gym? Just because I'm fat doesn't mean I don't go to the gym.
$200.
You guys are insane.
Go to my Instagram profile. You'll see me.
For the first time ever. I am retired, so she wins. Does not change a thing about our relationship. I am the patriarch. She is the matriarch.
Grid 1 Motorsports is a representative.
But
of
it
the
sounds like
patriarchy.
he can still let his wife live in femininity. And that's a big thing of like power structure and like that ultimate, like the masculine and the feminine. Like femininity can't bloom when you're forced to have masculine duties.
Yeah, but you said earlier you prefer dominant men.
Yes.
Okay, but do you think that those men prefer dominant women?
No.
And do you think that
and that's
men,
why I'm very
men
submissive
generally,
in my relationships.
Yeah, but do you think that in general that men prefer dominant women? So like if men really wanted masculine traits in women, why wouldn't they just go for men?
I mean,
some of them should. A lot of y'all
very
are
few of them do. They obviously want the feminine part, not the masculine part.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is my question for you is like, since it's your own experience that this is what you prefer, and the men that you have around you don't prefer that.
Yes.
Then why would you make the assumption that this is somehow the dynamic is completely 180 for everybody else?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah. So when he's going around, he's asking, do you prefer like a dominant man to a non-dominant man? Do you think most women prefer to have a man who's more dominant?
Yes.
Okay, so I would agree with that. Okay.
Okay.
You would agree with that.
Yes.
So what is the man's preference then? What's he looking for? Is he looking for a dominant woman?
No, but I think I think no, but I think a lot of that has to do with like again the current like time we live in where girls are forced to be more masculine and.
Well, how are they forced to be more masculine?
You know.
Providing there's not as much of like most girls have to like go get a job, provide for themselves versus like before you could like marry some. Am I not saying anything? I'm just saying in the past as a woman you were expected to like marry someone and that's how you secure yourself. Now you're expected as a woman to go get a job, make money.
But all of y'all are single.
Yeah, that's the thing I don't get.
What about it?
Y'all are all single, so you're choosing to do that.
Yes.
Choosing what?
Choosing to get your money and get provide for yourself because you don't have a choice.
I mean,
you do have a choice.
But that's what I'm literally saying.
You do have a choice.
That's what I'm literally saying is that there is.
You do have a choice. She's been on 100 dates and has been on maybe 3 or 4
I was about to say,
dates.
there's always a choice.
She could be with someone she doesn't like and never do anything.
Right, but why are none of those 100 men worthy of dating her?
Because she don't like them. Why she gotta like them?
She's
you don't have to like them, but what I'm saying is you're
sometimes
I think guys used to be.
I don't even agree with that.
I think guys used to be more providers, and it was more like a common, like popular thing, especially as we like 50s, 60s, 70s.
Maybe this is also just like
no, I mean always.
Sorry, I'm trying to like get to like because I agree.
Maybe there's right. No, and I think we're just speaking about how y'all are living your lives versus how me and the people that I know live our lives is just very different. And like the women and the men, like I don't know a man that doesn't provide.
Choosing to be single, but like
I don't know.
So if I wanted to be with,
have you ever had a job before? Have you ever worked? You have a job.
So if I wanted to be with those guys, I should have made less money then. Or like
no, I'm saying like it can be. It's the best of both worlds. Is what I'm saying.
Hold on, where did this stem from? This conversation? I think because we were talking about you're being a feminist.
Of masculine versus feminine.
You're a feminist, but you.
I think you're choosing to be masculine. Elements. That's what I'm saying. You're choosing to live in your masculine. Not
like
it's
how
not,
am I masculine?
Well, no,
I'm
the
not
big
saying
thing.
you are.
Okay, hold on.
I'm just saying that you're saying that the men that you're encountering or being around are not providers and they're hoboing.
No. Most guys, I'm not gonna lie, because I live in LA, so this is already.
That's what I'm saying.
I haven't dated the hobosexuals, but I have friends that have.
I don't know what that even means. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, we are just on
They just
two
bum
different.
off women, basically. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the exception. That's
the real thing.
pretty
No, like I literally knew
sure,
a guy
it
that
might
was like modeling
occur.
for Adidas, but he was like sleeping in his car.
But okay, how frequently is that really occurring? I don't even think
Very
it's worth
frequent, but in
LA.
major
Very-
cities.
in LA.
So he would like what you were saying earlier, like the average, like
Okay, if you
but,
go
like,
on, let me
that's
ask you
what
a
I'm-
question. If you go on 10 dates,
Okay.
which proportion of them are these hobosexuals? I would argue it's less
for
than one.
me,
It's
like
one,
20%,
maybe one.
20,
I would say, yeah, 20.
And I think
Rent is
you'll-
expensive
let's
in
say
LA.
You said
I
you've
don't
never,
blame 'em.
but you've never even encountered it.
Out of my friend group, okay, me personally,
You haven't
like,
encountered it,
zero,
but your friend
but
group, what? It's just
I'm not as relaxed as my friends. Like they're like more trusting.
But here, okay,
and I'm
let's
like,
get the hobosexual thing is ridiculous, and I don't feel like it's just such an outlier situation.
Okay.
It's not even worth talking about. But you said you're feminist with traditional elements. You made a big kind of grimace when he said that men don't really care about women's provisioning. Is that surprising to you that men are not really preoccupied
we
with
don't care about
women's
it. They've never cared
provisioning?
about it.
But I think then that for me, that would just tell me that you're a secure man.
No. That's most men don't care about the.
Modest Hikima donated $200. Hi, my name is Modest Hikima.
Oh,
my
that's how
plan
you
is
say
to
it.
find a woman to provide for and protect. What is the point of dating someone that is a hobosexual? That is legit a bleeding red flag.
Yes.
Agreed.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Go ahead with your point.
Sorry, wait, ADHD.
Yeah,
me
so we were getting into this exchange. I was saying most men, what they value. So they don't value women because women give them stuff. That's not why men value women. They don't give a shit about that for the most part. They don't care. Women do.
What do you guys value?
But that's it's not even our stuff. We're trying to
No,
get
it's stuff.
your stuff to maintain.
Right. You want to get so the value.
Maintain
So the value
our
here is that
house,
what I'm saying is that
maintain-
men value different things than women value.
Okay.
So we're not interchangeable widgets. There's things that women generally want. There's things that men generally want. So women generally want materialism sources, things like this. Here's an example of how you can kind of tell this. So if you look at female voting patterns, they mostly vote for security more than they do for the expansion of freedom, okay? Almost always. Whereas men kind of will vote the opposite way, okay? Or at least there was a historic trend of doing that. They would almost vote the opposite way, where they'll vote to kind of expand freedom in lieu of security. So one of the things that can maybe kind of tell you is that, so what are women valuing here, right? They're valuing security.
Yes.
Men, not so much. So the security comes from the material, the stuff, the house, the job, the stability, all of that. Those are the things that they value. Men, not so. They don't care about any of that from a woman. They don't care if a woman's bringing home the bacon. They don't care if they're bringing home the money. They don't care about any of that.
I don't know. Watching my dad, he was always so angry and passive aggressive and horrible to my mom because she was the breadwinner.
Yeah, but there's just, if any time we talk about this, you just kind of point to the outlier, right? And be like, well, okay, but my dad didn't care about any of those things. So then which one of us is right?
I don't know.
not
I
as
really,
much of an
I just don't think
outlier.
you understand how many like insecure men are out there. Like,
Yeah, but what is it that they're valuing? Is my
Aren't there
point.
a
oh
lot
look, a status, how it comes off to social media, how it comes off to their peers.
You think most men care about that?
men
most men-
choose partners?
Men who
for
are
how
looking for something serious, probably not.
Yeah,
Men
no.
who are just like we said earlier, they're dating sluts, they're dating whatever. They don't care. It's just for an appearance, for a time being, whatever. They can wash their hands and renew.
Okay, here, go ahead, Myra.
Thank you, Bren. I think the dynamics are changing in our society these days. And even though I do agree that generally speaking, what you're saying is correct, I feel like I am that next evolutionary link that is kind of an exception from it, because I feel like I'm materialistically speaking good, and I'm not looking for that safety. I'm not looking for a man to provide. It would be good if he would be on the same level so I don't have to pay for him. I feel like the dynamic kind of changes there. But for me, I have other priorities. And I think a lot of women these days, considering they have more options to do what they want to do, to become independent, to make money the way that they want to make, they have a lot more rights, generally speaking, if we look just historically, right? So with that comes the freedom of choice. So I don't think I would be able to do things that I do these days, like 100 years ago. And with that, women become more masculine.
That's what I was saying in the beginning.
Why would they become more masculine?
Because
what's the masculine trait you're pointing
providing,
to?
right?
Providing is a masculine trait.
It's more being about ambitious, goal-oriented, a lot more direct. So what you do, it reflects on your personality greatly. Like, imagine you're at home and you're just cooking, you're chilling, you're making, I don't know, tidying up the house. It's completely different as opposed to going out in business meetings.
So which one of these,
people.
So when you're talking about a masculine trait, you think that being a provider is a masculine trait?
The things that you do to become a provider, to have enough money, yes.
Okay, so feminine trait would be what?
Traditionally speaking, that would be taking care of the house, kids, cooking, doing laundry, things like that. And that develops. Yeah, sure. And that develops like a different set of skills, a different type of personality. Like your hormones change. Like I know that for myself.
Since men don't want the masculine traits, and I don't think that most women want the feminine traits, why would you continue to orient and move society towards this, where women are gaining more masculine traits just in lieu of the fact that they have to go provide? Does that seem like sensible policy to you?
Independence. So the feeling that you have the freedom to do what you want to do, not depend on a man, is intoxicating. It's freeing.
So it's hedonism.
Compared to what are...
But really, what you're talking about is just hedonism. So even though these are things which you think in society are pretty much bad, the fact that now women are far more masculine, and that's not good for the dynamic between men and women, you would still say that, well, we should still have it, we should still push towards it, because after all, for women, it's good that they can have the choice to be hedonists.
I think it's more about feeling powerful as opposed to powerless. And I think balance is the key, because even though I do feel independent, I'm still lacking. This is the reason why I'm even going on a date. I'm lacking that male presence that will at least be able to match me. Something that a person I can see as an equal, somebody I can learn, grow, create with. That feeling, unfortunately, is absent for me.
I just want to bring it back to the 100 dates thing. In the past 2 months, you've gone on 100 dates, and I'm assuming you've screened, like there's probably other men that wanted to go on dates with you. I'm assuming not every guy that asked you on a date you accepted. There was probably, okay, first, is he physically attractive? He doesn't seem too weird, just in this initial text conversation or however you met them. So, I mean, it's pretty amazing to me that you've 100 dates in 2 months, and you've not one of, and 100 dates, 100 men, not one of them is even suitable for a relationship. That's pretty crazy.
I don't think relationship is what I'm looking for right now.
Okay, what are you looking for? Just somebody to fuck?
No.
So then what are you, if you're not looking for a relationship, you're not looking for something casual, what are you looking for? Because if you don't know what you're looking for, then obviously you're going to encounter...
Yes, I'm just thinking about how I word that correctly. I think for me, what has the most value right now, besides for growth, as I mentioned just now, is somebody who makes you feel. And I think in this society, because people don't quite express themselves...
Makes you feel, so you want to be entertained.
It's more about just being authentic and enjoying life. And I feel like a lot of people just sort of copy paste. Yeah, they sort of do things that others are doing. They copy paste in it. They're not actually enjoying that.
It's just about hedonism. Stuff you want, right?
I don't even know. My initial question was
a little murky there.
We're talking about such extremes, though. Like,
I mean, like, for example, like I'm just for example's sake, let's say.
Wait. Hold on. I just want to continue on this for a little bit.
Yes.
So, okay. I was asking you what you're looking for. You said you're not looking for a relationship, but you're also...
I'm not opposed to it, though.
You're not opposed to it. Well, I mean, it's unfortunate you're not willing to reveal your age, because I do feel like that would give me a little more context. Because if you're 21 versus 31, I mean, there's just... Here, let me ask... do you want to get married?
No.
Okay, fair. Do you want to have kids?
At some point, yes.
At some point, yes. Okay. So knowing your age would be helpful in this conversation because, as Andrew pointed out, there is a time limit when it comes to having children.
Maybe she froze her eggs.
Did you?
There's so many different ways to preserve your fertility.
See, but this is a lie we tell women because actually, even if you do freeze your eggs, granted, it's an option. My understanding is it's like 50%, the success rate of
unfreezing them.
It's like 50%. So it could work, but...
Yeah, and they also often have to use different carriers, right? They have to use a different carrier than them to carry the child.
I'm not worried about procreation. For me,
but
that's
you do
not
want
the
kids.
Goal.
Wait, what's the goal? So it is a goal.
So I'm going to be honest. I feel like most of my life I was doing so much learning, studying, working that I haven't quite lived enough. That I was told so much by parents, people around, society, what's good and what's not good to do, that at this point, I'm just balancing it out a little bit and I'm letting myself feel it out, breathe, experience life that I normally wouldn't. You
find yourself, right?
But what's the point?
Gotta find myself.
What's the purpose or the point of going on 100 dates? What are you looking for? Because you said...
What are we all looking for? I feel like it's, in the end of the day, whenever we talk to other people, it's connection one way or another, right?
But what are you practically looking for? Do you want a long-term boyfriend? Do you want marriage? It sounds like one day you want kids. Mm-hmm. So I assume that I'm assuming you'd want to have your own biological children with a man, and I'm assuming you'd hope that man, whether you get married or not, remains in your life.
Or not, that's fine too.
You'd be okay with that?
Absolutely.
You wouldn't have any qualms. Like, let's say it was just, you're just like, I could take him or leave him, the father of my children.
That's fine. I'm not going to try to use children as a reason to get him to stay.
Well, but you just said you're looking for connection. Wouldn't you want to have a great connection with your potential partner, the potential father of your children?
Absolutely, yes. But if that connection wears out, or we have stronger connection with other people, it's perfectly fine to separate.
Whoa, hold on. So if you're in an otherwise healthy relationship with somebody, but you meet somebody else that you have more physical attraction towards, or a stronger connection, right? But let's say you're more physically attracted to them, or for you, maybe it's more important to have a strong connection. If you feel a stronger connection to another individual, but your relationship is otherwise good, you would leave.
So there's usually a reason.
The father of your children.
So there's usually a reason as to why people even start looking or given that idea, like entertaining that idea in their mind as to why they would leave the person.
What you just said, honestly, is a scarlet letter, and I don't think any man should ever commit to you.
And that is fine too. Because
if your position is, what if somebody else comes along who I have a better connection with, that should not be pretext for ending an otherwise healthy relationship.
That is not what I'm saying.
Certainly if there's children involved.
So,
well, that is what you just said.
Yeah, literally.
Let me paraphrase what I just said, because it seems like you understood that differently.
Okay, sure.
So if for whatever reason, usually the reason why one would leave a relationship would be that there are gaps in the relationship. And let's say that...
What do you mean by gaps?
Let's say there's certain tension. You got to know the person better, and it turned out that he or she is different, and you're not enjoying it as much as you were.
What do you mean by enjoyment? Do you mean like having fun? Because it's not clear to me if the ultimate
Let's say you're arguing, right? Let's say...
That's couples argue as long as...
Right, if it becomes most of the time.
Okay.
If they're arguing all the time, if they're not agreeing, if they're not enjoying the time together, what's the point of staying together for the sake of the child?
Well, because if you are to look at the outcome of what happens to a child, if you remove the father from the home, for instance, if you just remove the father from the home, even if the child's in an abusive home with both their parents being abusive, and you enter into a stepfather moving into the home, right? They're still at a higher risk than even if they were with the abusive parents.
I disagree. All the child needs is a father figure.
Listen,
it does not need to be a biological father.
It's not I know how it sounds.
I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I agree on that.
But hang on.
All the child needs is a father figure.
What test said that?
I can give you the study, but it is true. It's the same thing with the state. It's interesting if you remove a child from a home and you enter the child in with the state. to get them out of an abusive home, right? Their chance of being abused under state custody and of expiring under state custody are actually higher than if you left the child in the abusive home. What's interesting about this is like people don't even realize that this is true, but having another man come into the home, a stepfather in the home and the biological father taken out, that's when most abuses inside the home towards children even happen. The outcomes are really, really bad for children inside of homes when their parents split up. And what it always is it's always a woman who has the mentality that you have. And this mentality is, if something better comes along, I'll leave, right? That's why women are initiating most of the divorces. Something better comes along, I'll leave. And they do. And they leave, and they break up the home, and they break up the family, and then all the entire generations raised by single moms.
Men do that all the time.
Men walk out the trope.
Who's initiating the divorces? Is it men or women?
So you're saying that
if he cheats, it's okay.
They're not divorcing him because he's cheating. They divorce over irreconcilable
But also
differences. I
men
don't feel happy.
Men are like, if you're providing for a man and you're being a wife, even if he can still do whatever he wants to do, cheat, whatever, talk to you however, be whatever, and still come home to you and you still take care of him, why would he go get a divorce? Why would he do that? So
they're not. Women are initiating.
I'm just talking about in the whatever example that we're speaking of, because you're saying if you're in an abusive home, but if you're better off in an abusive home if there's two parents, but then in a non-abusive home with one parent because the dad's not there, that doesn't even make sense. And I'm also just saying, you're on top of you saying that women are initiating divorces, a lot of times, just making my point, if you're making a man comfortable, you're being a wife to him, he has no reason to divorce you. Even if he's unhappy, he still comes home to a home-cooked meal, he still comes home to a clean house, you're taking care of the kids. Why would he go get a divorce? I would initiate the divorce.
So
right?
So you're saying that men, of course, just aren't doing what they're supposed to do, and women are dissatisfied because men aren't doing what
I never said that.
Well, then why are women initiating 80% of the divorces?
Okay, but I was making the point that men are less likely to initiate a divorce, in the sense of if everything is being taken care of for them at home, why would you go get a divorce? If I can come home to my wife, I can go cheat or go gamble, whatever, all day, and then I still have a wife at home. I'm just saying,
but they're
as
not.
a man, why would you go get a divorce
and lose half your
as opposed to being the woman who now you're bearing the brunt of, okay, whether he's not holding up whatever boundaries or whatever you guys have in your marriage, he's not adhering to those. So
what
now
are
you're
those?
the woman.
They're not divorcing them because the men are cheating. They're not divorcing them for that reason. We know this because they tell us this.
So
when we poll them,
statistically, what is it?
They're usually just saying
Dissatisfied.
irreconcilable differences.
We're dissatisfied.
And we don't know what that means
for the same reason that
necessarily.
she's going on 100 dates and she can only barely
I'm
find
just
one
not
guy. It's the
I know
same
what the
reason that
meaning is.
80% of women
It's
are
what she
initiating
said.
divorce.
It's
Yeah,
what she
I'm
said
just
is that
dissatisfied, right?
I'm no longer entertained. I'm bored. Look, there's certainly instances of abuse and that happens, but I think a lot of divorce is just like, I'm bored.
Well, if women are initiating divorces, what is the push for monogamy then? If 80% of women are initiating divorces and it's maybe not so great, I'm just curious. We're just having conversation.
Yeah.
I'm very much devil's advocate, so I'm just curious, what is the whole big deal about promiscuousness and monogamy? If women are getting divorced at these high rates, then go let them be freaking with anyone. Who cares?
Here, maybe we can come to that. I do kind of want to try to get an answer from you. Mira, right? Which one?
One day.
Your name has two possible pronunciations. Don't
but
blame
how
me.
hard is it to remember that it's Mira?
I've got a.
You have like
I have a huge
memory of a
conversational.
goldfish.
I have a huge conversational burden. So, okay. So, I'm trying to get an answer. What are you looking for? Because you want to have kids. So I assume you want to. There's going to be a man that you want to have those kids with. So, I assume you eventually want to move towards. And I assume you don't want to have kids with just anybody. Just random man off the street, please impregnate me. I assume you'd want to have a relationship with the person that you want to have kids with.
I'm looking for you to chat.
What? Do you want to just answer the question though? Just so. Like, what are you looking for?
I think as a now, I'm very much enjoying my freedom and power that comes with it.
Nick, can you close the door?
But I do believe eventually I will meet a person that I will have deep enough connection to have children and procreate. So our society does not go extinct. I think Andrew would appreciate that statement.
That's okay. That's beautiful. So, but I mean, you are going on these dates, so I assume you're.
I'm trying, Brian.
There's a goal.
No, but there's got to be like, what do you ultimately want out of when you go on a date? Like, are you looking for something short term, a low casual thing? Are you looking for, this could be a boyfriend, this could be, I know you said you don't want to get married, so maybe not a husband, but.
I think people are too fixated on what they want. A lot of the times, like I said, we don't even necessarily know what's best for us because all of those ideas are just defined by the rest of the world. So why not just be open to everything and see what plays out to the best?
Well, I mean, even if you object to what the world is defining, you can either look at what that society is recommending is best, and you can, using your own life experience, make a determination. Do I agree with that? Do I disagree with that? Where do I deviate? So
Yeah, I think it's very important to keep asking yourself that question. Does this make me feel good?
No. That's, I don't think that is the ultimate thing people ought to be looking for. Does that make me feel good?
I think not enough people ask themselves that question and do things that are not right for them.
It's rather selfish. I think it's a rather selfish approach.
If you're not hurting people around you, why is that bad? Like, let's say somebody's telling you avocados is the way to go. You eat avocado and you just vomit. It's not good for you. Why would you force yourself as opposed to eating apples? Because it's just an example. Let's say apples are being hated and said that this is bad for you. But for your body, it actually works perfect. Why would you pick avocados over apples?
Yeah, so those are preferences, though.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, but it's not just about preference. It's about the effect of the things that you do. So if you just say...
Are we going to go back to the extinct of the race
No,
again?
no,
Please,
we're not. I'm
so
just
extreme.
talking about, in this case, what he's saying that all you want to do purely is just be selfish. Is that true?
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. New studies show women are more abusive in relationships. Men will work hard to save a marriage, while women are more than willing to walk away and use the kids against the man. Please be better.
Where do they get those studies from?
Also, men are scared that they don't want to lose half their shit.
I was just asking, purely selfishness, is that really what you're advocating for? It's just self-centered selfishness.
I have a question. Is not just advocating for her and like starting a nuclear family selfishness? Because I feel like you're drawing a line.
That's a straw man. It has nothing to do with what I'm asking.
I'm asking why is it selfish?
Well, I'm asking her if it's selfish.
I don't think it is.
Okay, so can you tell me then if it's not just selfishness and self-centeredness?
I'm telling you right now, it is not.
Okay, then why are you doing it?
That is a completely different question.
Yeah, I know it is. That's why I'm asking it. Why are you doing it?
Because I can. It's not hurting anyone, and it's making my life better.
Me.
Do you want me to think about you, Andrew?
No, I want you to think about anything other than yourself.
But if you are looking for a relationship, do you think that everything in a relationship has to make you feel good?
It's about two people.
Because certainly there might be compromises that occur in a relationship.
Yes.
But a compromise may not necessarily mean you always get what you want.
Of course. I agree.
But
it
you
is
said
about compromise.
what you're looking for now is what makes you feel good.
Right.
Overall.
Yes. Overall, why would you try to stick to something that makes you feel bad? For what purpose?
Because you could have better outcomes.
You don't know about that.
You do know about that. And I can give you some examples of how
You
you
know
would
about what's
going to
be best for
well,
me.
I know that you can have outcomes. You can do things which are not comfortable for you now and give you better outcomes later. You want to hear a really easy one? The gym.
Working out.
The gym's not a very fun thing
You're
to
fit.
do.
Look at the six. She's got six pack.
So guess how many times I go to the gym?
I don't
She works
care.
out at home.
Well, you asked.
She works out at home.
You gave this as an example, right? You're saying gym is good for you. Guess how many times I go to the gym?
I don't care.
Do you work
It
out?
has nothing to do with the question.
Do home workouts?
0.
You work.
So why is gym good for me?
Oh my God,
Gym's
I think
terrible.
he's
It's extremely boring.
That has nothing to
He's
do with
talking
what I'm
about
saying.
exercise.
Yeah, I'm
Remove
saying
the
that's an
gym from it.
example. That's an example.
Okay, you do
And I love
you do
exercise. It doesn't
Pilates,
feel bad for
you
me,
do
but I do it
yoga.
in my own terms.
Yes, but
I
when-
figure out something that works for me. I don't just follow society's rules. Most people go to the gym and they would be miserable.
You're an exercise rebel? Is that what you're
So
saying?
have you seen what I just done? Literally, I just ran around, like I tried to stretch. Like that felt amazing to me. I would never force myself to go to the gym and do these repetitive, boring things.
What if you had? So you would
I
never
don't
go
think
to the
that's-
gym and have sore muscles?
Okay, yes.
You have?
Yes.
Was it comfortable?
Strangely, yes.
It was.
So I love that feeling because it's kind of hard to explain, but I actually really enjoy that. And if I don't do it long enough, I'm starting to feel bad.
What if you feel really good eating all the time?
So there's a reason why people do that too. There was a period of time when I was overeating, and then when I analyzed as to why I was doing it, I stopped doing
Was
that.
it comfortable?
It was comforting, another mental issue that I had. And when I fixed the mental issue, I stopped overeating.
So you're saying that you were willing to experience discomfort or a thing that you had displeasure in for a better outcome?
That was
Yes.
not a displeasure.
Yes,
Okay.
it was.
Here,
It was a
here,
displeasure.
let's go around the table really quick. Let's do something light. Then I want to try to get you into the conversation a little bit. I don't think you've said anything for the past 3 hours. So, okay. Nick, can you pull up the Instagrams of the two guys? So wait, before you do, hold on just a moment. These are the two men I'm about to show you are my dear friends. They have tasked me with finding them girlfriends. I am a matchmaker, you could say. So, Nick, if you could pull up the first one. Would you, go ahead, go on a date with him? So,
Zach.
his name is Zach, yes. He's a very nice guy, very nice gentleman. He is exceptionally skilled at playing World of Warcraft. Okay, very good World of Warcraft player. Scroll down, Nick. Let's see some more photos. He's very kind. He's a generous man. He's got great long hair, and he also has an axe. I'm waiting to find that. There it is. There's the axe. He also owns an axe, so he's capable of protecting you. Would you be willing to date our friend here, Zach? Starting with you, and we'll go around the table.
Is he not with Pink Sparkles anymore?
No, that ended a while ago.
Okay. Well, I'm actually friends with Zach, so
Are
it
you?
is strange for me. Yeah, we've known each other for years.
Sometimes relationships blossom out of friendships. Don't never say never.
I'm not gonna
Myra.
say never, but I do believe that the physical factor is quite important.
What are you trying to say?
So
Whoa. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to
What are
say
you trying
that
to say, Mira?
chemically, you got it. You did say it right.
Mira?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Brian.
Okay.
Good to
thank
meet you.
Thank you.
Thought it was Maya.
So, I believe it's very important that chemically you're also compatible.
Chemically?
Yeah, so
you're
it's
not
nature's
chemically
way telling you that you will produce better offsprings. You know when you like someone's smell?
What are you trying to say about his chemicals? How dare you insult Zach's chemicals?
I don't think we're very
Pheromones?
compatible.
I'm very upset by this. He has wonderful chemicals. I will let you know.
He does for someone else.
He's got great pheromones.
Absolutely.
How dare you?
I don't think we'll
I'm
produce
upset.
the
I'm
best
upset.
offsprings
Why is that?
because of
First of all, this guy he's put in many hours in World of Warcraft. Your
respect that.
offspring will be like top tier fucking World of Warcraft players. What's wrong with that?
I don't think that's what I'm looking for.
Come on. Okay, all right. What about you? What about Zach? He's a nice guy, right?
I would say most likely no. For
no-go.
it's the video games for me.
Okay,
I
I
just
see.
think I meet too many guys that are actually addicted to video games.
Sure, yep.
They have to.
Okay.
And then it's when they're done, now it's your time to
Yeah.
shine. Whatever.
Okay.
Also,
What
I
else?
liked him better bald. That was the one thing.
You liked him better
maybe if he
bald.
was bald again.
If Zach was bald again.
Maybe, yeah.
So if he shaved his head.
Yeah, maybe. But
Would you go on a-
I
would you
don't
go on a
tend
date?
to go
Would you go-
towards white men.
You don't like white men.
I
Okay.
don't hate them, don't love them. I think they're the more problematic of the bunch, but
What?
that could just be from my own
God.
upbringing.
What?
out of the men. Usually, like, statistically, like, white men are more likely to hurt you, harm you, and that's been my experience.
That's your experience. That's
I don't know.
absolutely
That's what-
non-statistical.
She said
no. She said statistically. That's non-statistical.
Statistically,
No.
Modest.
Yeah, they have a lot of pushback on this.
No.
Why does my bank not want to let me support you? I had to call and they told me it's your fault. Also, still simping for Mira. Mira wants a ring.
Is it?
Mira go to gym.
Is it pronounced?
Comes home to me.
Did the TTS pronounce it right? Mira? Okay. Maybe you tried. I mean, if sometimes Streamlabs has a limit, if you want to switch over for you, Modest, if you want to switch over, it seems like you're able to do it. You can always do it through YouTube if it just blocks you out. You don't date white men.
What is your type?
not all the time.
Not all the time.
Not all the time, but I have.
Okay. All right.
I have.
All right. Well, we don't.
It's just more
okay.
scary experience for me.
I'm just saying your statistics, it's reversed.
You can't say statistically without knowing the statistics.
What are the statistics?
I don't
You
know,
guys
but
know?
that's
Absolutely.
Some
Like,
people
so you
think
don't know the
statistically when they mean that. Are you?
Here,
If you're
let's-
talking about
I didn't say that. That was
incarcerated
back,
and prison
so-
people, like then those numbers go like different skewed. But then when you like look, SA and like that's. I don't know. I don't want to use triggers words.
All right, Farah, would you date Zach?
You said he's a full-time streamer.
He's one of the. Oh well. Sure, yeah, I guess he streams.
Oh.
Kind of, sort of.
No, I wouldn't date someone in the industry.
You wouldn't date somebody in the industry?
No.
Okay. All right. What about you? Would you date Zach?
I mean,
Go on a date with him.
I think if I met him and he was cool and I liked talking to him, probably.
He is cool. Take my word for it. He's super cool.
What's his sign?
Him.
What's his sign? I don't know.
Okay.
But
Money.
I mean,
his
yeah,
sign?
I pretty much if I like someone, like I'll go on a date with you if you're cool and I talk to you.
What about you?
He's-
Oh, so sorry. I thought you were. I'm just trying to. If you had more, go ahead. I'm sorry. You got no. Go ahead.
No,
if you
that
got
was
more.
it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was just going to say he seems nice, but I'm kind of interested in someone at the moment. So it's
If you're
hard for
single.
me.
If you're single.
I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to think like that.
Okay, never mind. And then, well, you're married, so I
I
suspect.
mean,
okay.
I don't think I would either though because
Sorry, Zach. I'm sorry. I was
probably
trying my best.
mostly because of the video game thing
Okay.
too.
Scroll up, Nick, on that one. Scroll up. Let's see. His
Why are
name's.
you skipping Andrew?
Would you go on a date with Zach?
What? Me? No.
This is Zach. He's owner of OTK Network, Starforge PCs. One of the top streamers on Twitch. I don't know if he's like top 10 or something, but he's a very popular Twitch streamer, millionaire many times over, and all around good dude and handsome and has an axe. Does that change anything?
Maybe if he shaved his head.
And he lives in Texas. Shaved his head. Okay, Zach, if you're watching this, I can set it up. I can arrange a little date. Next one, last guy, and then we're gonna get to some actual topics. Next person, boom. Okay, we have this gentleman. Would you date this gentleman? So his name is Felix. Scroll down, Nick, so we can see some photos. All right, see, so he's okay. He's look at that. He's got dyed blonde hair. He's got a cat. He loves animals. All around good guy. He's maybe a little bit of a gamer, but yeah, and that's Felix. So going around the table, would you date him? Go ahead.
I remember hosting Felix when he had less viewers than me on Twitch. And
Interesting how time changes things.
He was playing Overwatch, and I was like, oh, he's kind of cute. Let's help out a smaller streamer.
Oh.
And then he was so excited, and like we started talking, and then Mitch was like, yo, man, because Mitch was much more developed of a streamer back then.
Would you date him though?
Well, Mitch cock-blocked it for me, basically.
Mitch
and he
cock-blocked.
told him like, yo, don't, that's my girl. Don't. And that's it. That was the end of
You
it.
could only host Mitch, but you couldn't host Felix.
Yes, apparently.
Would you date him though? Because obviously
It's too
Mitch
late.
is. What do you mean it's too late?
I can't.
Why?
No more.
You are.
Have you
Okay.
seen like those?
Go ahead.
I was gonna
It
talk
would
about
depend on
chains.
personality.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, probably. If he was cool, he looks a little young though. I don't know how old he is, but
I think
he looks.
late 20s maybe. I don't know.
He's 26.
Okay, yeah. They don't. Okay, that's fine. You guys don't have that. Go ahead. Pull him back up really quick. This is XQC. His name's 27. Excuse me. And very popular Twitch streamer, one of the top Twitch streamers. Although now he's on Kick. He recently had a $100 million deal all around great guy, solid dude. Does that change anything for anybody? No? Okay.
Still want to see his personality.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry, Felix. I tried my best. I'm sorry, XCC. I'm sorry. Okay. So I want to go around the table. This is related to your statement about you're feminist, but you have traditional elements. We'll maybe touch back on that. Going around the table, do you consider yourself a feminist? Starting with you. Go ahead.
Well, I will need a definition of that.
A lot of definitions going out
Unless somebody
tonight.
else
We
wants to
want
start
men
first.
and women to have equal rights.
Equality.
What type of rights? Like civil rights?
Jesus Christ.
All rights.
I don't want men and women to be equal. No.
Oh, you don't?
No,
Okay.
not like that. Mm-mm. I think that's why we're attracted to each other is because of our differences as well.
Oh,
Like I said, there's
okay,
got to
I
be
could-
some type of
I can
dynamic
get
going
behind
on.
that. I can get behind that. Okay. You.
I think for the most part, yeah. But there's some things I like a little more traditionally.
Okay, I'll come back to that. What about you?
I would say actually similar, feminist, but a lot of traditional values.
Okay.
The term feminism, like, it's not. I don't think it's as intersectional as. I don't know. I wouldn't consider myself a feminist. I think that I don't think I'm more or less than a man. I don't think a man's like more or less than me. I think we're like yin and yang. But I mean, I think we need equality for women in other places. Women need more uplifting. So I do believe in some principles of feminism.
Okay.
But I wouldn't call myself a feminist.
If feminism is like equal or equality between men and women, then I would say yes, I'm a feminist.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm more so like equal opportunity
Okay.
than.
Sure. What about you?
I would say definitely not, only because the principles of feminism are not required, especially for anyone sitting at this table or anyone in this, like in our society at large.
Andrew, are you a feminist?
Well, not only am I not a feminist, but with the exception of the nice lady who brought cookies, all of you are feminists. Every single one of you is a feminist.
You think so?
Yeah.
How do you
Well,
tell me
because
what I am? I'm curious.
What would make me more feminist?
And I just want to say, not like that, but feminism came around a time like suffragettes and stuff when like I'm a black woman, so white girls weren't even working and then they wanted to go back to working, so they're like, I want to be a feminist. But like me 200 years ago, like that wasn't really the same. Like feminism wasn't really the same for me, so that's why I don't identify with it. So I feel like not like that, but I'm not a feminist because my people always been working.
Well,
so.
let's start with what you think feminism is.
Well, what do you think it is? You just called me a feminist.
Well, so I think I can demonstrate this pretty easy, right? But let's just start with what you think it is. What do you think it is?
I mean, feminism started as like women wanting to be equal, so wanting to be able to like get jobs, be able to like leave the house, go work, you know, have more rights.
So which of those values do you disagree with?
Well, I mean, I disagree with the idea that, well, like I just said, feminism was never really for me as a black woman because we've always been working. Like we never had the option to like sit back and then decide like 50 years later that we wanted to go back to
Yeah, but which of the
working.
values
I'm
that you
answering
just
the
stated?
question.
Yeah.
Wait, if I can just add to what you're saying, very early feminism was actually very racist. So you actually
Yes.
do make a good
That's
point
why
that
I
early
don't-
feminism
I don't
was
call myself that.
they wanted I don't want to, I could be off here. I think they wanted to secure the vote for white women.
Yeah, Planned
But not-
Parenthood, all that stuff. Margaret Sanger, all of them, they were eugenicists. They were not for me. So
Okay.
for you to sit and tell me I'm a feminist, it genuinely, like at the basis of feminism, it was never for me. So no, I'm.
Yeah, but
I'm
which
not.
of the
Being her
values?
friend, I would like not call her a feminist.
Which of the
either.
values? Then tell me
But
the
I
values
do
you
think-
disagree with.
I don't think that
it's like,
you should.
just because I can work doesn't mean I want to. Like someone fought for that right, and I'm like, good for them. They should go to work, but I don't really want to.
They could work before feminism came around. Where did this idea come from that women couldn't work before
Well,
there was
like you couldn't have
feminism?
a credit card till like
Well, they
what,
literally
the 70s?
couldn't.
No.
Like, they couldn't have been.
No, listen. Men were responsible for their wives' debts. They had to pay their wives' debts. So you, as the wife, could go to the local department store and you could buy whatever you wanted to on your husband's credit, and he had to pay the debt.
Because we didn't
You
work.
weren't responsible for the debt. So yes, while it's true that they wouldn't give women credit cards, they gave it to the man, the woman could still go spend as much as she wanted to and never was responsible for the debt in the marriage, ever. No debtors ever came for her. She was never responsible for any of it. So there's a give and take. Everything that you look at, so
that's what I'm saying. Like the not feminist to me is like,
but the reason
who
you
fought
believe
for that
this,
to change?
the reason you believe this, and the reason you think that this is why the world works is because of what's called standpoint theory. Standpoint theory. So what standpoint theory is it's a feminist theory which says that history, because it's subjective, women's history needs to be told only through the prism of a woman and how a woman thinks about it, rather than what's objectively true. So they'll leave stuff like that completely out. So I brought with me on my phone, I don't know if I can pull it out, but an old suffragette flyer, which was counter arguments to the people who were out trying to get the right to vote, right?
Okay.
And you can see the arguments then. Hey, if we get $1 million in inheritance, we don't have to share it with our husband. That was one of the arguments that was used against the suffragettes because it was true. And they weren't responsible for debt, and they didn't have any of these problems, right? So the standpoint theory kind of pollutes it. When you guys are talking about, the reason I ask you what do you think it is and then which values you disagree with, because all the values stated, I don't believe you disagree with them.
And why would you? Why would you think that you, based on the definition that you gave about what a feminist is, why would you disagree with anything that you said?
Okay, I'm talking about
like right now, feminism today, not feminism
which is
during the
still,
suffrage movement. I don't believe that's the same definition.
Okay, if it's not the same definition, I'm a little bit curious to know what you're. Again, I don't identify as a feminist.
No, I'm asking based on your definition, what you gave when he asked.
Why don't identify as a feminist?
Like what's wrong with
that? I just said because first of all, the origins of the feminism.
Right, but we're not talking about the origins, right?
I'm getting to your point.
Okay.
Let me talk.
Go ahead.
The origins of the feminist movement, I don't identify with them. So naturally, as it progresses, that's something that I don't identify with in name, but in practice, I don't think that, like, because you have a penis and I have a vagina, you're better than me or I'm better than you. I think we're equal. So feminism, I mean, if we're talking about when it started a long time ago, when women needed a little bit more protection, you needed a little bit more, like, we're compared to like women in the 1800s, like we have it very good. Like
that's what I'm saying though, like the feminists.
So I'm saying that came out from a time when things were so much different. So for me to it came from such an extreme. Women needed a different type of feminism than whatever is needed today. And like for me, there's women that are getting castrated and like, what is it called when you can't have babies? Mutilated. I don't have that problem. You don't have that problem. You don't have that problem. But
baby boys have that
places,
problem, though.
I don't even agree with circumcision in baby boys. I think it's crazy, but that's neither here nor there. But in some places, there are some girls who need someone to stand up and say that just because you're a girl doesn't mean you have to be subjected to this. Does that mean I'm a feminist? I don't know. I don't identify with feminism because it was never for me. I don't have to label myself to feel my viewpoints. Like I don't need like a big thing hanging over
fair.
To define it. But it can be intersectional, which is what I'm saying.
What she's saying, what her point is, and mine too, is to say that if the word, and we're saying the word means those same values that you state.
What does it mean to you?
Well, hang on.
I'm just curious.
Hang on, just let me finish. If it means the same values that you state that you believe in, right? And then when we use the word feminism, it is to describe you.
Donated $200. Brixan, I think you and my bank are in cahoots somehow. Fool me once, I hope it still goes to you after you calling me out. Live the one recent cast I wasn't live. Mira, you want a 30k ring? #simp.
Yes, please, with an emerald.
So anyway, you can essentially call it whatever you want, but we're saying that when we say feminism, those same values and more values even than that, but just those same values are what we're referencing.
Sports donated $200. All on the right side of the panel have spewed anti-male rhetoric, abuse, cheating, so on. Yet you are all single, will likely remain so. Feminism has failed you. How can the patriarchy help you today?
Yo, Modest, thank you, man. Thank you, Grid One
Who
Motorsports.
promoted cheating or abuse? What? What?
Keep your hands to yourself, guys.
We were pretty much anti-abuse.
Oh,
pretty much.
okay.
I don't know about the
Wait.
anti-cheating. Because Yamani.
So, did you have something more, Andrew? or
Yes.
am
Anyway,
I-
I was just saying, when we're applying the word, we're applying the word to mean all those things you said. So we're not talking past each other. You're just saying, I don't identify it based on this other value that I have, but you haven't really said what the value is.
I'm okay. And I'm very devil's advocate. So I'm not like against what you're saying, but I'm really trying to understand it would help me answer you if you told me what you define feminism as, because again,
Why do you need my definition to know your definition?
well, because you just called me a feminist, so I'm just
Yeah, but
curious
why-
what
She doesn't think
I'm
she's a
just
feminist.
curious
But why
what
would-
you're
but
basing
listen,
that off
from
of.
a
And I'm
logical,
listening 'cause we're having
from a
a
logical
conversation.
perspective, you wouldn't need me to tell you the definition of a thing I asked you for a definition of to know your definition of the thing.
I feel like this is like, is it
Okay, so I'll
nihilism?
just tell you
Is
what,
that the
what
right
I
word
think
for it?
what I think
I'm
feminism
just asking
is.
because we're having
Feminism
a
to
conversation.
me,
I'm just
feminism to me, and feminism broadly, is the pushing of an egalitarian society based around the equality of men and women.
Is that the most generous definition that you give it?
That's the most generous one I could possibly give.
So you don't you don't think that, I'm assuming you don't think that men and women are equal, correct?
No.
Okay, which is okay.
No,
You're allowed
I
to-
don't. I
No,
don't
no,
think
it's okay. I don't
think that egalitarianism is true. I don't think that equality is real. I don't think any of those things are true. I don't think any
Do you
of them
think
are
So
true.
who do you
equality
think
should
is
be
the-
real?
No.
Who do you think is
I don't think. Well, I don't even think it's possible. You want me to tell you how? Farah knows. Farah knows what I'm about to say, but I'll tell you. I can tell you how. I can tell you how men and women can't be equal. You want me to tell you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
If you are to look at force in society, who would you say has the monopoly on force, men or women?
Men on brute men.
The monopoly. I'm just talking about the monopoly.
Easily over they're the stronger ones.
I feel like things are set up for men, but
Can you indicate a time in history ever, in the history of all of mankind, where men didn't have the monopoly on force?
on force as
like-
in like physical force though, correct?
Like
Always. They're
physical
always stronger
force.
than
Yeah.
us.
oh, then yeah.
That's the biology.
They have the monopoly on physical force. So the question, when you come down to rights, is who can enforce rights? Women can't enforce their own rights. Men have to enforce women's rights. So there can never be real equality. There
Okay,
can never be real
this is-
Literally,
egalitarianism.
what the
men are
fuck?
I just want to say men are a little bit more very that is like so violent in nature.
What the
Even what you just
fuck?
said, like
Sorry.
every society, of course, you need force, but the fact that you feel like because you're stronger than someone or you can overpower them, you're more entitled
No.
to some
no,
sort
no,
of
hang on,
thing.
listen, so that you get it real quick. Hang on, just
Okay.
hear me out.
Yeah.
Inside of your society,
Okay.
you have rights, right? Those rights need to be enforced, right? So somebody doesn't violate them, right? Who's the enforcement
But
arm?
not
Women's
usually
rights were
physically.
mostly
It
created
is
though
usually physically.
in response to
What do you do
men.
with criminals?
I mean, you put them in jail, but
And
like,
who does that?
There's never been a female officer ever.
I'm not saying there hasn't been, but who does that? Who puts them in jail? And then who guards them while they're in jail?
I mean,
Men.
I don't want to say that because I know women security guards that are
but
fucking rappers in jail.
You're speaking always to the exception. You always look to the outlier. It's not that there can't be some women who are on par with some men. It's that as a monolith, men are the grantors of force, the grantors of rights, and here's how. Whenever you need criminals dealt with in society, it's men who are going to be dealing with the criminals. They're going to be putting them in the jails. They're going to be enforcing your laws. They're going to be protecting you while you sleep through the military and through the
I don't
force
disagree.
there.
But have we ever given women the opportunity
Yes.
to
See,
be in
here's
that
the amazing
place?
part. The amazing part is right now they have all that opportunity and they still can't do it. Meaning,
Or don't
I don't
men-
think they do.
Men inside, yes, they do. Where do women have less opportunity to become the enforcement arm than men in society right now? Tell me.
The
You
workplace.
just said they have a monopoly on force. I don't
Well,
disagree.
then
I think
I'm
men are
asking-
protectors, and they like. If I have a husband, he's probably bigger than me. If someone comes to try to fight me, I'm not going to be like, "Oh, hold on, I got this." I'm going to expect my man to handle it.
But that's not my question.
So
My question is, can women be police officers?
Yes.
Can they be in the
Yes.
military?
Yes.
Okay, can they be prison guards?
Yes, but can
Okay, so
do
do they
all the
ever
same
have
things?
less opportunity
Yes.
to be in the enforcement arm?
Because there's people
Yes.
in that employ them that hold up
That's
that
why
patriarchy.
it's called a police
No,
man.
what happens instead is this.
Because
is
they were
that
only men in the
inside of the
beginning.
military and inside the police force and inside all these different enforcement arms, when you include women, you lower the standard. You lower the standard in order to bring women in. Meaning the female standards in the military...
Physically?
Yes, physically. So
But
the
you need
standard...
nurses in the military. You need women.
You don't
They're
need
not
them,
helping us, Your Honor.
but they are there.
You don't need a nurse in the. You don't need.
You don't
doctors
need
in the
female
military.
nurses. You could have male nurses.
I'm just going on like more of the traditional values of like.
Yeah, what I'm
almost
just
like-
talking about an equalization of force. Men have an overwhelming amount of power and force, and so women can't actually enforce their rights against men, whereas men can change the conditions almost any time they want based on their will because they have the monopoly of force.
You don't think that's because that's how it's been set up in time and history for them?
If it wasn't for men,
Skiz
though,
Tech, thank you for the gifted 100 subs.
No, it's not. The reason that it's that way is because men are overwhelmingly physically stronger than women.
who were women's rights protecting us from, though? I'm like a general. Were they protecting women from other women, or women from, as you said, the people who hold the monopoly on brute force?
Well, they're not really protecting anybody from anything because they're an illusion. It's
But
illusory.
if you were to answer my question, the reason that women felt so strongly,
They didn't feel strongly. The suffragettes were a small portion. Most women did not want the right. When I can't even get into this, but most women did not want most of these rights. Okay, I can't get into it for TOS reasons, but most of them didn't even want them.
I'm not
What ended
disagreeing.
up happening instead was that it was a small collective of very weak men who really pushed through with a lot of money to push feminists and these feminist ideals through. But most women didn't want anything to do with it because here, let me, if you don't mind, if you'll humor me, let me read these anti-arguments. This is from a original anti-suffrage flyer.
Why were the weak
I am
men
not
Here's
even a feminist.
what it
supporting
says.
feminism?
Special privileges. Married women are not required to contribute to support of the family. Women may work, earn money, and spend it as she pleases, may own real and personal property and dispose of it or sell it without her husband's knowledge or consent. The list goes on and on and on. Wife may have millions and cut her husband off without a cent. These do not sound like
that's
women were
crazy.
treated poorly or that they weren't treated as equals. They were treated as different because they are different.
Agreed.
And so what happened instead was that men had the overwhelming burden of responsibility, and they were forced by society, the enforcement arm, which is other men, to do their duty. And women were not forced to do that. And when we see the societal role being reversed, where women are forced instead to take on roles that require duty, they don't want it. They completely reject it. Like she said, it's basically just all me, me, me. And that's why the roles are so messed up. That's why everything is so reversed. That's why everything is the opposite of what it's supposed to be.
I'm just curious then, why do you still feel like I'm a feminist? I'm just curious.
Okay.
Let's maybe just move on. Let's move on. Let's move. But maybe we can come back to it. I had one quick question for you. You say you don't want to date men who play video games. I don't object to that preference. Would you object to, for example, a man not wanting to date a woman who does OnlyFans?
No.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
Sure.
It's not for everybody.
Okay.
The video games, I think I would just like, I'd be open to it, but I would like really need to see that like you're in control and it's not like an addiction that like comes before your family.
Sure. And bringing it back to, I think, the original question. So we're going around the table asking if everybody was a feminist. I think what I was trying to get at.
Modest Hikima donated $200. Andrew W. Why are we pretending men and women are the same, and letting men who identify as women to literally take over women's sports? It is literally Looney Tune land.
Yeah, it is.
Hamill, do you live in Looney Tune?
Yo, Modest, thank you, man. Appreciate it. My question for you guys is, because some of you guys said, well, I'm a feminist. I think it was primarily you, and then you, Farha, but you also enjoy those more traditional elements. And when you say the traditional elements, would you say like the guy being chivalrous, like paying for first dates?
Yeah, I think that I should pay for first dates and take on a lion's share of the bills.
Lion's share of the bills.
Even if the girl doesn't meet submissive feminine qualities.
Even if the girl doesn't meet submissive feminine qualities.
I mean, he doesn't have to. It's his prerogative, but I think it's still congruent with feminism.
Well, that's my question. How do you reconcile being feminists, which I suppose a typical feminist belief is gender equality, doing away with gender roles? How do you reconcile being feminist, but also demanding men adhere to their more traditional gender roles, such as paying for first dates, chivalry, et cetera, et cetera? How do you reconcile that?
Because feminism is about social spheres to me. So even if women were to occupy 50% of Congress, 50% of leadership roles, were to, 50% CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, that doesn't, affect the fact that if you and I were dating and we were hooking up, I'm the one who has to take birth control so that you can nut in me. If we were to have a kid, I'm the one who has to bear the child. I'm the one who has to deal with. No, I'm not fucking,
okay.
But or if, when we have a child, I'm the one who's going to have my pussy torn open to bear your child. I'm the one who has to breastfeed. So at the end of the day,
sure.
You can only go 50-50 so far. And this idea of going 50-50 in terms of bills is actually just more of a burden on the woman, because you can never go 50-50 in terms of actual reproductive
But that
roles.
assumes that the first person you ever date, that ends up becoming your husband and the person you have children with. So
not necessarily, even
even
if you're just hooking up. I mean, birth control increases your chance of breast cancer by 20%. It fucks up your hormones. I'm just like altering my body.
But so if I'm dating a woman who's not on birth control and she doesn't want to have children, under those circumstances, would you be okay with the woman like a 50-50 dynamic, or even then you'd object to it?
It's not that I would object. I would just say, generally, given the dynamics of dating and the idea that usually people are having sex and that women are taking birth control so that the man can have increased sexual pleasure.
A lot of women are not on birth control.
Okay, well, just given the idea of like a goal of a relationship, which is typically that you're dating to have kids, or you're dating to marry to then have kids. So I'm seeing it more in like a macro sense. I think the idea of 50-50 is ridiculous.
Well, she just went on 100.
If you're just doing hookup culture and whatever she's doing, then I don't think, I think 50-50 seems more fair. Yeah.
What about you? I mean, you just went on 100 first dates in the past 2 months. Do you want a guy to pay for the first date?
I don't want them, but I think this is a great indication of where they are in life. So if somebody doesn't,
well, earlier in the conversation, you said you want a guy who matches you,
exactly,
or exceeds you.
So if they feel like they cannot, or for whatever, I'm just assuming that it's their materialistic situation that doesn't allow them to pay for the date. It probably not somebody I should be seeing, because it's gonna cause tension later on.
Okay.
But that's completely optional. Like if they want to split, I'll split it.
Would there be a second date? You might.
It depends on how much I like them, because it's not all
so
about the money.
It would be a negative if a guy wanted to split the bill.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to take it over?
Well, what about this Okay, we don't have to get back into that, but.
But that's where my like traditional values come. I don't think it's like against anybody. Like, it's 50-50, but like for my goals of like, I want a big family, like, and that's again, what are you dating for? You need to like find out your purpose. So if like I was dating right now to like have like a family, like of course I'm not going to date like the guy who works at Subway, because he probably doesn't make enough money to provide for 4 kids.
Let me ask you a question. So you said societally you want equality, but when it comes to romantic relationships, you want tradition. Would you...
It's not that I want tradition. I think that the biological imperative of men and women is going to be there, even if women are CEOs and are taking on a more masculine role in larger society.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Would you take your husband's last name?
If it was a nice last name, yeah.
Yeah.
What about you? Would you take your husband's last name?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, if I was super like Kim K famous, then I'd probably do a hyphenated like Kardashian West situation.
But so you're saying you demand tradition romantically, but romantic tradition would dictate that in a marriage you would take your husband's last name, and your children would also have your husband's last name, regardless of how egregiously bad his last name was or wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, the kids can take his name or both our names.
No, but you would take it too. That's tradition. Romantic, that's tradition romantically.
I said some traditional values. I didn't say necessarily relationships have to be entirely traditional. I said in terms of paying the bills, I have more traditional values.
Well, when the kid is born, what name does he get? Does a kid get?
I guess it's up to the couple at hand if they want to hyphenate it, if they want to pick one.
In your traditional worldview, when it comes to dating, anyways.
Yeah.
Your feminist traditional worldview.
For me personally, I want to keep my name for my own branding. For like the average couple, I think you could hyphenate it. I think
if you had
either.
a kid,
that's not traditional though.
Yeah. So, and if you had a kid,
I said some traditional values. My point was.
So you only want the traditional values that benefit you.
It's not about benefiting. It's about evening out the fact that my reproductive role is not 50-50. So why would we go 50-50 on bills?
Well, what about the fact that
we can't go 50-50 on that caregiving aspect?
But if you are in the caregiving aspect and you're staying at home, you're taking care of the kid, your obligation to that is only 18 years. So if he's working, right, he's working to support you the entire time. Mm-hmm. After that obligation is done, he's still working and you're not working. So you get, in some ways you get a shortcut to retirement. Example.
Wow. Yo, AB Check. Thank you so much, man, for the gifted 50 memberships. An example?
Yeah, example. Me and my wife, okay? The youngest one that I have now left at home, 12 years old, okay? That's not going to, or 11 years old. It's not that long, okay? That's only, a few short years before she may launch out of the pad. Well, now my wife, she's pretty young. She's still pretty young, and she'll still be fairly young even when that happens. But I'll still be taking care of and paying all the bills. She won't have to do any of that, right? So yes, she took care of her obligation on the front end, but on the back end, the man's still working the entire time. So I don't see where this idea of fairness comes from you when you say, well, it's because I have to give birth and then stay at home. It's like, well,
thank you, Honda.
That's the easier job, one, and then two, you're paid for even after the child's no longer needs 24-hour assistance. And remember the time frame when that happens, it's only the first 2-3 years when they really need round-the-clock assistance.
Yeah, I'm not correlating it to round-the-clock assistance. And also, most couples have more than one child. And so it's not just the first 18 years. It could be up to 30 years in theory.
Yeah, even if it's 30 years.
Yeah, obviously
right?
they could tailor it to their actual familial duties and their plans.
Right, but really, even when you look at the cycle, let's say you had 5-6 kids, something like that. Most people won't. They'll have 2 or 3, right? But let's just assume it for the sake of assuming it. They usually spaced out by 2 or 3 years. Okay, so they don't need round-the-clock assistance after the first couple of years. They don't need that anymore. And then the older they get, when they get to 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, basically every single year that goes, the less that you really have to focus on taking care of them, other than like basic meals, things like this. They can basically take care of themselves. They can brush their own teeth,
if I've had
comb their own hair, everything.
Most mothers don't just...
it's not like they're 18 and they just fly away.
Well, I'm not saying that they are, but even then, when they're not flying away and they're 18, it's the man who's covering their bills then too.
So then, if a question for you, Farah.
I just had a different upbringing, so it's like
it's
I'm
the man
that
covering their
outlier
bills. But even if the kid stays, now the man's still taking care of that, and the mom doesn't have to take care of it at all. Not at all. Doesn't have to work. Doesn't have to do anything, and the caregiving portion of it, that's gone. And the man's still working, taking care of him, even if the kid doesn't leave.
Is the wife not taking care of you anymore either? Cooking, cleaning,
But
and
if
stuff
you're
like
talking
that?
about what's equal, right? Isn't the wife supposed to be doing that?
No, I am
right. So if she's
agreeing.
supposed
I'm
to
asking.
be doing that as a baseline, you can't throw that in and say, well, it makes it more equal. That's just her job.
No, I didn't say it made it more equal. I was just asking.
Yeah.
If in your situation, you're still expecting after all these.
Oh
things
yeah,
happen
no,
for
I
her to
expect
still take
breakfast
care of
made. I expect lunch made.
And
I
you
expect
don't think
dinner made. I expect all of that. Yeah.
That's not that's not a task. Like.
No, it's a task, but it seems like
you deserve to be
it
compensated.
doesn't seem very difficult compared to
$200.
But have you tried
I'm
it?
just catching up. Major Air Elf for Modest Simpiker. That 304 looks like our slurred Jasmine on crack. That's Simp Shiat. She won't bang you. Also, can the panel pronounce miscognistic? Hashtag I want smoke.
What word are they? Misogynistic?
Yeah, we had a girl in the previous show totally butcher the pronunciation
I'm like...
of that word. Thank you, LP. Appreciate it, man.
So anyway, when you just kind of like dive back in maybe to wrap this up or whatever, but yeah, when you're talking about her tasks and duties, no, I don't think her tasks and duties are draining. I think that she was able, in fact, to have so much additional time based on my labor that she was able to write a best-selling book, which is a best-selling book right now that you can buy. And you know who gets all of the royalties of that book? Me. Every bit of it.
Oh.
Every bit. She doesn't, and if she gets any of it, it's due to my largest. Why? Because I took care of her for the entirety of her life and took good care of my children for the entirety of their life.
And do you have
will
a
still
plan
continue
for them
to do so.
after you die?
Of course. Assuming I'm the one who goes first, right? But you don't know how that'll go. But we're still we're still pretty young, right? Ultimately.
I just don't, like, when it comes to the whole tradition thing, I just don't understand, because, like, an 18-year-old woman, is she immediately going to have children? What if that relationship doesn't pan out? So that's all the value is front loaded on the man, because not every relationship is going to culminate in having children.
Yeah.
So
it's aligned with the way I date. So for instance, I'm not currently dating. I'm not on dating apps. Next time I date, I'm dating to marry. So that's more.
But you're an outlier, I guess, in that regard.
Sure, yeah, that's why I also mentioned the fact that I have more traditional values, perhaps, with dating goals.
But
like, I'm
why,
not dating for experience.
But you
I'm
have
dating
traditional values, but you claim to have traditional values, but you wouldn't take your husband's last name, which is a traditional value. You do OnlyFans, which is not traditional. Because my view is part of traditionality is modesty.
Sure, I don't think I need to subscribe to the entire, package deal of traditionalism,
Sure.
but that doesn't mean I'm cherry picking it. It's what I think
what
I think is most fulfilling and what I think is most conducive to success. So for me, I value the idea of getting married. That's why I'm waiting till marriage. I value dating to get married. So I'm saying I don't see.
Wait, you're waiting until marriage for what?
To fuck.
To have sex?
Yeah.
You're waiting until marriage?
Yeah.
Why should that blow your mind? Because that's a traditional value.
No, that's fine.
Does
But
that not
I think
make
she
her
said something
modest, though?
differently on a
Even
previous
though she has
show. I think.
OnlyFans?
Yeah,
No,
that's like the
absolutely
most.
not.
If Farah was saving gold bars, it'd be less valuable than that in this day and age. So no, nothing but props from me.
Wait.
But you've previously answered that question differently. I guess my whole big thing is, you got women who want equality societally.
Wait, she's answered that question differently before?
Modest Hikima donated
Yes.
$200. Girl 2, look at your health, lol. Yikes. Girl 3, you need to remember you have ears. Sorry for assuming, but your kids will be better off with a man in the home. Mirror, HMU Andrew, Ty.
Word?
I do agree
Do you
that
wanna
it
sit
has
down,
to be
please?
a father
Hello?
figure, but it does not have to be a biological father.
Wouldn't it be better, though, if it was?
It would be if the overall relationship was healthy and it did not affect psychological state of the parents, because
Okay.
that would be reflected
All right.
on the child.
Going to you. So the guy should pay for the first bill. What about, would you take, I think I already asked you, excuse me if I did.
Would I
you
go on a second date with
No.
him?
Would you take your husband's last name?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess one of my issues with this whole, your position is that you claim to believe in tradition, but it's rather traditional to take your husband's last name.
And I told you that's why it's not cherry picking. I'm saying I'm looking at each traditional value and saying what do I consider the most
But
conducive to a healthy relationship. I don't know why taking his last name is going to lead to a healthy relationship. I think waiting
that's a
to have
tradition.
sex to get married is going to lead to a healthy
But I
relationship.
don't think the husband paying for first dates when you first meet them is going to lead to a healthier relationship necessarily either.
Right, but her argument for that is, but on the front end, the woman bears more of a brunt. But that's not true. So that's my problem. It's that's not true. What you stated of the reason that I believe that men should be paying for more for me, and it shouldn't be 50-50, is because on the front end, I think we have a bigger, or a larger cross to bear than they do. But that's not true. It's not correct.
Not larger cross. I wasn't downplaying what men have to do. I was more so saying that I think this idea of going 50-50 in bills isn't actually a true 50-50, because my point is we can never really go truly 50-50 in terms of child rearing and childbearing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it should be 60-40 with the woman on the 60 side, right? So if your value is fairness, anyway, that's what I'm saying. If your value is fairness and your argument is this isn't fair, right? I would make the same argument back, but just say, well, if that's the case, then you as the woman should probably be paying 60% and the man 40% and having the kids.
Here,
if it was about fairness.
it wasn't necessarily about fairness. I was more so talking about biological imperative. And I was saying it doesn't matter how much feminism we sustain in society. You can't out-feminist the fact that I have a pussy and you have a dick. And when we have a kid, I'm the one who's going to be facing that brunt. I'm the one who's going to have my body fucked up. I'm the one who's going to have suicidal ideation because I may be having postpartum depression. I'm just saying like 50-50, in my opinion, is a fraud.
Also, like,
well,
women.
Wait a second, but I kind of already responded to that, right? And said, no, that's not really true. You have a less of a burden to bear over time from the beginning.
If I take 25 years out of the workforce to raise 6 of your kids, I have less of a burden.
Yeah. How do you not?
So I should be going.
How do you
50,
not have
50.
less of a burden?
Wait, I'm confused. So I should be paying 50.
Manual labor. What if
That's manual labor.
What if your job is just sitting on
that's
manual
manual labor?
all day?
I didn't think that was. I think that any job you can do in your pajamas can't be that hard.
No, my point was you were saying she just has to care for the kid for 18 years, and then after that, now she has a free
Just
retirement.
pop in the DVD.
Yeah.
You just pop in the DVD for the kid.
Truly, if
Just
you
put
came
them on
home
the
and
iPad.
your wife was in her pajamas every day, would that not like turn you off or make you feel a certain type of way?
I don't think that. Listen, I don't think. Here's what most men want as the outcome for their children, who, for the most part, by the way, are sent off to public school, and she's not watching them do nothing. Okay, they're sent off for 8 hours a day to an institution very far away from her, and that's most kids who are raised by women in current society. That's one. 2, even if she stays at home and she raises them, and on top of raising them, homeschools them, right? And she does that in her pajamas, then that's still the least lazy thing she could be doing in comparison to sending them off to public school. So yeah, I think when you're talking about the labor added and what they have to do to raise kids, they mostly outsource that anyway.
Why is there such this like
outsourcing takes time too?
Oh yeah, they have to wave at the school bus. It's a rough gig. They have to get their ass up at 6 a.m. to get them on a school bus.
Well, do you
It's a
ever
rough
think
gig.
about how much it would cost you to pay a nanny, to pay a house cleaner, to pay a private chef, to pay like all these individual
and then let's reverse
jobs?
it. Well, let's just reverse it then. Okay, but what about how much it would cost for you to be able to stay at home all day and do absolutely nothing for the most part, right? And have cable television, have trash paid for, have your electric paid for, have all of your utilities, have vacations given to you, have all of that. That also has a high cost, a significant cost associated with it. So as you're bitching about, well, wait a second, my maid service should be compensated. It's like, well, your living expenses are already compensated. You have to do nothing for it.
Well, it's not nothing, and I don't think there's anything wrong with
It's nothing.
agreeing
It's get
that
on the
we
school
both
bus and
have
go
to-
back to bed. That's
in
what
a
it is.
marriage.
I wish
it's like what I would hate for my husband to just literally look at me and think if I'm a stay-at-home mom that I just don't do shit all day. If you go work and you have to like shovel bricks and pick up bricks and break your back, you're probably doing more laborious tasks than me. But as your partner, it would be so disrespectful to think that.
To tell the truth? To tell the truth that
I don't know. To me, if that's
to tell
what
the
you
truth
stand, it
that
sounds
me
like
is-
your wife might be lazy.
Let's assume for a second I'm a bricklayer and I go out and I do this hard, awful, horrible job. And I started with no skills when I was doing it. It took me 6 years in order to just figure out how to start laying the brick, okay? Because that's what it takes as a mason. And then after that, I'm wrecking my body every single day, working 12 hours a day, lifting some of the heaviest stuff you can imagine for 12 hours straight. And I come home and you're like, well, it's pretty disrespectful to me. It's pretty disrespectful to me that you think I don't bust my ass the same way you do.
I'm just saying it's as a partner, if it's a true partnership, if the way you view it, I think it seems like it's a little bit more of a business to you. So, but if you're in more of a partnership, I think it would be really disrespectful if your husband came home and looked at you building a whole home for him, taking care of his kids, pushing his kids out.
No, he built the whole home for
and
you.
First of all, we're talking about modern times.
I'm talking in modern time.
Dudes really used to build houses. None of us know how to build a house.
I know
None
how
of
to
us
build a house.
Created a house.
Andrew can build a house.
I can build a
fire.
house.
Heard it from Andrew here.
That's fire.
He builds
And
it.
more
He
men
builds-
need to learn how to build
Yeah,
houses.
I don't know if I could build there's some
you
So
like
you
things.
could build this
There might
right
be
now?
some things in a house
All
I
right,
couldn't
well,
build.
do you
but
have
for the most
kids
part,
yet?
Are you more of a cabin
Five
guy?
kids.
Do you think is it more of a
5.
cabin?
Yeah.
But most people can't build a house. Okay, most people go buy a house. But I'm just now I feel like you're pig partying. You know what I mean by build a home. I don't mean
Okay, I'll
I
try
don't
to be
mean
as
lay the
charitable
brick
as I can
down.
be about this. Okay, listen.
But I'm just saying, as if I pushed out 3 kids for you and you come home and you look at me raising your kids and you think I barely have done anything,
Yeah,
that's
but
crazy.
what if I
'Cause
come?
raised
What if
our
I come
kids.
home and I go, look, It took you 2 hours to pick up the house and keep it maintained, okay? The washer and dryer is going, but you're not manually washing the clothes anymore. I mean, you literally throw them in a machine. And then you go and you put the kids on a school bus and the kids leave in a school bus.
But
What the
that's
hell
like-
else are you doing all day?
They have machines that do like manual labor
Yeah, I
that
know.
people used
Well,
to have
no.
to like.
I don't know. I used to be
There's
a
no
nanny,
machines building
and
houses,
even
really.
as the nanny,
No,
people
but, like,
couldn't keep up their houses.
I mean, have been technological advances.
Let's move on to something else. Okay. All right. You had a note here. You said that you see a lot of girls are kind of on an anti-man kick right now. Is any
Yes.
girl currently on the panel on an anti-man kick?
I'm trying to get over my.
Modest Hikima donated $200.
What? I didn't ignore it. Did I ignore
Brixan, ignoring my generous tips is hate speech. I am a trans woman and you ignored my messages.
I'm sorry.
Get ready for legal action for not allowing my free speech. I am allowed under zero tolerance to
I apologize. I'm sorry. I will donate to GLAD. I'm sorry. Okay.
Are you okay? You look like you're...
She's massaging her temple.
Yeah, I usually go to bed around 11, and the drive is like 2 hours. I'm just letting you guys know I will leave soon, although I did enjoy this. I'm falling asleep and my back hurts.
I love her.
Your back hurts?
Yes.
You got back problems? What are your back problems? What you got?
Here and here. Would you like to massage me, Brian?
Okay, if you want to massage, I got real back problems. If you can massage me if you want, but no, you're good though. You can make another like 4 hours, right? Yeah, I think. No, I'm kidding.
Is that how you guys usually go?
No, we're not gonna go that long. But any girls at the table on an anti-man kick right now? Anybody? You kind of?
I was on one for like a while.
A long time?
I just started dating back in January, so like almost a year now. But for like 2 years, I did a year of celibacy, and then took a year of like no dating, nothing, but just
Sure. Okay.
whatever.
All right. Okay. Cool. So we have we got some tweets. We have some tweets from some people. Nick, if you can pull it from you.
Ooh, from my tweets?
Yeah, we have some of your
lives for
tweets.
this.
Yes! I love this.
White
yes.
men. I especially don't need. Hold on, we'll come
Grid
to.
One
Oh my
Motorsports
God,
donated $200. This panel is nothing but me and discount all a man willingly provides. You deserve your future divorces.
I feel like I'm gonna have
DG
3.
Greta, please lay off the pre-workout before the show.
I love man.
I love men. They are equals. We're yin and yang. Why? I wish we
I'd
could
love them
just
too if I
be-
basically had to do nothing. They just gave me everything that I wanted.
Well,
let's
if
get
we're
into-
reading my hate man white tweets, we're gonna be here for a while.
Let's get into it. We'll
Roll
try
the
to move through
clips.
them quick.
Am I supposed to?
But these are some of your tweets. So.
Yes.
Okay. White. Do you want to read them?
White men, I especially don't need your opinion unsolicited. 2019 on
Okay.
brand.
Okay. Why specifically white men? Just curious.
It's always just white men that just like some
Okay.
kind of problem. I grew up in a predominantly mostly like white neighborhood, and it's just like one white man after the next is like always the fucking problem, always starting some shit, always getting in a fight. These are like rich neighborhoods, which I think are like even worse because they have the money to try to do whatever the fuck they want.
Okay.
The most times I've been in danger, the most like anything like bad things is like always happening around white men.
The most
Yeah.
times that you've been in... So let me ask you this. Have you lived in predominantly non-white areas?
Now, yes, and I'm usually the only white person in most places I go to. So I feel much more comfortable.
Well, just for the sake of getting through all the tweets, we have a ton, so maybe we'll... Okay, next, Nick. Men are pigs.
Yes, Men Are Pigs, 2014. Okay, low-key, I was like 16 there, so like... Okay. Still not wrong, but...
A little misandrist, maybe, don't you think?
Just a little bit.
Men
Wait,
are
hold
so
on.
gross. They really are, though.
Wait, what? Men are
gross.
Don't you think it's a little, maybe a little sexist to say that? Well, before you answer that,
That's a good
do the
question.
girls do the girls at the table agree with what she's saying?
I love man.
Wait, sorry. What did you say?
She said men are
I said
gross.
men are gross.
And men are
they
trash.
fart and leave hair places.
Yeah, women
and,
never do that, right?
like they're dirtier.
I guess that's true statistically. Yeah, they tend to
Well,
have worse hygiene.
yes, but
Like I'm not saying like gross, get away from
They
me.
menstruate and they put their hair in the drains and they, et cetera, et cetera, et
But
cetera.
we'll go further lengths to hide it. Like we could poop and then we'd run out the street like 2 miles down to a Starbucks at 6 a.m., try to come back, brush our teeth, and pretend like we never went on that
Okay, look, I have 5
adventure.
daughters, 5. Okay?
Okay.
And what I'm telling you right now is that the mystery of femininity and their grossness. Yeah.
But you're
I
their
know,
dad.
I know all about it.
Yeah,
I know
my
all
dad
about
You're
it.
their
my
dad.
farts,
Like
too.
you're gonna
Like
see
my
that.
Yeah, there's
you
no
know?
mystery to the
But you're not their
femininity anymore.
husband.
we got some more tweets. We got some more tweets here, so I'll just have
Okay.
you continue reading them.
Here's your monthly update, June update. Men are still trash. Facts.
Okay, men are okay. Next, I guess.
November forecast. Men are still trash. I do the monthly update. Like it's my service to
Do
the
you
people.
agree with that though?
I'm laughing because honestly, a lot of the people in your chat are almost saying the same thing, like opposite. A few of them, so I just think it's funny.
If there's any men,
I'm sure they have a lot of
well,
reaction.
okay. If there's any men in the chat that are saying women are trash, I object.
I'm
to
not.
that.
I wasn't saying
No,
that
no,
you
no.
agree. I just.
I know,
think
but
it
I
was
just
funny.
want to point out I would object to a man in the chat or any man saying that women are trash.
I wouldn't object to it now.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that was a joke. That was a joke. Oh wait, that's not.
Was it?
He's joking.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
Joking.
Okay.
Okay, next tweet.
Joking.
Wait.
Men treat your women with respect and love.
Oh my.
They disagree.
I don't object to that really, but should women treat their men with respect and love?
Yes, it's a two-way street.
Okay. Next. Okay, that's fine.
Update: Men are still trash. This is
Your
too.
opinion is very wrong. Not every man is same.
Okay. All right. Next.
Fuck men. Okay, but can we get like current ones? Like these are from when I was in high school.
No. Well, okay. Hold on. 28. You're 28. This was
Okay.
2018, so you were 22.
2 years. Okay, 2 years after high
22.
school. 20, right?
Well, no. What? 2018.
2014.
2018.
Okay, you're
2018.
right.
2019.
Yes,
It's like
okay.
6 years ago. Okay. Next.
20. Men have the most fragile egos. True.
Do you think you're projecting a little bit?
Not really.
Okay.
I don't
Next.
feel
Just
it.
asking.
Next.
I mean, that's a good question. Besides
Go
white
ahead.
men in general, nothing triggers me more when a white man tells me to keep it up when I'm working out. Oh yeah. I
Okay.
hate that.
The reason
white
I
guys,
ask-
literally all the time I'll work out
Right.
and they'll come up to me and like be like, "Good job, keep going, you got this." But like they'll pass Yamani or like someone else behind me or in front of me and says nothing to them. Again,
Well,
it's
could
most-
you think of a reason why that might be? Off the
because
top of your
they're
head?
amazed that a fat person does exercise.
Right. So I mean, what? But think
So
about that for a
you-
second, though. Like what you
She's
just
just
said.
pointing
Like
out
that's like if
how-
you were in the 50s and like watched like a black person drink out of a white water fountain, you're not gonna be like,
no,
"Good for
It's a little
you."
different.
No, it's
Okay.
not
A
like
little different.
that.
Maybe a little different.
An example,
Could be a little different.
if I change my hair because
What are you doing to the microphone, lady? You're literally rubbing your
I'm sleeping.
concealer on the tip of the microphone. It's
I'm cuddling with it.
haram.
Do you mind?
You're so high maintenance. Okay.
We didn't even start dating, Brian.
What's that? What? We didn't even. Okay. All right. It was a joke. Okay. Let's continue with the
I
the
do agree a
tweets.
little bit with you. I think that white men, generally speaking, have a higher chance getting away with being insensitive. That's
What?
all I have to say.
Today?
I'm not sure about
no,
that.
about her
but-
tweets. But other than
No, I
that,
know, but I'm
I
saying
love
like
men.
today. You think that? You think that white men get away with saying insensitive things more than other people?
Yes.
More than other
I'm not
race-
sure
Right
about
now,
that.
today.
I'm not sure
Yes.
about. I'm
Oh
not sure
my
about
God,
that.
y'all are
Like if you look at
crazy.
rap music, like if I were to call a woman the B word.
Yeah, what? Are you
That's
talking
subjective
about?
though, because
it's
I use
different.
bitch all
That's
the
not fair.
time.
That's not
If
fair.
I even have that debate with my
subjectivity
therapist.
is like whatever
subjective.
you.
I
It's
also
gonna make
think
your
It's a
life, your
subjective
point
metric,
easier.
you know,
to
like
use
to
rap
men.
music to
Well, because in rap music,
it.
they'd be throwing around the word.
But that's a
They do,
predominantly
and it's
black thing, and we're
crazy.
talking about white men right now.
Okay, let's continue
Yeah,
with the tweets.
but the contrast
But
is
why
to
does it?
ask the
Why does
question
it matter what their
of-
race is? It's not okay.
Well, they're
But
asking
a white
about, like,
guy
my white
could
men
make a rap
tweets,
song
and
and
he's
do
bringing
that.
up
and
rap.
it's still
but
not
that's like-
okay.
Yo, shout out Eminem. What's up?
Yeah, they're just
But
talking
it is
about,
because it's
I
we're
rap,
talking about a rap
like-
song.
Shout out. You rap?
I rap.
Oh, pause the show. Pause the fucking show. Let's hear
God.
something.
Oh,
Doom, tss,
What do you? I don't know.
Let's go. Come on, drop it. Come on. Let's hear the rap.
Imagine if I
Let's
did that.
hear the.
Okay. Okay. Wait.
You got it.
Okay. Let me see. Can't hold my breath, can't hold my tongue. Think I'm naive or really that dumb? Life in the trap, already so rough. You're lucky I'm flossing and don't have my gun. It's on and it's popping, get ready to run. One time before, already too much. I cut the cords and I'm calling your bluff. I was so lucky. Lucky for what?
That was dope. That was the shit.
You have to do a mic
Yo.
tip.
Boom. That was the shit, son. Okay. Next tweet.
Ew, you're so disgusting. #men. 2015.
Lol.
Ooh, that was a tough
Little
year.
misandrous, don't you think? Okay.
What? Sorry, what does misandrous mean?
It's the opposite of misogyny. The
Okay.
hatred, contempt
Ooh, okay.
of men.
God cursed me with a middle-aged and African men hitting on me.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's like 2010. That's like,
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
that's 8th grade.
No,
But
hold on.
I love
2010.
African men.
No, they can be a
now,
lot.
It didn't sound like you
18
liked
and
them that
17.
much then.
Well, that's also when I was growing up at like 7th grade Republican. So
Okay. Do you want to go ahead?
men are disgusting pigs. I'm sick to my stomach.
I like how you emphasize these. Like, these are how they sounded in my head.
Now,
No,
granted,
exactly.
I will grant you that was in 2011. Do you still feel that way?
Not so much now. I mean, that realistically, I was 14 during that time.
Well, you said you're 28, so 2011. That
2010.
Well, that most recent one I think was 2011. Wait,
Okay. So that's
on.
a year
10
after 8th grade.
10 years ago.
15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, my math- sorry,
I grew up in a very
math is
conservative,
fucking
like
terrible.
racist ass, like neighborhood area.
County?
I grew up in Orange County.
We had some OC girls.
And so I used to be like a whole different person. And
Shout out OC. Just
you
kidding,
know,
just
you
kidding.
wouldn't. I
Tweets?
can see those tweets. I
Wanna
get
see
it.
the tweets? See the more tweets.
The real world makes me hate men
Now,
even more.
are you talking about
the show?
The show. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But it makes you. The show makes you hate. men.
Yeah, but now I know more about reality TV, and I've
Even
been on
more than you
reality TV to know.
Already did. Okay. Next.
Yes. Today I wish I had a little shirt that said "I hate men." That'd be so cute in a
2017.
crop top.
2017. Is it hilarious?
Yes.
Would you, if I had a shirt that said "I hate women," would that be hilarious?
That'd be low key iconic.
I'm laughing because I've just known her for so long, and I just think it's funny that she's.
Is it funny?
I think it's sad.
I'm laughing, so it is.
Well, there's no
But
homicidal misandrous. Like, if you wore a shirt that said "I hate women," you'd be akin to like people like Christopher Harper Mercer, Elliot Rogers, incels who have actually left those kind of posts on Facebook and then killed like a dozen women.
I think you have something for this, Andrew.
No, I'm just saying
Yeah,
that a
well,
woman
this
has never
would-
said "I hate men" and then gone and killed 12 men.
Just
No,
because-
they do. They just do it in their nursing roles. See, what they do is they do it over time in nursing roles and in roles where they're supposed to be taking care of children, things like this. That's when women kill.
Wait, can you elaborate?
Yeah. So, for instance, women who are in roles where they're taking care of children, okay, whatever that role is, far more likely in those roles, right, to hurt those children over time.
The male
I'm talking
children?
about the homicidal.
Are you
ones.
talking-
Yeah.
Any
yes.
child.
Male children.
Yes. The
Well,
male
Like, it have to be a
Specifically-
specific male.
well, they
you're
kill
saying?
what I'm saying is that women kill. They just kill differently. So when you're like, the hatred towards women is an indicator that the men are going to hurt women. It's like, well, but it's an indicator both ways. It's just that because women kill differently and much more sadistically, in my opinion, it's even more sadistic. That's not to say that they don't, if they have a problem towards men, kill them, because they clearly do. They just do it in capacity of caregiver, nurse,
Wait, you're
things
saying
like
they
this.
disproportionately harm male children?
Well, if they hate men, yes.
Also,
That's the
you
thing.
also
There's a statistic that women are disproportionately hurting male children. In
Well, yeah.
caregiver
Well, let me
roles.
give you an easy example of them disproportionately hurting male children. A lot of female teachers, do they think they have sex with more male children or female children?
And you think those are the type of women who are wearing a shirt that maybe says "I hate men," like, and that they test positive for misandry?
That's not what your question was.
It was related to him saying
that was
whether
not
a
your
shirt
question.
would be any type of indication.
No. You're changing the goalpost. Your
You know you
question
gotta keep it one
specifically.
track over here.
Your question to me specifically was: are you saying that women harm male children more?
Because that was in response to the idea that
And
if a
then the
man
answer-
wears a
okay,
shirt
but the
that
answer
says "I
is
hate
yes,
women,"
they
it's
do
usually
harm 'em more.
it's usually correlated to being in an incel community, which does.
What?
is a
No, it's not.
Can I
proponent of violence
just
against women.
say-
So are you fine with the shirt?
I didn't say I was fine with it. I'm just saying you're trying to make it. You drew an analogy and said it was a pure parallel to say having a shirt that says "I hate women," and I'm saying it's not.
It is. It's
not.
exactly-
It is
But
the
you-
pure,
you-
what
But
would be
I
the
also
pure
want to
parallel?
be real with me.
What? No. What would be the pure parallel?
There is no pure parallel because as much as she tweets men are gross, she's never going to be so incentivized that she goes and kills 12.
actually the
even
difference.
How do you know that?
Even if she's curved by
Here's-
12 fuckboys in 1 year, she's never going to go kill. That just doesn't happen.
How do you
But
know
that. Okay, hold on.
Where are the stories? Where are the
In
statistics?
caregiver positions, they do kill. I don't know where you
But
come
they're
up
not-
with this
And then
idea.
show a tweet of those caregivers saying, "I hate men." We're drawing a correlation between misandry and disproportionately harming
Are
men.
you serious? There's whole books that are devoted on this topic about how female serial killers are often, they're mad at men because they were abused or because of any number of different problems they have with men specifically.
like male
it's a huge
serial
red flag.
killers
Okay,
usually
female
have-
for instance,
serial
if
killers
I
are
was-
espousing
so
misandry?
Here, I'll give you an example of this. Let's say that I had a nurse. I was like in a hospital laid up or something. And I went on this nurse's Twitter and it had all the tweets that were like this. Think that wouldn't be a red flag for me to be like, maybe don't come in my room and play with my IV. Maybe don't come in here and change my drip.
Okay, I'll give you that. That's like a fair
Right.
thing.
Okay.
But also,
But-
I want you guys to be really real with me right now.
Okay.
Those tweets, majority of them, let's be real, 2010, 2018, I'm still living at home. I have a father who punches me in the face,
That's
strangles
wrong.
me,
That's
throws
wrong.
furniture at me, beats me up against an oven, does all sorts of things, killed me almost 3 times.
That's
like
wrong.
all these things. You don't think, I'm not saying those are right, but you don't think me tweeting at 14 being like, I hate men is like the worst thing? Like,
Look,
Right,
it's
but-
like a
You weren't
diary.
14 though.
It's
You were in your
but those were
early-
chronics
you
between
were-
14 and 20 years
But you
old
have
of when
recent,
I still lived
you have
in.
much more recent posts where you say men are trash, men are gross,
Yeah.
men suck. Those are much more recent.
But not only that, he asked you this, right? So
But-
this is fine to give that qualifier.
And I also said I was coming out of my man-hating phase.
Yeah, hey, it's fine for you to have that qualifier, and I'll say, okay, sure, that's a fair qualifier, except he asked you literally 5-6 minutes ago, hey, do you still feel this way? And you were like,
Kinda.
yeah, kind
Well,
of.
you
So
like
it's
were
like,
jumping
well,
up and down for him to read
I'm
them,
just-
so it doesn't really matter when they were written if you
I
still
mean,
feel
because
the
I
same
think
way.
they're hilarious.
But you think it's
Okay, that's
funny to
weird.
say that men are trash, men are gross. I would actually argue, I mean, because you were saying, well, what's the impact? It's pretty shocking to me that, for example, if a man were to say those same things, you just replace man with women. You would get in major trouble. You'd get canceled. But here she is. She's a supermodel.
There's
She's
also-
her
sorry.
own words. You're booking gigs. You've got all these like.
Booked and busy.
That's cancelable. That would be a cancelable offense if you were a man to
But
say, "I hate women."
That's
I mean,
also
to be-
backed by like how you said men are the almost sheer enforcers of power. They're
what?
stronger than us. So if going back to what you said, men are always stronger than women. They're always the bigger ones. They can enforce everything. So if we use those parallels and a man is tweeting that, you can look at it from the lens that he can actually enforce I hate women. He can actually go overpower a woman versus from you and what you said
But
about
most men
the
don't.
power dynamics. First of all,
What?
I didn't say
I need
that
to see
every
those
man goes
statistics.
and beats and hurts women, but if you think that you think that
No.
there's no violence against
Yeah.
women just for
I'm
having
not
a
saying that
vagina,
there's not.
and there's a violence against there is violence.
I'm not saying there isn't.
And I'm just
Yeah.
saying
Here,
there's
but-
violence
but-
against femininity, and I'm just hold on. If you switch the tweets, statistics would show that if a man's expressing those things, it might be come out a little bit more violent and a little bit more dangerous than a woman. This is just
Let me ask you
Well,
guys.
also being part of the
hold on.
LGBT community,
Okay, that's
this is
irrelevant.
kind
That's
of
relevant.
like
Let's not get into the weeds here.
It's-
Do you guys know who Andy Warhol is?
yes,
Okay. What happened to Andy Warhol?
like in terms of what? Death, life.
He was
art.
murdered
Yeah,
by
a woman.
who was a raging anti-male feminist. She wrote a book called The Scum Manifesto.
Yes.
Her name was Valerie Solanas.
Yes.
So this idea that women are not, one, capable of violence, or that
didn't
they
say
don't
that.
inflict
Who
violence.
said that?
But
just
but
showed us that
this
they do. You just said they
misandry.
do.
Hold on,
Writing a
no, hold on.
manifesto versus tweets between
no, it's
14
not
No.
just that.
But Farha was
A
making the
manifest-
point. Farha was making the point that misandry does not lead to violence when actually it
It's
has.
If you
and
look
does.
at the statistics,
I think what she was trying to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's less likely.
Yeah, but
to
let's
lead
just
to
assume.
violence.
Let's assume for a second So none of that's true. But let's just assume it is. Let's just say that it was only less likely by 10%.
Okay.
Right?
That's a big chunk of people.
Yeah, but who cares? That's still it would still be a massive problem and a massive red flag for you to say, yes, women do it too. They act out with misandry. They just do it 10% less than men. So what? Wouldn't it still be a massive red flag that we should watch out for and still look at it the same way we would
If
at
I'm
men?
being very honest, a lot of men usually like that I say that stuff because
What?
Yeah. The reason being is they think it deters other men. So they're like, oh, the woman who hates men chose me. She must love me.
They think she won't cheat because she's a misandrist, is what
That
she's saying.
And so most guys that I love when I say that, they're like, oh my God, yeah, like you're only fucking with me. I'm special. I know it sounds crazy, but that...
I mean, that checks out, but also I want to point out a difference.
It doesn't check out, but
When
okay.
she's tweeting, I hate men, she's saying it because it's chic. And like she pointed out, she was participating
It's
in hookup
chic.
culture because of Cardi B. It's not because I don't think she actually has, if you were to put her on a like lie detector test, I don't think she actually has hatred towards men. I don't think she actually, gets off on violence towards men. I think a lot of men though who do have those shirts, I think they do feel rejected from women. I think they feel ostracized in society. And I think they do have uniquely bad feelings towards women. I 100% would bet my life that she does not, and girls who tweet things like that are just trying to be fashionable.
Well,
The only person
why are
I
you
ever
talking
wanted
on
to like
her
hurt was
behalf?
my
Like,
father.
why are you making
and
these
now-
assumptions?
It's a panel. What?
But I mean, she's pretty like on the spot with
No,
that.
but you can't walk back.
But that's why I
now that you're
mentioned gay
being-
culture, because in gay culture, being for the girls, gays, and theys, that like what she's saying.
Even
it's
gay
a-
men
it's a-
tweet like,
it's
"I
a
hate
statement.
boys, I
It's
hate
a
men."
it's a
Exactly,
trend,
yeah.
and that no offense, but I want to
I think it's
expect
corny
you to
and they shouldn't
understand
say
that.
it, but it's not at all parallel to misogyny.
And how?
At some
How do I
point,
wanna
degrading
frame
and
this?
making jokes about your wife or whatever was almost as fashionable as saying I hate men. Like back in the days, men would sit around and
like,
talk.
oh, women, right?
But
Like,
just to
provides
address,
a breeding
just to
ground
address-
for the violence that we're speaking about.
Okay. But to address your point that it's chic or cool or quirky to hate men, how emblematic is it of a just failure of society that men are not given respect and that it's a joke to hate men, that it's acceptable to hate men? That would be bigger evidence of because if you say I hate women, the forces of feminism will descend upon you and you're going to get canceled, you'll get kicked out of school, you're going to lose opportunities. But nobody bats an eye if a woman says things that are misandric or hateful towards men.
First of all, that's not true. I
It's
think you should take a look at the
absolutely true.
streaming community.
What?
Kick is just drenched in misogyny and people making like anti-women jokes. They're
Yeah,
still
but
getting
it's
on
just
platforms.
quirky.
Well,
No, it's not.
No,
It
my
really
point
is
was he
not.
was
No,
saying they would
it's
get
just
canceled.
The history of violence
saying they
against
won't
women
He was
is
saying they'll
way
be
more
deplatformed
extreme
for it.
than
They're not going
men.
to be deplatformed.
According to you guys, your argument is this is just quirky, right? This is just quirky.
I think there's truth to it.
We're funning, right?
Yes,
So, okay,
that's
so
what I was
if I
saying.
give
I
the
think it's
argument
fine for
back,
those. I think it's fine for those kick boys to say that because I think they're just
What are
poking
they
fun and I
saying,
think they're being
though?
stupid. I don't think it's.
but let me ask you a question. Let's assume what she's saying is not a joke. Is it still funny?
It's half true.
If women were to mean it, it's one thing. I don't think she means it because these women are still down bad for male attention. I think the guys who do say I hate women, I think they genuinely feel it because they feel rejected and
Based on
ostracized
what?
by women.
What
Men,
evidence do
okay,
you have
let's put
for
it
that?
this way.
What
like,
evidence do you
like
have
a
for that?
girl will be like, oh, that guy blew me off, or he like slept with my best friend, and then you're
I
like,
hate
oh,
men.
I
Yeah.
hate men.
Yeah, they say
and
that.
then like a girl will literally not give you her number, and he'll fucking murder you and follow you home.
When men
What
say
percentage?
What
I've been
percentage? What's the
essayed
percent?
5 times, and it's all from rejection.
First off, that's terrible that happened. However, the example that you gave was that women are just en masse, wholesale, getting murdered for rejecting men. That's very rare. It does happen, but that's an extremely
Modest Peaking
exceptional
donated
case.
Then I must be like the
$200.
biggest outlier
Girls,
today.
Yikes. Enjoy your lonely man-hating life. I'm sure your husband will be enthused in saving his children rather than yourself. Why save you? You hate men. Why
Well,
save you?
and remember that
Simply
you're-
men haters.
I love
Save
men.
me from what?
you're emotionally close to that, right? So I understand that you're emotionally close to it, but disconnect being emotional from it for a second.
Okay.
Let us assume for a second that you can agree with me that at least some women, just some, who will make tweets like this and are misandrous, will act out in a way which is harmful to males by either poisoning them, perhaps, like has been done in the past, or things like, okay. So even if you just grant that it's some, even if it's only 10% of what it is for men, or 30% of what it is for men, then you would still have to look at it and say, that's also bad and shouldn't happen the same way you would for men, right?
No, because the disparity in percents is what makes the difference.
Why is
Severity.
So big.
That's
and
ridiculous.
And we're not talking about like
Why?
when
Wait,
men
why?
hate
Women,
talking
they're watching
thousands
violent,
of years.
torturous porn of women. Like, don't you think there are just stronger correlations between misogyny and actually getting off on women being
Here, I'll prove
harmed
it to
than
you.
her? I don't think she would feel any joy watching a man get beat in porn. But I think men who say I hate women, they are watching torture
Hang on,
porn.
I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you. So let's take, oh man, I got to frame my language carefully here. But let's assume for a second that one of those school events, you know what I'm talking about, right? A school event perpetrated by a man.
Okay.
Okay. One of those types of events.
Certain type of man.
Let's assume we're going to say like almost all of them are done by men, right? But like, let's say hypothetically that 10 or 20% of them are done by women. Any of the tweets that would lead you down the same primrose path of thinking about men in that category that would lead to you thinking they would do that, whatever women tweeted out the same things that were similar to that, shouldn't it be the same red flag?
Yeah. I mean, if you're tweeting
Well, did
murderous
we find
things,
the I love men tweets?
Well,
literally the I love dick.
one is a call to
The I
action
love dick
or an
tweets are all
announcement,
over there.
but you're incriminating yourself.
No, not always. They don't always incriminate themselves by saying, I'm going to go do this thing. But they have red flag-like behavior that leads to them doing the thing.
But earlier, I even told you I had the chance to murder my father and I didn't, and I could have gotten away with it in self-defense.
Got to be careful in that language, right?
But like, so. I literally had the opportunity and had the chance to get away with it, and I didn't do it.
Yeah, I know. But try to understand the kind of the way that you're making your arguments.
That not every girl that
kind of the way you're making your arguments and pushing your kind of worldview is to say I'm very emotionally close and so therefore true, right?
The Nashville Christian school murderers stand out as a written and entire manifesto of hate. Men will get into a fight and kick each other's ass. Women will poison or shoot you in the back.
What about war? What? Men are... He literally you said that they are the almost sole enforcers.
So I think the only difference is like men are more brutal when
men are
women are smarter about
it. You keep misinterpreting what I'm saying.
I
didn't say that because men are the enforcement arm that means that they're in some way inherently violent.
They are inherently violent.
I'm saying they are.
Not all of them, but if we're talking about outliers, then the outliers in this case would be the men.
So hang on. So when I'm talking about force, and we're talking about inherent violence, then what I'm saying here is that the inherent violence, which is used to protect your rights, that's good force for you, right?
Men are inherently violent.
I mean, I'm ACAB, so that's not really like...
No, but that misses the point. The point is to say that violence itself is not bad. It's not inherently bad. It's only bad when it's used for a bad purpose, right?
Can you can you give me an example of when
if a man
violence
is
would be
using
used for
violence
good?
to protect your life, you wouldn't consider that to be bad violence. You would consider that like good violence, right?
I guess.
Yeah. So that's all I'm saying. So I'm just saying she's misinterpreting what I'm saying about enforcement.
No. I'm just saying
that doesn't mean that it's non-benevolent, because enforcement of your rights would be a benevolent thing.
I'm just saying that relates to kind of what we're speaking about in the fact that women on a larger scale face more violence from men than if you look at it on the other way. I'm not saying that
they don't.
I'm not saying that no woman has ever punched a man that they're dating. For example, men I date, I couldn't hurt them if I tried, unless I had like a knife or a gun. I'm so little. If I wanted to, I would really have to work to like really physically harm most men that I date. Versus on the other hand, a man, I'm little. A guy could probably smack me one good time and whatever. So bringing that back to we're more likely to we face more violence than...
I think it's the opposite. So I see women hitting men all the time and men just take it. I see it everywhere all the time,
but
nonstop.
You see what? I'm not making
women hit men constantly and they don't do anything about it.
That's exactly what I said, though. But this is exactly what I'm saying. I can hit a man. I'm not saying it makes it right. I would have to hit you probably 5 more times to hurt you than you would have to hit me.
Even
disagree
if I don't
or agree? Agree or disagree?
Yeah. So
I'm not making it right. It's not cool if you
listen,
hit
I know. I'm trying to answer your question. So I would agree that yes, you might have to apply much more force than a man, but violence is still violence, right? So it's still, even if you hit a man and it hurts less than when a man hits the man, who's the conductor of the violence if the man doesn't hit him and you do?
I got something really good on this.
That's the point.
I got something really good on this. So my understanding when it comes to, I believe it's non-reciprocal DV, the rates are actually the same between men and women.
Yeah.
One very interesting statistic is that the domestic violence rate amongst lesbian women is, I believe, much, much higher than between gay men.
It's 70%.
So if violence is a male thing, how do we explain that
lesbians
are crazy.
In homosexual relationships with two women versus two men, where you've removed the that dynamic, how can it be that the domestic violence rate is substantially higher in female-female relationships as compared to male-male relationships? And you're welcome to look up the stats on that, but it's been studied thoroughly.
It's 70% of all the domestic violence inside of homosexual groups is female on female.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I believe the numbers, but I kind of feel like I don't know.
That's good. Oh, no, sorry. I was just go ahead.
What was I just saying?
You were saying you believe the numbers.
I think I could say, I don't know. I feel like women are maybe a little bit more emotionally like reactionary in terms of like when it comes to being in a relationship and reacting to, for the most part, we'll probably react a little bit quicker, or like a little bit more with more force or energy or emotion.
Violence.
In terms of
violence.
You could use the word. Well, I'm saying emotion because I'm saying like, which it doesn't. It's not abuse is yelling, screaming, whatever, kicking, violence, whatever. So all those things like we maybe get a little bit more amped up when it comes to like being in relationships. So maybe that's why. But I mean, for the most part, like, I don't.
So the only reason, so by that logic, then the only reason that women aren't smacking men when they're inside of relationships with them is because the man can hit her harder.
Probably.
I'm not gonna
lie. So that would mean that
because
inherently you're saying that women are more violent than men.
Well, just like
that's what you'd be saying.
But we're talking about men versus women acting on their violence.
Right, but if you're saying that. No, it's actually that women are more violent. It's just that there's a deterrent.
Women have violence.
Hang on. Let me finish.
I'm sure you wanted to smack a girl before and you
what she's
didn't
saying
because
is this. She's
you're
saying,
a guy. You would hurt her.
But that's my point. Is that
that's what stopped you.
Yeah,
though.
but you're saying here, honestly saying here that women are more violent than men. And that the only reason, or at least in relationships, you must be, because you say that the reason that they attack each other in same-sex relationships more is because they're more violent. They just don't do that to men because men can hit them harder, so they have to restrain themselves from striking them. Which means that if you were to reverse the role and say that men were the weaker sex, that women would be way more abusive to them than men are to women.
Gotcha, bitch. Okay.
Just say it. That's crazy.
Wait,
you asked why it wasn't necessary. I was just saying what might the possibility be. Sure. I still stand that men are more abusive.
Let me do a couple chats, then we got some more tweets. We got Seaberg. Traditions are experiments that worked. If you choose to take the untraditional path, it is your choice, but it does come with increased risk. Also, Mira seems crazy enough to have, did I say it wrong? To have fun with, but no more. Do you want to respond to that, Myra? Is it Mira? Sorry, my bad.
She's making a spectacle.
She looks like a sleepy dog. You know when dogs get sleepy? That wasn't like cute. Yeah, it's like a cute dog. No, I wasn't, trying to.
There's an energy drink right here.
Somebody wait, did you get that just for her, Nick?
Yes, I did. Right.
Mira, give her the energy drink. Give her. Do a little, okay.
Here we got
Davon Jackson. While women who hate men are less likely to act out physically towards men than use other avenues such as gossip, innuendo, and reputation destruction, more likely to finesse financially and spread falsehood. That is, I think.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Yeah, maybe women are more sneaky with their violence against men, but it's not like physically harming them. Maybe.
I mean, we're just talking about physical violence, though. That was really
An emotion. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the case.
Financially and emotionally, women are hurting men.
Women
I
can
mean,
be
reputation
abusive.
destruction is huge. Like, that's frequently used.
I think that only really works if you live in like a small town, but
I mean, well,
dick and pussy's everywhere.
No. I mean, the big problem is like workplace, right? Just workplace. You can destroy a man's reputation inside of the workplace, spread rumors, things like that. Now you have isolated the area in which most of his peers are. So yeah, you could use gossip and slander to really good effect by just kind of narrowing the pool as to where it'll hurt most. You're right. Big city, just screaming at the rooftop, this guy's a piece of shit, that doesn't do anything. But spreading the rumors around his small workplace, that would do something.
yeah. We're trying.
How am I doing that in the workplace, though?
Usually they send an email, they call, they do things like that, or they talk to the wives who are coworkers, that type of thing.
Let's get some tweets. More tweets. We got more tweets.
Tweeter.
Go ahead.
Boys, where the real men at?
Okay, this one. Where's the real men? Where? Okay,
Really? Where are they? March updated. Men are still trash.
2019. So that was you were. That was
Most
4
of these
years
are
ago,
2019.
So you were 24 then. So I mean, fully functioning adult.
I was out of a breakup.
Okay. All right.
I'm not saying it's
next.
justified, but that's why I was hating men so much. Monthly update. Men are still trash. I need to make this a scrapbook.
2018.
Trash.
Oh, read it.
Oh,
you go back.
Women who's. Why are men trash?
Next.
Women who seek to be equal with men lack ambition.
So what are you saying? Are you saying there is that women need to want to seek?
Hold on, let me think about this. I've got to go back to like 2012 here. What does that tweet say again? Women who what? Seek to be equal with men.
It means superiority.
Lack ambition. What did I mean by that?
That means that you want women to seek superiority over men.
How is equal? I'm curious.
But how am I telling them they lack ambition?
As a woman, if equality is all you want, you lack ambition, your conquest needs to go beyond just equality. It needs to be supremacy. That's my interpretation of it. I mean, how else would
Damn, I don't know if I was thinking that deep at 16, but maybe that's it. I'm not gonna, honestly, I don't, that one's recall.
Sure.
Maybe you could be correct with that one.
All right, next.
I have no defense for that.
Yeah.
It just came naturally to you.
Maybe.
Go ahead.
It's just crazy how someone can treat you so bad. Can hurt you so bad, then treat you like a sex object. Update, men are still trash.
I guess, and there's a bunch more. My question to you is, why not just say, my past partner was trash, or this specific individual, or these specific individuals are trash? Because to me, it occurs to me.
I could do that for you, Brian.
Thank you.
I could start that.
She goes home and
I like to be open-minded.
Fuck this podcast host, men are trash.
Oh no, I'll probably tweet.
trash.
I'm probably going to tweet, this is for Brian, men are okay. I'll tweet it right now.
I have a question.
But you can't walk back because you're being because you're being confronted. I feel like you're walking back an actual genuine position that you hold.
No, well, I see that, yes. But I think maybe, I don't know, like not so much that you could vouch for me, but I don't know, when I think back to like 2010, 2014, 2016, those tweets, I'm growing up in a conservative neighborhood. I have very conservative beliefs. I've have all these different things in me, but at the same time, I had just started hanging out with gangs and gang banging and selling drugs and doing all that sort of stuff.
Whoa.
And so I was working in mostly male-dominated fields where I was the only woman.
Which gang were you involved in?
They're neighborhood gangs. Well,
you were in a gang?
It's gentrified pretty now, but around Santa Ana.
Were you a gang?
I was in a gang. I was holding drugs.
Did you get jumped in? Huh?
Jumped. I mean, I was very much had
you were
to
in the
get
gang?
hazed.
Where were you?
And
okay.
Yeah, I was told there's
mostly
two ways to get in.
There's ways to get in, but it's also if being white, you have to extra prove yourself.
Wait, what gang?
There's like it's not like subsets. Yeah, so like you'll go to different like.
Was it the white gang?
No, mostly Hispanic, and then I started working for the Asian mafia.
Oh shit! Okay.
So I've mostly like been.
And wait, what about the drug? What were you doing with the drugs?
Well, so when
wait, statute of limitations.
Okay, long story short, stock market crashes around like 2008, whatever. Mom's like, you're going to public school now. Like, we can't afford anything. I'm like, okay, I go to public school. I'm like,
so wait,
oh my god, and like here I am.
In grade school, you were dealing drugs?
High school. So 15, I started
16.
selling fake IDs, and then I started selling drugs.
Oh shit!
Hustler. After I had people like bring me to parties, like at the public school. So mostly worked around men. I would say I actually trust men more than I trust women because women didn't believe me growing up. But growing up, still around all these other dynamics of being like, the men are in charge. You got to listen to the men, whatever. Men, right? Fast forward these years, I want to say like 2017, I'm having like the liberal awakening. And like, and then 2-3 years ago, pans into like communism and socialism and just like literally like, if you looked at like older me,
Modest Hikima donated $200. Women are suppressed by white men.
She loves Andrew.
Imagine growing up with such privilege, not understanding what living in the US actually means. In communist Cuba, I had so many freedoms, like farming, staying.
Wait, that doesn't sound bad though.
Thank you, Hakama.
But here, I would definitely like I would say I.
Did you ever shank anybody?
I can't even. I mean, I've cut people.
You shank somebody? You cut
Not
somebody?
Shank them.
Oh,
like
you cut.
Like cut.
With
like,
a.
Yeah.
Damn.
Slice. I was there.
You were there.
Can't talk too much about it.
Okay, let's get back to the tweets. Okay.
I have a question about the last tweet.
Okay.
What was the last tweet?
She said that how can a man treat me so bad, hurt me so bad, and then treat me like a sex object?
Yeah.
My question is that not what you see yourself as?
Not currently. I think there's a difference between being a sex object and a sex symbol, and I think my whole life I've resonated with being a sex symbol.
I think that's just you preferring a different word so it fits what you want
by
to fit
sex
better.
object, that means like you can treat me however you want sexually. You can
it's just
do
sexual
XYZ.
objectification.
Sex symbol means I'm a representation of something. It's not something
sex.
Yeah, so you can have.
Okay, it's the same.
But that's like saying you're a sexual person, but that, like, if you embrace your sexuality, that doesn't mean that.
Like, just because a girl dresses slutty doesn't mean she's having sex. She has an OnlyFans doesn't mean she's doing porn.
Yeah, but if
well,
OnlyFans
technically,
it does. But
I mean, I have
that's
OnlyFans.
very
I don't do
easy.
porn.
Right,
No,
but what
but
do you take your
is there
clothes
any
off
nude
for
content?
money?
Topless.
Okay, that's porn. Yes. Are you making money by taking your clothes off?
It's not hard.
Taking my top off.
Okay, well, I mean that's the justification of what you want the definition of porn to be.
I mean, most people are sending people nudes for free. Is that porn too?
They're sending a person that they know or
so
have
is
a
it?
relationship
Do you
with.
think it's porn because I'm getting paid for it, or because
I think it's porn because you're taking your clothes off and letting strange people that you don't know look
it's
at you
for
naked.
the purpose of being sexualized, and you know it's for the purpose of being
But
sexualized.
why does that make her a sex object?
Yeah.
If I take my clothes off with my husband and I let him fuck
That's
me,
not
am I
the
an
same
object?
thing at
Then
all.
you have to get a different
Are
word.
we not
You,
capable of
me
seeing
opening
women in
my
a
phone and
three-dimensional
going
way?
and searching your name and seeing you naked on my phone, I have no idea who you are or anything about you.
You would have to go like through several paywalls to see me naked.
But hang on.
though.
That doesn't matter. You getting money for it makes it worse, not better. Makes you more of a sex object.
Why is
Why do
it
you
better that
care?
girls
I'm
do it for
curious.
free
Why
and
do
I just
care?
get paid
Oh,
for
God,
it?
it's
I have
late in the
literally
day for
never
that.
sent a nude in my entire life until
Wait.
last January.
Just one.
And girls have been sending nudes for free all the time, and they're not the sluts.
Modest or, we know you. Okay, I'm not going to say that, Modest. Come on. Regardless of blank or not, next please. Okay, here we're running out of time. I want to try to get through all the tweets. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead. If you can read them.
Oh yeah, men. They say you can't live with them, can't live without them. But right now, I could totally live without them. Valid.
I have a
Do you mean
question
like
for you.
romantically or just like societally?
I think a lot of these tweets come from like when I don't want to be approached by men. I think it's kind of like a defense mechanism. Like someone's trying to reach out to me, they're not getting the hint, they're not whatever. Best way is to be like, I hate men. They see my social media posts and either they're like, well, I guess she's off limits right now, or they say it and they're like I said earlier, I love this girl. Like she doesn't like men, she likes me. Like she's perfect. So there's some guys where like, yeah, it turns them off, and then there's some guys that turn them on. But I think my expression of hatred towards men is times I either didn't want to be like sex object, sex symbol, whatever you want to package it as. I just wanted to be like, get away from me. Like this is my red flag, red alert. Like don't encounter me. It's like a safety coping mechanism. And I'm like, in the nicest way, we could probably find like 1,000 I love dick
So you would say
tweets.
it's a cope?
Maybe some parts, like, yeah, it's like therapy. Twitter's always been kind of like my diary.
Mir.
Yes, I have a question for you.
Your swap comments first. Actually, go ahead. Say your shit.
So first of all, I wanted to say it's terrible that you had to go through such abuse from your dad, and I'm really sorry for that. I understand that you mask in a lot of that trauma with your sense of humor and your sarcasm, but do you think that your relationships, and especially the ones to come in the future, even if they're healthy, they will be affected by the trauma with your dad that has not been healed?
I don't think so. That's why I feel like not to be, I'm a changed woman, but I did take like the past 2 years to like fully like, I purposely like was celibate because I didn't want to like date men and lead them on or treat them a certain way because I was feeling a certain way towards my ex. And because I'm very empathetic, I do really care like how I make somebody feel hurting, because I was like physically like hurt so badly. Like putting people in pain like makes me like cringe, like genuinely. And so it's like, I hate men's easier to like just kind of like, you know, like a diary entry post, whatever. But the past like 2-3 years, like I'm in therapy, I'm working on it. It's a big part of the reason why I didn't want to be in a relationship. So I think it'd be one thing if I was tweeting I hate men and was actively pursuing relationships with men, but I wasn't. And not only that, but I was like trying to push men away from me and not let them in. So I think now, as I'm still doing the work, I go to therapy and I have PTSD and EMDR and do all these things for those things. I think whoever gets me would actually like be pretty lucky, because I'm like healing from this. I'm a better communicator. I think I'm a better mother. There's a reason I have 6 godchildren. So at the end, and 3 of those godchildren are all boys. So at the end of the day, I do see where you're coming from. I think, yeah, that's probably some things I've done in the past, but that's definitely not who I want to be in the future, which is why, you know, we haven't seen those tweets in 3 years.
I can't wear 2 at the same time. Far, join me.
I don't know if Far wants to wear it.
I'm okay.
Kiki?
No, you put this one on and I'll take that one, okay?
I don't like red. You put this one on. It matches your shirt.
So, but yeah, so I'm genuinely like, not to be cornball, but I'm doing the work. So like that doesn't happen, and that's why I said
I don't understand how any of that
I'm trying
actually...
to get over like being like,
Here, let's just try to get through all the
man-hater.
tweets. Let's just try to get through all the tweets so we
woo. Okay. How am I losing friends to white men? Disgusted. Oh fuck. Yes.
Wait, okay, let's not linger. We'll just get through all of them, and then we can, if there's any to address. Go ahead, Nick.
Yo, is it just me, or are men extra trash this week?
2019 next.
Can we pretty fucking please send all the cis white men to a different planet? Still feel that.
That's...
All the men that talk to Yamani are fucking trash. When was that?
Yeah,
Wait,
what?
Can we... 2018.
Damn.
Why do men feel the need? Go ahead.
Why do men feel the need to mansplain things?
Which
to
I think
me?
is a sexist statement to make. I think.
What do you think about mansplaining then?
I think
you don't think
mansplaining
that's
is a
sexist in
sexist
itself?
term. Huh?
Well, okay, so what term, like,
Well, I think, for example, I assume you'd object to like woman-splaining. That might be a
okay, I've never
sexist
heard
term.
that, but
Okay, exactly, but
Well, man.
There's not an overall. Sometimes as girls, we know sometimes guys just explain stuff to us in a little bit of like a baby voice and like a little bit of like a slowed down
or
tone.
they'll tell us what we literally
Already
just
know,
told
or
them,
just they'll repeat
and
back
it's
to you.
somehow their idea. I'm like, I literally just said that out my mouth.
Cis white men to planet will come
Yes,
back.
straight white
next,
men.
Next one.
Is it mansplaining just explaining with a point?
Yes, because women, when we explain, we have no point.
That's not what he's saying, I think, but go ahead.
Men are really
Nick.
trash. Men really be trash.
Next.
I know men ain't shit, but they extra ain't shit this week.
As recently as 2023.
I fucking hate white people.
That's...
My mom used to tell me I was racist against white people growing up.
Aren't you white?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really don't trust white people that much. To be fair.
Is it okay to be racist against your own race?
Well, let's go around
I mean,
the
that
table. I wanna
reverse
go-
racism, does that exist?
I do want to go around the table on this, but we will come back to the tweets really quick. Can you be racist against... Hold on. Can you be racist against white people, and can you be sexist against men? Starting with you. Go ahead.
I wanted to talk about nipples. And why it's okay for men to show them and not for women.
We'll get to that. Here, take your helmet.
I love her.
Here, that's base.
Oh, I think I got... Can you help me? It got locked. Is it locked?
Unlock it?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. You're fine.
Thank you.
I'll take it. Okay, do you want to answer the question, though?
Back to reality.
Do you think you can be racist against white people? And does sexism against men exist? Right?
Well, no. Can you be
Racist against your own
can you be
race.
racist against white people, and can you be sexist against men?
If you're white, can you be racist against
can you
white
take that
people?
water off the table, please? Go ahead.
So is that racism if I'm white and I'm generalizing a negative idea about white people?
I'm just asking. I want to move around the table quick on this. So, can you be racist against white people, and can you be sexist against men?
Yes, yes.
Modest Hikima donated
Hold on.
$200. Can we move on from the cow show? She has too much feed
Be
and
nice,
is too
guys,
worked
be
up,
nice,
thinks her words make
No, it's
sense.
okay,
We
I'm
are
used to
all
it.
disgusted.
It's like saying the sky
Crazy
is
she
blue.
thinks white men want. Mira.
Be nice, though. Let's avoid the personal insults if we can. Going to you for the... Can you be
Yes.
racist against white people? Can you be sexist against men?
Well, I don't think reverse racism against white people exists.
I don't really know
And
what
then-
reverse racism is, but can you be racist against white people, and can you be sexist against men?
No. And then what was the second one?
Can you be racist against white people, and
No.
can you be sexist against men?
Yes.
So no
No.
to...
Yes.
You can't be racist against white people.
No. That's reverse
what's-
racism, and I don't believe that exists.
Now, are you talking about... Let's say, are you saying... is your definition of racism prejudice plus power?
Like in what? Like
Well, what-
The ability to enforce the racism is what you consider racism versus just like
Well,
me
that's-
not liking a white person.
Because I think you can
Okay,
be
yeah.
racist against any...
maybe that. What?
You're
Yeah.
Race,
saying
I
you
suppose.
consider racism. What makes it racist is that you can enforce it and make change someone else's life.
So does that
mean-
mean that women
I'm
can't be
just
racist?
Oh.
No, I was just explaining.
Well, I
No,
mean,
women can be racist.
Oh,
But
okay.
that wasn't
Into the
the
mics,
question.
guys. Into the mics, just a reminder.
Women can be racist.
Wait,
I don't
so
know what that.
Let me ask a question. Let's say we were in China.
Okay.
Could people in China be racist against white people in China?
Yes. Right?
Could Chinese people be racist towards white
Let's
people?
say I'm an immigrant to China.
I mean, we have like no
or
culture, so like,
Wait, what?
what's the racism about?
White people have no culture?
Ooh, I want to hear the culture.
I don't know.
I love
What's
white
the
people.
culture?
I want to hear it.
Beethoven, Mozart, Chopin, Schubert, Bach.
There's debate that
Mendelssohn.
About
Mozart was
Americans?
black.
Like, that's what you're referring to?
Most.
There's
what?
so much
Yeah,
culture in
but-
Europe.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay,
Beethoven.
well maybe
Yeah,
white
white Americans is what
don't
you
have
mean.
culture.
What?
yes, they do. They brought over they brought
they were
over
raping and
culture
pillaging.
from Europe, and then
Wait, what?
inside of the United States, all over you can see collectives of this from Europeans who settled in the South, which has some of its own unique culture. If you go west, it has its own unique culture, and then on the East Coast, same thing. So yeah, they brought over a lot of things, but it was a hodgepodge of European heritages. So, but yeah, there's definitely some culture here in the U.S. for sure.
White people don't have culture? We got culture. There's culture.
You know.
Yeah.
I don't know, like
It's kind of a
maybe
racist
that like
statement, don't you
hairstyle.
think?
Kind of.
Don't you think it's kind of racist to say white people don't have culture?
What's the culture? I'm genuinely curious. Like when you think white people culture in America, what is it? Potato salad, Starbucks, PSLs? Like, I'm so serious.
Do you consider Italians white?
I don't really think so.
No.
Because most people I know that are Italian don't like really like intertwine them. They're like, I'm not white, I'm Italian. I don't know.
They white.
What about Irish people?
They white.
White?
Okay, so the Irish are white, but not the Italians.
Well, I don't know.
I
thought we were talking about American.
You mentioned food, so I'm thinking Italian cuisine, for example.
Okay. In Italy.
Well, what would you?
I thought we were talking about American white people
mentioned
culture.
You mentioned food, but
well, you're talking about
what is the American white people culture?
Well,
like, what is it?
No, that's
Bruce Springsteen.
Listen, the problem is that you're framing the question incorrectly. So when you see, you're trying to create a monolith out of so you're making a set out of a subset.
Okay.
So we actually have to look at the subset.
Okay.
So in the subset, you would say, what's American, Irish culture, Dutch culture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera like? It's not a complete monolith. So for instance, the way that the Dutch Amish behave are going to be completely different than the way that the German Amish behave. You would agree that that's true, right?
But I'm talking about American white culture.
Yeah, that's Americans. Amish are Americans. They live in America.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and they're white people. So the thing is, but they're a subset. So can I say that all of the things inside of Amish culture are part of white culture? I think I can. So I can say the wagons and the horses and the way that they live and their religion, all of that is a subset of white culture because that's a subset of whites.
I also think it's quite subjective how you view the culture, because even Starbucks and burgers, people, let's say in Europe, will be looking at that American culture that you think is nothing exciting, but for them, they would be like, ooh, the American dream. Like, look at that. Look at the fast food. Look at the cars. Look at their entertainment industry. And I think a big factor is also time, because it's fairly fresh compared to the European countries. It's kind of considered, I think time will pass and people will look back and think about it as like the grand time in history. Does that make sense? That is generally described like in terms of fast food, fast money, capitalism, entertainment, like everything that perhaps you could be perceiving as negative right now.
Okay, sorry, but what's the?
That's also culture, I think.
She's just saying that we have maybe in a few years.
Modest Hikima donated $200. Fat white southern girl.
I'm not from the South.
Who doesn't understand she is fat and white. What do you think made you fat and white? Are you only fat because southern USA? What mental hoops leads you to that?
I think that's
How did we think I was from the South? I want to know, what was it?
Do you see my
Because I said
point
y'all.
when I say that you have to look at everything and look at it as a subset to culture?
Okay.
So like each in
then
distinguishing.
white people don't have exciting culture.
What?
Like, I don't know.
As compared to what?
I mean, like African heritage, Hispanic culture.
Hispanic culture is high octane in comparison to, because it's almost, by the way,
when I think culture, I think about like people cooking in their kitchen, passing down like recipes, traditions,
like the Italians and the Irish and the Germans, the mass migration to Germany. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Then the white people around me growing up, everywhere I lived, we're not partaking in this. The driest food, no stories, no one shows emotions, very cold.
The driest food?
Yes, the worst food. But like,
wait, Italian? Okay, well, all right.
That's
here.
what I'm saying.
Okay,
the white people I have grown up around have had no culture.
Yeah, where did you grow up again?
Orange County.
Orange County, what? California? You mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Orange County, California is basically just a progressive cesspool.
Right.
So
isn't it pretty conservative in OC?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. Look here. Let's keep moving. Can you be
No place
racist?
in
Can you be
California.
racist against white people? Can you be sexist against men?
Yes, but not all instances are as charged. So I think wearing a shirt that says "I hate men" is sexist, but I'm not necessarily going to care as much as wearing a shirt that says "I hate men."
Okay,
but I still think it's discrimination.
Well, that
on
could
the
be your
basis
in-group
of sex or race.
That could be your in-group bias. Speaking there.
No,
but,
I think it's just statistical
well,
accuracy.
do you object to misandry?
Like, do I said,
Okay,
I
so
think her tweets
you
are.
think
I don't think her tweets are a good example. I would never tweet what she tweets, but I'm not going to also like protest it and it may be in the same way. But I wouldn't do it. You wouldn't do it, but let's just assume that you're right. The misogyny is worse than misandry. So, do you object to misandry? Perhaps not to the degree that you object to misogyny, but do you still object to it, or do you feel it's justified? No, I mean, it's justified maybe in that she's reacting to a trauma, but I don't think it's productive. So I would say like that's, you know what I mean? I don't think she should do it.
Okay.
But I wouldn't necessarily.
Can you be racist
Yeah, I don't
against?
really have
Can
the
you be
resources.
racist against white people? Can you be sexist against men?
I probably not. I mean, you can not like white people, but obviously, if you think about, I'm not saying it's okay to not like white people. I love.
What do you
white
think
people.
about white people?
I just said I love white people,
Oh,
but
okay.
obviously I've experienced the shittier part of white people.
Can I ask
and
you guys a
so-
question? If a black person victimized me in some way, would I be justified in broadly discriminating against or having contempt or hatred towards black people?
How do they discriminate
I
against you?
would, okay.
That's not.
If a
what I
black
said.
person like,
If I was victimized by a black person, would
punched
that
you-
give me pretext to hate all black people?
I mean, I personally, I don't want to say I wouldn't care, but if a black person did something bad to you and you turned around and were like, I hate black people, like, I get it psychologically, just like if someone does something bad to you, it makes sense why you would, it doesn't make sense, but I could see why you would not like those other people. But to have one person do something to you and then say that means that you hate all of those people, I think that would be a little bit dramatic. But if you were to say you don't like black people, I don't know that I would care that much.
I mean, I think that would be racist, but okay, what about?
It would be
yeah.
racist.
Okay.
I say,
Oh, you just don't object to the, okay.
I say
Yeah, I
yes
don't
to
care.
both. I think you could be racist against white people, and you can also be sexist against
Okay.
men.
And then you?
I agree, but I also think that the descriptions that everyone over there is using is just prolonging their ability to make whatever definition of sexism or racism fit what they want it to fit, rather than I've seen a couple of episodes where girls are like saying that there is a spectrum of like black and white there is a gray for everything, and I vehemently disagree with that.
Okay. Here, let's just try to get through the tweets.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
I told you we'd be here all night.
Keep going.
It generally scares me to be alone in a house or a car with a white older male.
Okay.
Well, that's because my dad.
Yep, next.
Can we take all the white straight males and ship them to their own island?
Thank you, Honda.
Well, that's
Thank you.
nicer than the planet.
Okay,
We just need to send all the white males to another planet.
Planet, island. The previous one was cis white man. Okay.
Yes.
Next.
Sometimes I wish I was a straight white man so I could do anything I want and not care how it affects any others. Sigh.
Do you think that's the case, that just white men can pretty much run roughshod and do anything
For the
they
most
want?
part, at least where I grew up.
Okay,
Get
all
away
right.
with
We're
murder.
painting a picture here. Okay, next.
I guess I didn't realize how deep my fucking hatred for white people goes. Like, they literally make me fucking livid. I'm gonna need to do some deep healing work on this one.
2020.
2020! And I started that journey.
That was 3 years ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like I
Next.
said, 2 or 3 years ago.
Next.
I started to try to spin out of my hatred for men. Sometimes I wake up and I can't believe I dated a white man for 3 months. Damn, remember white boy? That was what we called him.
Okay, next. Oh, that's it. Wow. Okay, we got through all of them.
Okay.
I mean,
You didn't tweet much lately?
No, because I'm trying
She's
to
been
change.
loving men.
Okay.
I dated a white guy for 3 months.
But-
I
but-
couldn't believe it.
but when I asked you if you still feel the same way,
I
as what's-
think there's some half truths there. I definitely don't think my
Half-truths.
hatred goes as deep. I have more perspective as someone now, like in the world, and like not a teen, not in college, whatever. I
mean,
have
you
more
were
just.
you were as recently as 2 or 3 years ago. You were making some of those tweets.
Yes.
So you would have been 25.
2 or 3 years ago is when I started like my therapy journey and was like, I need to heal for exactly what she was talking about, was
Yeah.
not projecting that onto men, which I don't like. I don't think you were here for this when I said this, but that's what I've been working on in therapy, so I don't project on men. That's why I was celibate, didn't date for a year,
Okay.
was I didn't want to project the hatred I felt for my dad and my ex onto new
So
men.
would you say you're a recovering misandrist?
I'm a recovering misandrist.
But you've already
Are
said
you going to have relapses?
there'll probably be relapse.
There's going to be relapses.
There probably will be, but I'm gonna really try for you guys. I'm really trying. So
It's just
At
just
least he's
shocking. It's shock to me. Those tweets are egregiously abhorrent. And, okay.
Saint_easy donated $200. How do you hate white people when you look
Guys, be
like a
nice. Come on,
giant
let's not do ad
marshmallow?
hom. Let's not do ad hom.
Because
personal
I told you, growing up in specifically where I grew up, because apparently people are not having the same white people shared experiences.
Right.
It's like when you said, if a black man punched you, would you hate all black people? No. But if the same black man punched you every day for 15 years, you might fucking hate some black people.
I would hate that individual person. I wouldn't broadly like. It's crazy to me because how many?
Are you sure about that?
There's billions of men on this planet.
Okay,
The
no,
vast-
I think you guys are also underestimating how I don't hate men, and not every man that all of us have come in contact with is a terrible person, but most women do have.
She literally said all men are trash. You
Okay,
said all men suck, all men are gross,
I'm sorry,
all men
I'm
are trash.
excluding this,
blah, blah.
but I was just saying. I
Boneman
think you,
538 donated $200. Is it misandrist or chauvinistic?
It's misandrist.
It's misandrist. Yeah, thank you, Bone. Dude, Bone Man, this is my first time seeing you in the. Is this one of? Do you recognize the name Bone Man? Is he one of your guys?
Could be.
Yeah, well, hey, Bone Man, this is your first time. Thank you for joining, man. Appreciate it.
Can we talk
Thank you for
about
all the
nipples
support
now?
tonight. Actually, we have some of your tweets, so we can definitely get into nipples. Wait, did you have another point? Or
No, we covered. I'm
So
recovering misandrist.
what I was just saying is, I think it's just egregious, abhorrent, and
Truth Bomb donated
Truth Bomb.
$200.
Oh, thank you, man.
Please explain to me how 13% of the population are responsible for
man.
50% of violent
All right.
crime.
What's
This
that?
chick
cut
is
that one.
racist as fuck. And white cis men are the problem.
was that to
Delusional.
me?
No, it's towards me.
What? The
unfortunately, we can't really
I'm
get
part
into
of
that
13.
truth bomb. But thank you very much for your patronage tonight. Much
Systemic
appreciated.
racism
Thank
is
you,
the
thank
answer.
you.
Poverty. Come on, baby.
I think there's system. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's a lot of the white cis men that were before us, or
So do you
them.
I'm just curious. Do you think the world would be a bet? Because you said we should send white men, cis white men,
I think
to an
the world
island,
would be
to
better
another
if
planet.
there was less white people.
What?
It's crazy. I couldn't imagine.
Maybe not currently, but like back in the day, we could have.
I could not imagine.
I think the
allowing-
world would be a
Reagan,
better place
like-
with less fat people.
Whoa, okay, let's not get crazy. It's a joke. He's just
Everyone's
joking. He's
entitled.
definitely joking.
It doesn't
He's
need to
definitely
be a
joking.
joke because most people feel that way.
The difference is one is okay. Look,
I don't care.
I would never allow what you just said to ever escape my mouth. But
Okay.
so you said the world would be better with
If I
less?
wasn't white, I probably wouldn't have said it. But this is how I feel as a white woman.
I get. Does she have the pass? I guess I don't know.
The pass.
But you
The
said
white pass?
you said white men, cis white men should be sent to another planet.
Yeah, it's
should
mostly
be-
the straight
should
white
be
men.
sent mostly the straight white men. Okay, but you also said just the white men or just the men sent to another planet, sent to another island. I certainly object to that.
Okay.
Certainly disavow that.
Okay.
She's healing.
Let me ask you a question though. What does the world look like? Are you you're actually in favor of like
Less white people.
No,
Like,
no, no.
I wouldn't care if like the population of white people dwindled.
Which it is.
Which it is.
Yeah, it's because when you look at a global minority, you want it to become less.
Insane, guys.
No, white people are a global minority because there's more people of color.
But who
over the
cares
world
if
than-
like?
That's
but
what
like,
I just said. They're a global minority.
Oh yeah, I was just explaining.
Yeah, they're a global
genetics.
minority. So
That's why
basically,
those
you don't like
numbers are
minorities?
that's going a little far there.
Well, I mean, they're a global minority. Why do you want there to be less of
Fat
them?
people are minorities.
No, now they're becoming a majority. Like most people are obese, right? Or it's getting to the point where most people are obese.
Most children are obese
is a-
these
yeah.
days.
Heated.
And that's
In America.
so I'm just-
ask your government about that.
Yeah, so I'm
Why
just-
is it cheaper
well, so I'm
to
just
afford
asking,
unhealthy
though.
foods? Why?
Well,
like
it's not. It's not. It's just cheaper to be lazy. And that's what happens is people don't want to make their
There's
food.
so
they
many
eat processed
reasons
shit.
why someone could be fat, though. It doesn't just come down to what you're
Oh
eating.
yeah, tell me about how I'm fat and that means I'm malnourished. Give me that again. Give me the how many times
No,
have I
I have
heard
friends
malnourished
who-
people are the fat people are just malnourished. That's the problem.
Okay, I've
I think
never
they need
heard
a little
that
bit
one.
less nourishing. You know what I would suggest? In fact, instead I would suggest putting down the fork. And if you put down the fork, you're probably not going to be. That's what I would suggest.
I mean, you could say that, but
What
then
if
you
they
could
use a
also
spoon,
join me in the
maybe?
bathroom when I have an eating disorder and I'm throwing up all my food.
Good talk.
So
Here, wait. Let's just get back to
That
the
doesn't
island.
look like
Wait,
that's
wait,
what's
wait.
going on here.
Guys, let's get back
I
to
know
the
because
island.
fat people can have eating disorders too. And I had an injury,
Yeah,
a
but
car crash
I'm
that I
talking
almost
about the
died
intake,
in.
not the outtake.
Stop it. Get some help.
Guys. Let's get back to the island.
We
Let's
can talk about
the
that
island.
later.
All right. Let's talk about the island and the planet. Okay, so you would like, what is decimation when you reduce 10% of to decimate a population? Is that reducing 10% of the population? Would you like to decimate the
I don't
white
care
man?
about going out of my way to decimate
You wouldn't go
white
out of your way,
people.
but
if they're like, hey, we're taking out like 10% of the white people,
they?
I'd be like, who cares? I'd probably like off myself as tribute.
Wait, what?
I'd probably offer myself as tribute.
You would. I am a white person, therefore I would.
Yeah.
Bruh.
If I could die and that meant
This
the
is-
Native Americans could take back the land to America, I would like kill myself.
Do you
in
currently own a
heartbeat.
house?
I did. I sold it
You sold it. Why didn't you offer it up for free to?
because I wasn't the only owner.
Why didn't you
That's the only
collectively?
reason?
Why didn't you collectively in your communist utopia
Yes.
offer to gift the land and the property to an indigenous person?
I mean, that'd be great if I had like, the power
but
to do that.
Of course you were.
That wasn't the only one who was on the estate, and then it was also
Okay,
managed by
alright,
2 other people.
Okay. all right.
So that one's like kind of
Here, this.
If I had land to give away, I would.
Let's say you were the ultimate dictator of the world, right?
Okay.
If you could manifest sending all white men to an
I can't do that because my best friend's a gay white man. That's why I'm like kind of like on the cis side, but he knows and he doesn't care.
Okay, it's fine. If you could send all cis white men to another planet or to an island forever in perpetuity, would you do it? If you had the power to do it.
Is there like
And this is it's a serious question.
I don't know. I'm not gonna say yes
don't
or
know?
Oh
no.
my God, bro.
You don't know.
Well, like, is there like
She would. She
what's
would.
what's
She says
the
Modest Hikima
goal or like what's
You tell us.
Wait,
You
guys,
put up
be
the
nice.
tweet.
Be
Please
nice.
skip Shamu. It's not
Be
great
nice.
for
Be nice.
views.
Come on, guys. Be
Fat
nice.
white girls about their big bones, Shamu. You should have an eating disorder, dumbass. Throwing off gravity. Please offer. Andrew Salter
Dude, guys, be
recovers.
nice. Come, holy fuck, bruv.
Do you not screen these before?
No, it's like it comes in automatically. It's instant. It's like boom.
I mean, at least they're paying to be rude. So like,
That's true.
Truth
I
Bomb
respect the
donated
hustle.
$200. Victim mindset to strong in this one. She absolutely can't take ownership for anything she says or does. This chick is absolutely
Is it
nuts.
eugenics to want to
Why don't you
send
care
all-
about all the
Yes.
black men killing each
That's
other?
exactly.
Well, no, it's
black on black
worse.
crime is a huge problem, but that's also mostly
Is it
due to
genocide?
Ronald
Is it
Reagan and
genocide?
Richard Nixon.
Are you a genocide? Are you a genocidal person?
Eugenicist, just like Margaret Sanger.
Ooh, no.
Here we have it.
That
Here, let me
bitch.
read this. Literally everything. This was in the fire too long. Literally everything
it's
around
not that
you is
I'm-
white culture, cars, electricity, politics, literature, technology, work ethic, innovation, self-improvement, philanthropy. That's from literally
Self-improvement
everything.
is white culture.
Worth ethic. This whole country was
Innovation
built
is
on
white
people of
culture.
color.
What?
Like, while the white people just go do that, go do that.
You know they had to
Oh my god.
What?
innovation.
Literally, the way black people
Wait,
have given so much
Farah.
more to innovation.
Farha, do you co-sign her whole island planet thing?
Of sending white people to another planet?
Yeah.
No.
Into the mic, please, so they can.
No, Brian.
No, and then I would lose like a majority of my OnlyFans subscribers.
Oh
So
my
I'm
God,
not
bro.
going to be pro send the white man all the way to the planet. And I'm not backing up on anything I say. I stand on everything I said
Do you
because
think-
at one point in time that is how I genuinely feel.
Question.
But you can
Here's a
evolve and
different
grow
question.
as a person.
If all men just disappeared, do you think the world would be better or worse? All men.
It'd be safer.
Would
and
it?
I'm
It would-
bisexual, so I wouldn't mind eating pussy till I
Do you
die.
actually think the world would be safer if
Yes.
all men disappeared? It would not be safer. It would be absolutely
I
catastrophic.
think maybe it wouldn't be safer in the terms like maybe a wolf might get me or something. I don't know.
Wolf?
Right.
A wolf? Yo, AB Check, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Thank you,
I
dude.
mean, how many women would freeze to death and starve to death? And
men can't do the same?
literally-
Wow.
Well, here's the thing.
Because they can't maintain infrastructure. Women can't maintain infrastructure.
Well, if I'm so fat, how am I going to starve to death, Andrew?
Are you saying,
are
you saying hibernation?
Hang on.
Are you
To
talking
be
about
fair,
hibernation?
To be fair, for you, it might be
Andrew.
6 months for you.
Okay.
So long
That's
as she
true.
has a water supply. Water, you can. Water's what, like 5 days? With
Or
You
maybe-
get stabbed, you'll probably die.
maybe
I'll live
9
and make it
months.
to the
Maybe 9
hospital.
months,
Like
right?
the
Maybe 9 months.
hospital.
I'm not worried.
Yeah.
Skinny person, she gets stabbed, she's probably gonna hit
I
an
don't
organ
think
and
you-
she's
I
gonna
don't think
die.
you
I'm gonna
understand.
make it to the hospital.
If
I'm
all
okay
men
with that.
were to disappear, the immediate catastrophe that would be.
For who?
Immediate catastrophe. I don't think.
How?
Okay, so 95% of
Because all the
tanker drivers
infrastructure's
are
run by
men.
men.
90%
Tank?
I'm sorry.
tanker drivers.
Tanker, like in the
a
war?
Army truck?
Tankers.
What's a tanker?
The
Like-
thing that hauls the gasoline.
Why you gotta
Here.
an 18-wheeler?
Okay, so
No.
food.
No.
I don't know what a tanker
No,
is.
an 18-wheeler is
90%
hauling
of
the
road
tank.
workers are men.
That's hauling the
look,
tank.
Water, sewage, electricity, gas, fuel, refinement, telecommunications, IT infrastructure, road maintenance, delivery drivers, police, fire rescue.
How about other things like fracking, electrical maintenance, nuclear engineering? Like the list goes on and on and on for all the ways.
Are
that you
women
deliver
incapable
infrastructure.
of doing those things? I'm just asking.
No.
No, but
I'm just
they're
asking.
not. They're not
Trained.
enmeshed enough. Like if you had, let's say you had 3 months before you knew all men would disappear, could women enter those workforces?
No,
And
they still couldn't actually.
think? Well, I
No,
think they
because
could,
there's
but
physiological
but
differences.
the scenario is if all men just instantly disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, critical infrastructure, if all men disappeared, would fail within hours. The telecom network, loss of power would be. Because there's nobody maintaining it.
I guess I just don't care about
That's like if you
technology
take
enough
away
to care if the
50%.
power goes out.
If
What
you
about
take
your
away 50%
OnlyFans,
of
though?
any population,
That's true.
it would be catastrophic.
Since you guys like
the
hypothetical
species.
questions so
They're
much,
just-
would you prefer that all women or all men disappear if you had the choice?
If we had
Yeah.
the
Let's
start with
choice,
you.
well, obviously we'd want all women to disappear if that was our choice.
What about you,
Because
Brian?
otherwise it would be self-termination, right?
So you're saying there's in this scenario, I'd have to choose.
Yes.
Well, just to preface this, I wouldn't want women to disappear.
So you would choose man.
No. Just so sorry. I wouldn't want women to disappear. I wouldn't want men to disappear. But if this crazy hypothetical, if I had to choose, I would prefer for men.
What about you?
I don't like to speak in hypotheticals.
That's all they've been doing lately.
That was the whole conversation.
But if that's the
Girl,
hypothetical, as a hypothetical, if you have to choose, here let's move on from that. I guess.
Can the women still have? Can the women still have kids and have men?
No.
Well, here's the thing. Even if you killed every
have a
man,
dog.
society would go on because technically somewhere out there's a few ladies who are pregnant with boys, girls, whatever. So
Ooh,
even if right
and are
now
we-
we killed every adult and child man, in 9 months, somebody would
even-
have a baby.
And what about the hermaphrodites? Are we counting them as women or men? Because I could read.
Here,
if we
this
killed
is
every
getting.
woman,
We're getting
like,
into the weeds.
society would be done.
We are getting into the weeds here. Let's get to Myra's tweets here. Woman is hot. Men, is this for my attention? Okay. What does this mean, by the way?
That was so.
Okay.
How old is this?
I don't know. No, don't scroll down, Nick. I don't need no shit popping out.
Can't see your own.
Okay, whatever. Next. Why is it natural to assume that a sexual intercourse comes to an end once a man comes? Actually, you read it. Go ahead.
This socially accepted misbalance towards satisfying men's needs over women's is disturbing. Should I comment on that, or is it self-explanatory?
So what I would answer to that with is that as a woman, if you climax, you can, granted some women can get overstimulated, but as a woman, if you climax, you can continue engaging in sexual intercourse, whereas men, once we climax, there's some outliers, I suppose, but once you climax, you're done. You're in the refractory period. You cannot continue. Now, are you saying that?
The issue is that they should make sure, if they cannot continue afterwards, that a woman comes first.
I agree.
That she's
I
satisfied.
agree with you.
And a lot of
I
men do
agree
not
with you,
do that.
Myra.
And unfortunately,
Maybe you should stop having so many one-night stands and get a partner, and then he'd be more concerned
Are you
with
talking
your...
about me?
Yeah, I'm talking
I only
about
had
you.
one.
Only had one what?
Out of the
One night
100,
stand.
remember? And she only did it because
Well,
she
out
felt
of
bad
the
for the
100,
guy.
It
but
wasn't
you've-
even one night
but
stand. That
we've
was a pretty
established
fuck.
that you're 33 years old, so that, I mean, I'm assuming that there's been, besides the past 2 months, you've also dated and engaged in...
Yeah, but one night stand was only once.
You've only had one night stand.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
realized I didn't like it.
Fair enough. So was that the only time that a man did not care about your sexual pleasure?
I think it's not just me, but yes, I had some bad experiences as well.
Okay.
I think generally speaking, men are used to perceiving a woman as just somebody to satisfy his needs.
Erroneous.
Yeah, and like woman's
Erroneous. Erroneous.
I will tell you,
orgasm does
Myra.
not matter for majority.
No, false.
Something that doesn't
False.
even exist.
Erroneous. Wait, what? What does...
Some men even think that doesn't exist, and
No,
then
that's not
women
true.
fake it a lot, and
That-
then there's just
some
this
of them
whole
do. Some of them
system
do.
of just miscommunication.
I'll tell you this. In my own experience, I want my girl to come before me. And I'll give it the old college try. I'll give it a good faith effort. I want her to come before me. If possible, some women are multi-orgasmic multiple times. Even I want her to come during sex, and then after a couple orgasms, then I'll finally, okay, I guess I can come. That's my view. I'm a giver. Not when it
Wow.
comes to cunnilingus, but I'm a giver.
Wait, what?
Oh my God.
I don't do that.
Do you
I'm
eat
sorry.
ass?
Do you get your?
Nope.
Do you get it?
Do you suck on
receive?
toes?
The fuck?
Golden showers?
No,
Wait,
I'm good.
Do you
Anything?
receive though?
Yes, I will receive. I do
Oh,
not.
so girl does it to you and doesn't
So
get
you
it
just
back?
finger? Okay, DJ Khaled.
No. Hands, the peen, and shit. I'll throw in the toy. Fuck it.
Okay.
I'm fine with
I'll give
toys.
you the toy.
I'm
At
good.
least you
it makes
can get
my
down with the toy.
some guys are like, oh, it makes my job easier.
What
it
do
makes
you?
my job easier.
Why not?
But if I can get her off with just my hands,
Okay,
I'll
but what's
do
the
it.
reason? You
What's
just
the
can't
reason?
like get
Yeah,
there. It
just curious.
grosses you out. Like what?
Yeah,
You're
I'm just
entitled
not-
to your boundaries, consent.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
So
you for
no
recognizing
shade.
my boundaries. I just it's not my thing, Just not my thing.
Have you tried it at least?
The last time I went down on a girl was the Bush administration.
Like literally
So
or
2000
figuratively?
no, literally 2008. 2008. Sorry, Andrew. I know this is haram.
Coochies have changed since then. You gotta try it again.
Yeah, they've become.
They added more flavor.
That's kind of.
They have more styles.
Yeah, from other men they've added more
donated
flavor.
$200. Im3 bricks, Plaza don't skip, but women would literally not survive without men in upcoming World War III. Women, if we were on the 100th date and I asked what is your view on the Middle East, what is your answer?
Well, I just
I can't
found out
see the
I'm
Middle
recently
East from
Middle
here.
Eastern, so that was fun.
Oh,
so
congrats.
I don't know. I'm
Okay,
learning
all right.
about
What
it.
part of the
There we go.
Middle East?
Saudi Arabia.
You're Saudi Arabian?
Yes, I just
She's white
found this
Saudi
out.
Arabian.
Isn't that crazy? And Egyptian from Africa.
Oh, did you take like
you're from
23andMe or
Africa,
something? And
why
there's
are
like
you
2%.
white?
Okay. So
something like that.
Mira, sorry. Going back to your thing, I do think there's some truth to what you're saying. A lot of men probably are selfish in that regard. I will say though that the female orgasm response is much more varied than the male orgasm response, and it's also typically a little bit there are some women who are insanely orgasmic to the point where within 10 seconds they'll come, they can have multiples, they can squirt, and they can like boom after the other, right? But there are also women who it's like, bro, you can be trying for like 10, 20 minutes. There are women who can't even make themselves come or have extreme difficulty. So speaking in your case, are you able to make yourself climax?
Let me answer the other 2 points that you made.
Okay.
First of all, I don't think it's even so much of selfishness when it comes to men. I think
They just
it's
don't know where the clit is?
Exactly. They're not educated enough, and there's this taboo. A lot of couples don't even talk about sex. They're just.
I talk about sex.
You would be
I talk
surprised.
about
Like they feel ashamed, or like men have this pressure to perform or make a woman come. So at times the woman just pretends.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. Brian just doesn't do that. He doesn't want to die from a bad clam. Nearer men not dating for relationships are far less concerned with a woman's needs, so maybe change your dating strategy.
Actually, it was the men that I was dating that the sex was so bad with. And then afterwards, when I started not so much looking for a relationship, but really valuing how the person treats me first and most important, like seeing how much they're attracted to me, because that's when they try to put the effort in, as opposed to when you're in a relationship. A lot of men just take it for granted.
You were in an 8-year relationship. Did your 8-year relationship have difficulty in that department?
Oh, it was terrible.
And you stayed with him for it?
Unfortunately, because the way I was raised, like, it was very conservative. I thought I have to work for it. I have to suffer. Yeah. But
I mean,
still stick to the man.
Do you think communication is important in a relationship?
Very much.
So why did you not communicate that you had a
I
desire?
did multiple times. He actually had addiction to porn, weed, and alcohol. So he would choose to stay up late at night, indulge in all of this instead of having sex with me. And me, as like still a teenager back then, I was like 16, 17, it did a big number on my self-esteem. And the reason why I'm focusing on myself now more so, as opposed to giving to other men.
Well, I mean, maybe one of the big factors there was that you started having sex when you're 16, 17.
So a woman has to push out a baby and get married by 24, but can't start having sex. Whatever time you want to get down is okay, but you guys are giving women what is that, like a 4-year window to find out how to have sex, find out what they like, find a husband, and
get to know their own bodies.
Biologically, that's the clock that you set. You said she's having sex too early at 17, 17, but also earlier you said that our biological clock starts ticking and is almost over at 24.
Yeah, both are true at the same time. Isn't that crazy?
It's not crazy.
Both are true. Both are true at the same time.
Let's not get. Let's troubleshoot.
We don't have much time. We gotta hurry up, girl.
Let's troubleshoot.
An hour ago. Adding to your point. Oh yeah, we gotta hurry up. See, there's so much pressure from society.
Let's troubleshoot this. Okay.
Well, it's not from society. It's from biology. It's not pressure from.
And that is changing too, because we're aging way slower now. Our life expectancy is way larger now.
Your fertility years are the same.
You're talking about the orgasm gap.
Yeah, but
are you talking about the orgasm gap, like the orgasm gap?
Disparity.
That
men come more than women.
Yes.
There's different. Yo, Bone Man, thank you for the gift of 20 memberships. What I would say to you is that, one, I think the responsibility here falls on both men and women. I think men are not mind readers, so you gotta have conversations about it. Now, I think as men, we need, like me personally, like if I'm getting intimate with a new woman, I'm gonna, I'll try some things out, but I might say, well, do you like more pressure, less pressure, left, right, up, down? I'm gonna try to suss it out, fast, slow.
But a majority of men aren't like that, right?
Well, I don't know why they aren't, honestly, because I think it's hot when my girl comes. Like, especially during sex, if she's coming during sex and you feel the contractions and shit, makes the sex better for me.
That's true.
Even if I'm totally selfish, I think the sex is better if the girl's coming. But I want to give my partner pleasure too. But even if I was totally selfish, I think sex is better if she gets wetter if she comes. So, I mean, I don't know.
We're just telling you with our collective experience that you're a unicorn.
Oh.
It's not as common as.
Also, it is harder. Granted, there are women who come really easily. But there are some women. There's some women.
Yeah, it's harder to make.
Do you ever get upset that there's other men that make you look bad?
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, where's this coming from?
Like,
make me look bad?
All those men are not like make you look bad. Like, not you specifically to an extent, but like, for example, like all the white men in my life that have treated me bad.
Yeah.
Right? And so then like naturally you would do you feel any kind of like,
do I feel
those one guys like fucked it up for the rest of them? Like,
so you're saying all the men that aren't giving all these women orgasms, like it's giving it's looking back. I
Well,
think
do
it's
you
actually
think, like,
maybe
this
it's
is
good
why
for
the-
me.
this
It's
is
good for
why the
me.
women
It's
are-
good for me because I'm trying to make.
But are you understanding why the
my lady
women are
friend come.
acting
Huh?
or like thinking the way they
What?
are? Because you're like, wow, if I'm like the unicorn, like I want you. Wouldn't you tell your other male friends like, step it up?
Well, I
don't be
think
afraid to get a
there's
toy.
There's
like,
a couple things here. Like, so, okay, there's some women, like I've encountered a woman who she wasn't even able to make herself come.
Okay.
So I was like, well, okay, if you can't even make yourself come, then it might, I mean, I'm gonna try, but if, maybe there are some women who have a lot of difficulty climaxing, or some women just can't.
Yeah, that's true.
But if you can make yourself come, then I think a guy can make you come. So yeah, I don't know.
I also think there's
It's
a
good
lot
for me, I
of
guess.
repressed sexuality in women. If we look at, like, again, historically, women were sort of used by men for their pleasure and to produce offspring. So a lot of women they haven't even
Disavow.
felt comfortable to explore their bodies.
Erroneous.
Yeah, well, that's just more standpoint theory again. So
I've
you're looking
seen-
at history through a unique female perspective, and that's not the case.
Have
It's
you
not
s-
the case that like, for instance, Eastern cultures. Have you ever seen all of the massive quantity of sex books in Eastern cultures?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, they have a huge catalog of them going way back for several thousand years.
Have you seen those?
Tantric
Have you seen those prehistoric dildos?
I'm more so okay,
Prehistoric
I can't speak
dildos.
for everyone. I know that there's some conservative families, and like I said, I do come from one of those as well. So for me, it's been a journey, especially coming to America and seeing how sexually liberated American women are.
Where are you from? Where are you from? Why don't you tell us where you're from?
I
you
was.
don't think European
Is it
women
Russia?
are more
Are you from
like
Russia?
sexual?
It depends
Kazakhstan?
on the
I think she's from
country.
Kazakhstan. Andrew Wilson, I think she's from Kazakhstan.
Sure, let's go to Kazakhstan.
Okay.
So, for me, seeing that was
Belarus?
first it was a little scary,
It's Belarus.
but then it was liberating because I saw that women just choose for themselves. They can stay, far still keeping it celibate, that she's waiting, or they can indulge in whatever
It's beautiful.
fun
It's
they
beautiful.
want.
It's beautiful. It's
It's
great.
the freedom of
yeah.
choice.
It's decadence.
I understand your point. Andrew.
Okay.
I
Next
think
tweet.
I understand you now
Next
as a human.
tweet. Twitch is reinforcing misogynistic system. Oh, you read it. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Twitch is reinforcing misogynistic system discriminating women's bodies. If men are allowed to have nipples poked through a shirt, then women should be too. If I choose to wear socially appropriate clothing without underwear for comfort, Twitch staff shouldn't ban my channel for it.
Agreed.
I'm actually a feminist I'm the free the nipple movement. I am a feminist. I'm for it. If women want to be walking around topless,
Would you date a girl that's tits, her
Huh?
tits, like
What?
you can see them through her shirt?
big titties, what? Huh? If I could see, would I date a girl
would
if I
you
could
date
see?
a girl who would like wear a white tank top with no bra underneath, like around your family?
I don't really have a strong position on bras. I don't care. If she wants to wear bras, cool. If she doesn't, cool. I don't really
You
care.
wouldn't care if she's topless around other men.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a little different here.
So you're not free the nipple.
Right.
Well, hold on.
Like at the beach, could she be topless
Yeah,
there
like a
with
nude
mixed
beach?
company?
I support the free the nipple movement. I'll leave
the
it.
beach?
I support free the nipple. I
What
know
about you,
Andrew
Andrew?
might disagree with me, but actually, do you?
No, I don't think that.
Not
I think
against-
it's indecency both ways.
If men
So
are
I
topless
tend
at the beach?
to think that men shouldn't walk around with their shirts off.
What about
and
at
I
the
also
beach?
tend to think that women shouldn't walk
Wait,
around
but
with their
Andrew,
shirts
what
off.
about what at the beach? Like guy with like swim trunks.
Mm-hmm.
Is the beach okay?
Well, I think in that particular instance, it's all right. Yeah.
Okay.
I have
I
a
just
question.
feel like-
So what about nipples poking through the shirt? Should men wear bras as well to cover their nipples just like women?
Well,
Depends if he has
First-
moobs.
Or pasties,
Well,
yeah.
first of all, if you're looking at the distinction in chest, right? So women have much larger breasts, so their
On
nipples,
average.
their nipples tend to protrude. However, there are men, right? Men, I've seen it, big fat men who also have their nipples protrude, and yes, those fuckers
I
should
need
wear
to
a
lose
different
some weight.
shirt for
I've
sure,
gotten a bit
rather
chubby.
than have their nipples protrude.
I should try to lose some.
Okay,
I'd
so
like
you
to
think
tell
both
the
should
fat
cover their
people
nipples?
to let it out.
well,
Here, let's.
Or is it just overweight
yeah, I
men
think-
with
do the-
larger?
I think that we should have uniform decency
Our
laws.
boobs are
yeah.
not inherently sexual. I don't think that.
So what's indecent about nipples?
Here, let's not linger too long. Let's.
Well, what's indecent about walking around completely naked?
Actually, next one, Nick. This
What's
one's
really
good.
indecent about it? Unless
Yeah, I
you're
would agree. There's
sexual.
nothing. It's just
Well,
social.
but do you think that people then would you support just people walking around completely naked all day?
Yes, it will take a while though
Yes.
to transition there because obviously.
What
a lot
about
has
having
to
sex in
change.
public? What's indecent about that?
Ooh, that's hot.
Your body being
What's
naked
indecent about it?
is
It's
not.
also social, and I would agree that that is something we can come to with time.
Yeah, what's indecent about
But
it?
I don't
Being
think it's
naked and-
indecent.
It's not indecent to have sex in public?
But
No.
that's
What about sex in
sexual.
public in front of minors?
Having sex.
That's crazy.
Let's not
Having sex
Is that
being
indecent?
sexual.
Hang on, I just want that question. Is that indecent?
I would not have sex in public in front of minors.
Yeah, but is it indecent?
I guess so. If I said I will not do that,
Okay, so what makes it indecent, but not just sex in public?
because there's a certain vibe that should not be. It
It's
just
a vibe?
gets too sexual. No, because
Oh, it's vibe.
I believe that
You don't admit it,
children
Nick.
should not be exposed to
Blip.
sex.
Red.
That's one of
I
the
didn't say a
topics.
child. I said a minor. You said you were having sex at 17.
What is a minor? Isn't that a child?
No, doesn't have to be.
Whoa, look at that. Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10.
Stifler.
Here, we're going to go around the table on that, starting with you. Go ahead.
Whose looks are we rating?
Your own looks.
Oh, my looks.
Yeah.
Out of 10.
Yeah, your own looks.
I'll give myself a 10.
In the fat girl community, I would give myself a 10 out of 10. In society, I'd give myself a 7.5 out of 10 to be realistic.
I'd give myself a 10 as well.
Yeah, I would give myself a 10. I think everyone should give themselves a 10.
Oh, I mean, I feel like my confidence is like a 10, but societal standards maybe like a 7 or 8.
I would say 8 too.
I'm a 20.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
You are.
Since we're all going to lie, I'll just be a 20.
I will answer honestly and say I used to be a 6, but honestly, I'm a 5 right now because I've said this. I've gained some weight recently. I've got a little bit of a dad bod going on. I need to lose some weight,
But
guys.
that's in
Dad bods
trend.
are hot. They're in.
In my personal worldview, I think being shredded with a 6-pack would be way better. So I'm a 5 because my face has gotten a little chubbier, chubbier in the belly. I am a 5. I'm working on it though. I'm going to lose some weight and I will get back to my previous, maybe even I could go beyond a 6. I could get to a 7, 6.9 maybe, who knows. If I get a 6-pack, I think I would be a solid 7 with a 6 if I got a 6-pack and like a little more muscular definition.
I mean, I think you're being a little mean to yourself, but
No, I'm being
I think some of you are being a little nice to yourself.
What do you really rate yourself though? Like not.
I'm not anything special. Maybe a 6. Maybe a 6. Maybe 20
I think
years
you guys
ago.
have lack of confidence.
No, it's not a lack of
it's not
confidence.
lack of
It's
And
just
confidence could make the rating
it's
go
just
up.
realism.
Exactly.
It's just being realistic.
The confident thing is to acknowledge, yeah, I'm a 6, and I'm okay with that. I'm a 5
Is
right now,
it?
though. I'm a 5. I'm a 5 right now, huh?
I don't know.
You're.
If someone came up to me, a guy or a girl, and was like, "I'm just so ugly. I don't think I'm that
That's not
attractive."
what-
I'd be
Well,
like,
that's delusional,
Yeah, that's
not
a
confidence.
that's a difference. So
It's just being
if
delusional.
you're just asking a person to assess themselves honestly.
Yeah, but like someone could like look at you and be like, "That's a 10."
Yeah, you don't think that's very
So you
subjective?
think- hang on,
Somebody
so wait a
calls
second,
you as
wait a
a
second.
10?
Beauty, there's
let me just
objectivity.
ask you about this criticism here. Like
Ooh,
honestly, I
I
gotta
feel like
know
I
this
know where this
criticism.
one's going.
If the other girls who are there are assessing themselves at a 10 societally, how in the world could you possibly be assessing yourself at a 7?
I said 7.5.
Yeah, how?
I mean, other than being fat, like
You mean the big thing? Like the literal elephant in the room, right? As it
I
were.
mean, but like I date like people. I mean,
She's pulled some hot.
I'm dating
But I
celebrities,
mean, that's what's
billionaires,
but
millionaires.
I'm
like
not even trying to be mean
Billionaires.
here. Like all the memes aside. So we're memeing a bit. on each
Billionaires.
other. But what I'm saying is this: is like
And a lot of guys don't want to admit that they like fat girls because of guys like you, where you would turn around and look at your friend and be like, oh, I can't believe you like that whale. And then he feels really unconfident and then goes to my page on OnlyFans and spends $800 to collect my content. So, you know, it's a lot of like, maybe if you made your men counterparts more friendly, you would realize what a broad taste of women men actually have.
Most of the dudes who are running around with fat chicks are ugly dudes. Most of them. Not some of them, most of them.
Okay,
actually.
Let's not linger on the whole, you know,
I don't know
thing for too long.
I can't. That's not my experience. As also someone who's currently been in Vogue. You can go see my face in Nordstrom's, Ulta Beauty, Morphe brushes.
But that's because of
I am
culture.
like a.
That's a political push to politicize a message nobody wants. Like men.
Wait, is being fat as a porn category also political, or men only jacking off to overweight girls because it's woke?
There are men.
Right.
So in that category, where does it fall overarchingly in the porn categories? Like 1 through 20, let's say. Where would it be? Would it be underneath
BBW
all of the
ranks
hot
high.
chicks? Right? Where would it be?
BBW.
Is it more
BBW
popular than the hot
ranks
chicks, or
high,
less
though.
popular than the hot
And
chicks?
It's still popular regardless.
Right, but what is more
if it was
popular
actually
than that
so
is the hot
repulsive,
women.
but if it was, you're treating it like it's repulsive and people are running the other way. But if
Well,
they're
there's people
searching
who have a
fat
fetish.
girl, not
There's-
some people,
But it's not a fetish.
Some people,
a lot.
yeah.
It's popular.
But just
I
because
like
you like a
bigger
fat girl
guys.
doesn't mean you have
No,
a
what I'm
fetish.
saying is
most
that-
of my exes had never dated a fat girl before me.
If you're cutting up pornography in this way, and you're saying all the people who are watching pornography, there's this subset which like to watch fat girl pornography. That doesn't mean anything.
But
It
also
does,
stuff
because-
That just means that you have a bunch
It
of
does. It's
flirting.
because of people like you saying like, oh, it's only ugly guys who are running around fat chicks. But I think porn is a catalog of everyone's guilty pleasures and their actual desires when they're not socially inhibited and
It
they're
could
alone.
just be a
So
kink.
if that's a popular,
Could just be some kind of weird
kink not
kink.
related to attraction.
Not always.
They're
Or maybe people don't go for the things they have a kink in.
It's not
I don't
that
know.
hard to believe that some people are attracted to other
I'm
body
not
sizes.
saying that
It's
there's
not,
not
just a
some
kink.
who aren't. I'm just saying that normally what I see in society is when you have an ugly person, they're with an ugly person. When you have a beautiful person, they're with a beautiful person.
That-
I
You're
usually don't see it the
but
opposite
you're saying
way.
automatically
And usually,
anyone
I'm
who
gonna
is
tell you-
fat
let me
now
finish.
is ugly.
I'm almost done. I'm saying that most of the time I see really fat women, they're with really fat dudes. Just most of the time.
Wait, I have a question for you related to that.
See, most guys that hit on me are gym bros that are fit as fuck. That's like number one. The fittest, like, you should see the amount of, like, what are they called? Like the pumper people, the bodybuilders that are in my DMs.
Penis pumpers.
Insane.
What?
Maybe things
No.
are hard out
Penis
there. I don't-
pumpers
Maybe they're hard
are
out
in
there.
your DM.
They love the difference.
hard.
They love it. Or
Yeah.
it's skinny, white video gamers because they love, they're tall,
They're like the
long
contrast.
dick.
Y'all
with a
don't
big
believe
fat
your own
pussy.
brother.
Like,
What the fuck? Wait, hold up.
Like
Question.
literally,
Wait,
the,
do you-
my
wait, wait,
top
wait.
men that always hit on me are always not only are they thin, but they are fucking shredded. I've been dating NFL players, rappers. Fucking, they're. I'm not gonna name drop some of the celebrities, but their boyfriends are in my DMs. Like,
I think it's
she's
interesting.
seen it. Like, it's literally, you'd be surprised, and it all comes down to a lot of men like you who talk like this,
stigma.
and then they just go along with, oh yeah, fat chicks are ugly, man. But then, like I said, they run back over to me, spend all their money, want to see everything. It's something that they've loved forever, but they don't feel confident enough because their friends aren't supportive of
Wait,
their
I got
taste,
a question
even
for
if
you.
it's different.
Wait.
So it's men.
You can say it's
you
not
think
my
it's
taste, but
men
you
like-
have you
Wait,
have already equaled
think-
all fat women to being
You
ugly.
think the problem is that men like me are creating a social stigma against
Yes.
other men having
Yes.
hooking
That
up
was
with
the
fat
beginning
chicks?
of that
Literally.
conversation.
Really?
Why do you think gay guys have
You don't
beards?
think that it's because they're fat chicks and they're not attracted to them?
No, you're unattracted to them, and you're making your friends feel shame and guilt for
Yeah.
what they're
Don't make
attracted
them feel
to.
shame and guilt.
Yes,
That's
you do.
just
When you
not
talk like
attractive.
that, do you think when you talk like that that's positive reinforcement?
I'm not gonna. I don't need to positively reinforce the
so
thing.
you
They
are
all
tearing
know.
down your friends. It's something that everyone knows because
How do you know
have
all
no
of my
fucking
friends?
confidence,
How do you know
Andrew.
all of my friends aren't the same way? Where they're like all.
How would you know if you're constantly being an asshole and have never provided the safe place for them to open up and be like, maybe I like black chicks, maybe I like fat girls, like.
And if you
just because you don't like black girls, are all black girls ugly now?
Wait, you think that men who rib each other incessantly, talk smack to each other incessantly, don't know? Like they don't let you know the types of different weird shit that they're into? They do it all the
Yes,
time.
you don't think there's
And we
closeted
give them
gay
shit
guys who
for it.
don't tell their
Wait,
straight friends?
Listen,
That's
down
why
low.
people
No,
get
seriously.
BL married
Listen.
and ideal.
to make this ridiculous statement that the reason that societally men just don't go, the good quality, very handsome men don't go for the big fat chicks is because guys like you create stigma. That's nuts.
What about 17th
not nuts
century
at
when
all.
extra weight was considered to be attractive and I would be considered ugly because I'm
Not that kind of extra weight.
I wanna add. though,
Have you seen the statue?
Yes.
This
They
is.
did- no,
You'd be
it wasn't-
surprised.
This is-
in some cultures, that's still
So-
it's not
yeah.
ridiculous.
There's.
It is ridiculous.
Would
We're
I-
talking about fertility statues.
Okay, let's put it this way. Say I was an ugly fat girl, which I'm not, and I'm confident in that. Would they still put me in Nordstrom's? Because
Yes.
that's my face.
It's a political
That's my
agenda.
face. You can't see
It's
my fucking
political.
body. I'm fucking gorgeous.
It's political.
I'm gorgeous.
They're trying to push a political message.
Push a political message of what? You can't see my body. I have literally been handpicked by my fucking waist up and told I'm one of the most beautiful models in the world. I get flown from New York to LA to Canada to everywhere in fucking between. And you think it's because I'm ugly?
No, I think it's because there's a political tool. You're a political
It
tool.
doesn't matter, but like, okay, so out of all the fat people, like, you don't think there's one pretty one? You don't like they're not putting ugly fat people up on there.
Yes,
One sec.
It is literally delusional to pretend that fat girls are conventionally
I didn't say they were conventionally
Notice
attractive.
that the fat ad campaigns are being replaced with athletic, attractive models.
Wait. One thing.
Athletic-
I
Athletic
just
wear
need to
in the
say one
plus
thing. I
size
just need to
community
say
is
one
the
thing.
number one
The
thing
views
on the rise.
expressed on the Whatever podcast do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast or the host. Oh, thank you, Monis Jacama. Thank you. Or the rates herself as a 10, date celebs, do these celebs love you, interesting, you need backup, blank means nothing, Chads running through you means nothing. F is how many Chads marry you? Andrew W. Okay.
Y'all are aggressive and mad.
Yeah, guys, keep it polite,
wait, I
please.
don't
Guys,
get this.
keep it
Y'all are
polite, please. Okay,
mad.
keep it polite.
Why do-
Keep it polite, you know. For
Backup
me. Do it
dick?
for me.
Who said anything
Modest
about backup
Jacama,
dick?
Bina. Backup dick?
Oh, is that what that says? I thought.
Backup dick. That's what that said, right? I to be honest, I didn't understand what that said.
How did we get to this? I don't know. We were on tweets. Is there more tweets? Is there another tweet? There's another tweet. We have Mir here. If you need to take a little breather there, Andrew, feel free to take a. Men say their S drive is high until they meet a woman who likes to have sex. So are you saying, what are you saying there, Myra? Mira? Which one? How do you say it? How do you say it? It's Mira. Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
BBW is top 10 category consistently.
Yes.
Come on,
Come
baby.
on, Andrew.
Come on, baby. Why he walk away?
Go ahead.
Yup.
Mira.
I think she's got a little more to say.
No. Don't yield your
No,
time.
you go.
Don't
on.
You
yield.
go. Go
I
ahead.
just want to make sure they get the comment because you're supposed to read that out loud or whatever.
I don't object to your tweet, by the way. It's just, you know. Are you? How often do you need? Maybe we go around the table on this. I think everyone should answer. If you're in a loving monogamous relationship, if that's what you want, how frequently would you ideally like to be, you know,
I like that word.
You know, just-
I like that better.
just going at it?
Let's
Do
start
it,
with
do
her.
it one more
She's
time.
married.
Really get the
I want
point
to hear.
across.
You know, just doing the.
Maybe like 2 to 4 times a day.
How often, Mira?
2 to 4 times a day, every day?
Yeah, like twice in the morning, twice at night.
What defines twice?
Yeah,
But
like
that's
you
what I'm saying.
come
It could be
twice.
Oh
like
my God!
long,
Any man watching after all is doing it purely. Hold on. It's purely based on childhood trauma. If an attractive man is dating one, he is recovering from recent rejection or dealing with psychological issues always. I guarantee you. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you for your. Thank you. Okay. How often would you like to ideally have sex?
Men or women coming?
Wait, what?
So I was thinking more so like, to be honest, like man coming, but like I could come once or twice a day.
Okay, but you
No,
still
but-
prioritize
But I
their
still,
pleasure?
I'm
Can-
submissive in bed, so I kind of like if
Oh.
someone says it, like I'm like I'll try it twice.
Okay, but what if you don't come at all?
That's disappointing. It depends. If it's a guy I've been dating forever, like okay, I can like miss a couple times here and there. But if like we're just dating and you're trying to impress me, like yeah, you need to like make me come.
Okay, that's where you will communicate actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think I have to agree with her. It depends.
What? Agree with what?
Oh, she said 2 to 4. Well,
2 to 4 times a day, every day.
I would. And it doesn't have to be every day. I think.
Well, that's the question.
For me specifically, just depends on the mood, but it's quite frequently.
Saint_easy donated $200. Who do you think would win in a fight between girl 1 and girl 2?
Maybe later on in the show. But to be frank, I actually take birth control, not to control birth, but to turn down my sex drive.
Wow.
To turn it down.
Wow.
Yes.
Because it makes you...
It's very high. It makes me quite aggressive because my testosterone and male hormones are high, again, based on how I live my life. And because
okay.
I don't have a man around that I am attracted to enough to have sex, I want to be able to just focus on work.
Before we continue on with this question, I didn't really address the whole 10 thing. So I think you said 10 with caveats, 10. Oh, hold on.
Modest Hikima donated $200. Hi Brixan, I am a BBW, appropriating big black women from blacks and really am interested in how attracted to me you are. I am tilde 200 pounds, a total raging C and am better than everyone. Date, Mira is 1.
Okay.
What?
Thank you, Modest Jacama. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay, really quick on the 10 thing. I'm not going to rate you guys, but nobody here is a 10. Sorry.
And
Who's your version of a 10? I mean, I don't really care, but like, I'm just curious. Who's your interested in a 10?
Well, I can prove this. I can actually prove this to all of you.
Oh God!
Right this second. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'll put $100 on the table that I can prove this to every one of you. I brought makeup wipes. Go in there and wipe it off and come back and sit down.
I had a feeling when I was sitting outside.
I will do that.
This was gonna pop up.
Those ready
I'll
to
do
go.
that first.
Go.
Do we have a
Can I have it, please?
Oh, well,
Can I have that, please?
Come on.
the question. Hold on. Not yet.
Please.
No, we're not.
Because if you don't think I'm a 10 with the makeup on, what's the point of me taking it off though?
I have a question for you though. Oh, going
time
around the
for bed
table, has
anyways.
anybody here had any cosmetic procedures? So lip filler, Botox, plastic surgery, rhinoplasty, BBL, implants, fake tits, lipo, anything?
So I had deviated septum as a kid, so that's me.
Yeah, those suck.
Yeah, I couldn't breathe very well, so
I have that currently.
So that got fixed. Besides for that, I do a little bit of filler every once in a while, like once a year. You can see like I'm plump.
Okay. What else?
That's it.
That's not it.
What else do you think? Why don't you just tell me then?
You have fake breasts.
How do you know?
I saw your Instagram.
And you can tell just by looking at my Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got fake titty radar.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
Anything? Yes. Anything wrong? Anything else?
No, why? Do you have anything else? Do you have a BBL?
What's a BBL?
Brazilian butt lift, I believe.
So a fake butt too?
Yeah.
No. Did you get that from my Instagram too?
No, I don't know. I'm asking if you have one. I'm fairly confident you have fake breasts though.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
Yes.
You don't have fake breasts.
No.
Wait, can we pull up her? I don't know if her IG is totally kosher. I think you have fake breasts. I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay.
Are you actually gonna lie though about?
Why would I lie about that? What am I gaining from that?
We've had women on the show who've lied about that before, and then it's quite apparent that they have fake breasts.
Okay.
But why? I mean, it's not really something you can lie about, you know?
Okay. Would that be easy if I said that I do?
Well, I obviously don't want you to lie, but
you're already telling her she's a liar regardless.
Here.
I already said
Andrew,
no,
help
but
me
you
out
keep
here.
asking
Does she
again and
have-
again.
What do you think?
Definitely the wrong guy to
Yeah, I was gonna say not
ask
very
that
modest
question
of you.
to.
Yeah, you don't know.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm looking at some of these photos as somebody who is, you know, I think you got fake breasts. I'm pretty confident.
Okay.
Chat, do you guys?
I'll take that as a compliment.
Chat, you guys want to hear? Let's ask the chat. Chat, let's go to her Instagram chat.
Mirrorsjuice.com.
Go to her chat. Go to her Instagram. One in the chat if you think she has fake breasts, or two in the chat if you think they're natural.
This is getting creepy, bro.
How's it creepy?
They asked them, they said that.
Okay, one person, whatever.
Some dude in the chat's like, prove it. Oh, God.
You said jumping.
I think they look fake to me.
There's a lot of ones
what
in that
defines
chat.
it fake?
Hmm?
What defines the
Implants.
fakeness?
Do you have implants?
No. How can you tell? Like that's what I mean.
Can you answer the question though, or they like
no.
just fess
I already
up?
answered the question.
Just fess up. There, you have implants.
I don't know what else to tell you. I already said no several times. So I'm curious, what makes it look fake? Like what qualities about them?
It's like this sort of uncanny valley thing, because if you know what like natural breasts look like and you compare them to fake breasts, there is like.
So what is that? Can you?
It's
define
hard for
that?
me to precisely articulate it, but you know when you see it. I suppose the best thing I could articulate is obviously, there's various factors, but I mean, the tautness of the skin typically.
Toughness.
Tautness. That can be a thing.
There's also body proportion.
Proportionality.
So you can look at people, right? And our brains operate as kind of pattern recognition machines. So if we walk around and you see enough people, you start to recognize that women have different proportions.
Are you saying my breasts are
I'm not saying anything.
large?
I didn't make the accusation.
Right to left,
I'm
Myra.
just explaining how you would spot it.
10, please. Love my pathetic blank. 2, 0. That a joke. 3. Probably beat me into sub. 8, 4, 5, 5. Kiki. Hot AF. 6. 1 world whole show. 7. 5 Andrew. 15 Brixan. 20. Okay, that was confusing, but
Not they gave you a
Kinda
15.
gay.
That's what we're saying. A lot of you guys are a little DL.
Yeah.
You don't even know it.
They want to suck your dick.
They love you.
oh god. Okay.
I think my ass actually is larger than my breasts, but people also assume that I have a fake ass.
Wait, can you just fess up though? Like, come on, I'm looking at your fucking Instagram. Like,
I don't know how many times I have to say this to you, Brian.
You have.
Would you feel happy if I said I had fake boobs? I'm gonna do that for you.
Only if it's true.
I already told you it's not true, but you keep making me say that. Would you feel satisfied if you were right about that? Because it seems like there's something not clicking in your head. I can
Look,
say that
I
for
could
you.
I could be wrong. Sometimes the radar's off. They look fake.
Okay.
They look fake to me. My question is though, were you a 10 before you got all the cosmetic surgery?
You mean the lip filler?
Huh?
You mean the lip filler?
Sure. And the other procedures that you refuse to admit to having.
So you're still implying that I'm lying?
About the fake breasts, yes. I think you're lying about the fake breasts.
Well, that kind of hurts my feelings that you don't trust me, Brian.
Allow your feelings to be hurt then.
Okay. Can we move on?
This is a
I
sad
need to check in
moment.
with my dog babysitter or something.
I don't know why you would lie. Like, if you have it, just say you have it, I guess. I don't know.
Are you going to ask me one more time?
No, I'm just...
Just tell him, please.
Yes, Brian, I have fake boobs.
But are you lying now?
I'm going to kill myself.
How big is your dick, Brian?
Ooh,
Inches.
good question.
Hard from the base.
I feel like Brian
Answer
low-key
that.
has a big cock.
He might be slanging something.
Like, I don't know.
He might be slanging.
Because like we get like
This
right
one, I
this
don't
like
know.
whole asshole persona, but he's really making like his girl come, so he has like a sensitive side, and like he's kind of tall, so it's like I don't know. I'm thinking like some big dick.
I don't think height matters. I feel like it's in the hands.
True.
True.
How many inches,
let's
Brian?
Let me
not
see your
show-
hands. Put your hands on the table. Don't be scared.
I got dainty woman hands, so yeah, I guess I must
Perfect
have...
for pleasure.
I got yeah, that's true, actually. My dexterity is second to none. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, I don't know where... I have so many more notes, but frankly, it's late. I don't know if we have time to...
He didn't answer.
Huh? Yeah, I know it's late, but we got so many more notes. I'm trying to think if there's... Oh, body count? Okay.
Why is it always me? I feel like you have a thing for me, Brian.
He was supposed to go around the table, but
I
he
do.
stopped.
Will you marry me?
I thought this was for Jen.
Will you marry me?
On your knees.
No. I refuse.
Ooh, that's hot.
Body count. What's everybody's body count?
What if we don't know our body count? Not like it's like
We-
crazy.
here,
I just
we
haven't
wouldn't
like.
then we wouldn't be surprised. That's
So you're saying a lot of guys fuck her?
no.
Wanna
I
fuck
just
her.
said I wouldn't be surprised if you guys didn't know your body counts.
What's
Do you want to give us a
yours?
range?
Well, you were out. Someone was talking about how top 10 category was BBW.
Okay, let's not go back there.
Was what?
Was
Big beautiful
His
women.
head's gonna
BBW
explode.
was in top 10. One of your own.
What's BBW?
Big beautiful women, fat girls.
That's the category.
Well, so society's
know.
gotten
I wanna look
sick.
at
I
it.
don't know. I don't know what to say.
Sick enough to procreate with you.
Here, let me
guess.
ask a first question. Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
Sorry, what? I thought you were asking me about breasts again. Can you repeat that?
Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
Oh no, they can care about whatever they want.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, do I? I mean,
Do you think it's insecure? Do you think it's
I
shouldn't
think,
matter?
I think it only matters if he has a really high body count,
Okay.
too, and is like, how can you have a really high body count? Double standard.
Okay.
But I mean, if you have a low body count, you want someone else that has a low body count, like, why not?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, if he's ran through, I think it's stupid.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. If they're ran through, I don't think it should be their business. But whatever you're, even if you are ran through and you don't want a girl that's not ran through, I guess. But it's kind of silly.
Sure. Okay.
I think everyone's entitled to their own preferences when it comes to that.
Okay.
I think it should matter, but obviously on both sides. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just to counter what you guys are saying, so while it might be hypocritical for a man who, say, is promiscuous to judge a woman for her own promiscuity, it's a little bit different. I would say that. Oh, she's leaving. Okay, this was kind of okay. All right, later. I don't think. What are you doing? You coming to give me a back massage? What are you doing? Actually, oh, she's getting the makeup wipes. Okay. This girl's so extra. Okay.
What you wanted to see the real me.
Okay, sure. Here, I guess we'll do it. Wait, but do it on the table, I guess. What was I totally forgot. Oh, you're doing it in the bathroom? Just do it here at the table.
I know
Okay.
what you're going to say because you said it before. Is that women desire traits in men all the time that they themselves do not have, so why is it wrong for men to desire a low body count?
No, but I don't think it's wrong. Like if a guy, say he has a high body count, I don't think it's hypocritical necessarily for him to desire a woman with a low body count. What might be hypocritical is if he were to say that a woman with a high body count can't desire a man with a low body count. That might be hypocritical. But I don't think it's a man who has a high body count, it's fine for him to want a woman with a low body count if that's what he values.
Yeah, that's your preference. But I would be. Oh, sorry.
Well, I mean, and like you said, I've said it before. In order for you to desire something in someone, need you possess that trait or characteristic? And I don't think so. In the same way that a woman who's poor might want to date a rich man, she certainly might be attracted to a rich man. So in order for a woman to date a rich man, must she too be rich? I would say no. In order for a woman to want to date a tall man, must she also be tall or be the same height? No, of course not. In order for a woman to want to date a guy who's funny, need she be funny? No, of course not. So I think it's perfectly acceptable to desire traits and characteristics in a partner that you yourself do not necessarily possess. So
Sure, and we already talked about this,
Yeah.
and like I said, I think the value of a low body count, like I said, it's better for paired bonding, and that works best when it's on both ends. So yes,
Sure.
you can be a short woman and desire a tall man, but I think desiring a low body count in a woman while having a high one is more akin to a guy saying, I want my woman to be exclusive to me while I'm going to be polyamorous. That's how I view it. So that's why I think it's more hypocritical.
Not necessarily, because I think you can still be monogamous even if you've had a high body count. Perhaps you've realized, hey, this is not...
No, I was just saying it's an analogy of why I think it's hypocritical. I think you're expecting your partner to be a bit more psychologically bonded to you, because the whole point is when you've had less partners, you're going to be more chemically and emotionally attached to the person you're having sex with. So if you want a woman with a low body count, I think there's a bit more.
That's not equally true between the sexes.
It's not exact, but I think generally, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not even close to equally true.
It is. The best pair bonding is between two virgins.
Yeah, the best maybe, but that doesn't mean that men with a high body count, like let's say a man has slept with 100 women and a woman slept with 100 men, the ability of the man to pair bond is going to be greatly less decreased than the woman's.
What is this idea that like you guys do? I feel like there's this overall idea that men don't get like emotionally connected to sex. I feel like there's this idea that we don't have, like, we exchange energy and men just deplete women after sex. Like, why wouldn't it be equal on both sides?
I can tell you why.
Is it the chemical release? Is that what you're going to go into?
Nope, we're not even going to get into chemical release. I'll just kind of explain why this is ingrained in human beings. Because women, who are the gatekeepers of sex, they also are the ones who have the children, right? So if men are looking for a woman to have their children, they want to make sure that it's theirs. And we weren't always able to test for whether or not the paternity of your child was your own. So historically, if a woman was not promiscuous and they pair bonded with you, you could be almost assured of the fertility and that the child she's going to have is yours. So that's a way for them to gauge whether or not the child the woman's having is actually your child.
So can you explain to me how that relates to if a man has 100 bodies versus a woman having 100 bodies, how the man can pair bond better than the woman?
Yeah,
after?
because the whole point is it's a way for you to not raise. It's like a biological way that's ingrained in men, so that they're not raising children which are not theirs due to a woman.
Being promiscuous, is it?
No.
I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer. I'm actually answering your question.
You act like I'm not.
I'm saying the reason there's a distinction between the two is because a man can judge better or could judge better before you're able to do paternity tests as to whether or not the offspring the woman was having is actually your offspring. The best test for that is the lack of promiscuity in a woman. That does not apply to a man. Why would it apply to a man? No woman's ever going to be testing a man for the paternity of the child.
You ever seen the Maury show? Girls be confused about their baby daddy.
Yes.
They be confused. They test like 3
I get it, but you're not ever
I'm just
going to
answering because you said
you're not
that
ever
would
going to
never
be
happen.
confused as to whether or not the man is having your child. That's the point. Because men can't have children.
Right.
So it would always be for us to test whether or not the baby is our baby. So the more that a woman is promiscuous, that's why the biological drive was ingrained in us to.
So it's not. No, you're fine.
I don't know. I don't even know how else to explain that. If men
I
and women,
understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm not really getting what the fuck that has to do with. If you have a bunch of bodies, like man or woman, like you might have a little different.
Before you could do, and this is a recent invention, before you could do a paternity test, before you could figure out through DNA analysis whether or not the baby the woman's having is actually yours, what would be the key things you would look at to make sure that she was actually having your baby and not somebody else's baby and then telling you it was yours?
A calendar?
Well, that would be a good metric. Like, I'm not going to lie, that's a good metric one. But also, she could be sleeping with a person right around the same time, and babies can come early.
So when it
they
comes
can come
out,
months
all you
early.
Can judge it off of the pheno.
Well, but you can also judge it based off the promiscuity. So the more promiscuous a woman is, the less likely a man would be attracted to her, because the less likely he's trusting that the paternity of the children that she would bear are going to be his.
Guys do. I'm not gonna lie. Y'all be wifing up some ran through girls. I see it all the time.
Like 3 baby mamas at one time.
Yeah,
You said
none of that
those.
contends with what I'm saying.
Okay,
at all.
there is like this thing where I feel like, whatever you consider whores, whatever, but like people, there's this whole idea that like you have too much sex or you fuck with too many guys, no one's gonna want you, you're gonna be ran through, and it's not, especially in today's society, it's just not as true. Like I've seen so many, it applies to girls more than it applies to men, because like you're saying, a man, he could, for whatever biological reasons, he can have sex with more people and still be able to pair bond. So I think this applies to women, but oh my God, I forgot what I was saying.
Okay, cool. I'm going to move on because I need to wrap up here very, very soon. So I have a chat here from Puffy Vegas. I will rate the girls ponytail to left, yellow shirt, 7.55, 77, 6.55. P.S. I'm a 9.
He's 9 inches. No.
9 inches, excuse me. Puffy Vegas is packing, just saying. Okay.
How would you know?
He admitted it in that TTS.
That's a little DL. That's a little DL.
Yep, there you have
okay.
it.
Good
Busted.
thing I love the gays.
I was just about to say I love the gays.
Okay. Let's see. We have. So you four do OF. I'm just curious, what kind of content you guys make? Is it solo content, BG content? Like what kind?
You have to go to mirrorsjuice.com to see.
Why don't you just?
I give you so much, Brian.
You gave
so
me very
much.
little.
I took
You
all of my
sat there
makeup off.
pouting. You sat there pouting. I'm not getting enough attention. Let me just go walk around and do jumping jacks. Oh my God, this girl. Let me just hold that framed picture of Ziz. Sorry, I was not trying to insult you. I wasn't trying to insult you. Oh my God.
Cover your secrets.
Oh my God.
All of a sudden, there's just a big fat dick there.
My bad. I don't think that would happen. Damn, bro, fucking shit. My bad. I was getting very animated.
I don't go to any podcast. This was my first one, and I think I shared so much, and I hope you guys enjoyed that. And it's time for me to go to bed now.
It's time for me to go to bed.
Goodbye, Brian.
So what do you do? What do you do though? Like, is it solo content, BG? I'm just
Can you
curious.
hold my hand?
I'm okay. All right. What about you?
So I do mostly solo content, but it's not even my like highest rated. The way I make the most money is basically like doing weigh-ins. Guys will jack off to me, weighing myself on a scale. So I'll be like fully clothed. Most of the stuff
Don't
I do
show
is
that,
fully clothed, my
Nick.
biggest sellers. And then eating, of course. Like eat a breakfast, they want to see it. Eat my dinner, they want to see it. I don't know. They like to see me with my belly out. That's a high seller.
Whoa. Hold on. Just stay. We're going to wrap soon. Just stay.
Modest Hikima donated $200. This black chick has no idea and will act like she is not offended I called her black.
We're almost done. Just sit.
True by the fact you use the term. Shamu, gross.
Yo!
Damn.
Sorry.
Chat, roast.
Modest Jamaica, I mean, it's clear you missed the beginning where this bitch was like celibate half of her life.
It's okay if you think I'm ran through. I don't know what ran through is. Maybe
Sit. Go ahead.
by
Sit.
definition you do think I'm ran through.
But yeah.
And I'm
Take your
actually
seat.
very
We're gonna
black.
wrap.
I'm not offended that you told me that.
Yeah.
I actually never
Can you please
noticed.
take your seat?
My back hurts.
Okay, if you need to stretch for 2 minutes, but just take your seat before we wrap, okay?
And then topless stuff, and then just like topless stuff with other girls.
Okay. Okay, we're just gonna skip because I need this to be moved along.
Farah? Is that the name you're looking for?
No, just I
What are you
try to
doing?
want to
Oh,
come
are you-
bring. Nah, I'm just gonna move on because you guys aren't answering the question. So
Yeah, I thought you were looking for a new question. That's why.
Yeah, you didn't clarify.
Okay.
no,
answer
it's
the
going. I
question.
was just. No.
Are you still asking this question, or are you searching
Are
for
you
a new
looking
one?
No, but it's like I don't
You're
need
the
to.
confusing one.
The next like once, if somebody answers the question, you can just move on to the next person.
You had an intermission of talking to Mira. You should clarify. I do solo content.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, you do OF too, so okay, right? You do OF, sorry, okay.
yeah, I mean, I don't.
Into the mics, guys. Into the mics.
I don't do anything with anyone else. I guess I don't really do sexual stuff in my own life.
Solo and like ass content, I would say for
Yeah.
you.
Bathing suits.
Okay, let's see, and then
Oh, I just kind of do like bikini and lingerie stuff.
have you done
and-
any BG content?
No.
Okay. Okay. All right. You said you have a twin sister.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. We really have to wrap. I wish we had more time. Well, fuck. I feel bad because I didn't really get to.
I could come back another time with her.
Yeah?
It's just she was supposed to come this time, but she canceled. But
okay. I just feel bad because I had a whole bunch of notes that I want to address to you, but just the conversation, we weren't able to get to it. So if you're down to come back, I'd love to have you so we can actually get to you. I think there was one thing I could maybe quickly address. You said that, so you have a twin sister.
Yes.
Both of you do OF.
Yes.
Censored content. You make 6 figures a year.
Yes.
And you used the OF money to pay for your Catholic grandmother's funeral.
Oh yes. I wasn't sure about the morals of it. I mean, maybe you have something.
Oh, she
to
just
say.
out of frame in both of these? Okay, well, all right.
Well, it's not immoral to use money to pay for your grandma's funeral, but it's definitely
I mean, it
immoral
was
the
just
way
I
that the
used
money
my
was made.
OnlyFans money to pay for
And
it.
house
so.
for the funeral. Those are expensive. In a Catholic church, I
Yeah,
paid
I mean-
$25,000 to get my mom buried.
Yeah, well, there's...
Are you-
yeah, okay.
She's
Another
out.
35
She's totally
for
out.
my
There's
of
other
frame.
ways
I
to
don't
come
know.
up with $25,000. Duh.
Fast, legally.
It would be good if we can get you and your twin sister. I
a week?
apologize that we didn't really get to address some of my notes here for you, but just unfortunately we've run out of time. So I'm sorry about that we didn't really get to reel you in too much to the conversation. But if you come back, we'd be more than happy to get that going. Let me just check here, see if we have any. Hold up one sec. Okay. Oh wait, did something come in from Modest Hakama and it didn't trigger? Act, she's not offended. I call her girls on. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Sorry guys, I'm losing my brain here. Okay. Is there anything we're forgetting? Any quick final thoughts from anybody before we wrap up?
Live, laugh, love.
Just,
Okay.
yeah, love. We should all be listening to each other, even here. I'm not here to argue with you guys. I've taken some of your points. You had some valid, inflated points. So, I learned a few things.
Wait, Nick, you got to be looking out for these mics moving, man, because I can't be focused. So you got here, scoot your mic that way a little bit when you're speaking. Okay.
Yeah,
go
it's
ahead.
some invalid, deflated points.
Don't play with me. Y'all know I be making points. Come on.
I enjoyed your points.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Love all these lovely ladies. Even if we agree to disagree.
Oh, I think, okay, here's the last thing. You wanted to talk about sugar baby convo.
Oh, me?
Yeah, I
I've
think
been
from
a
my
sugar
notes.
baby.
Yeah. What, do you currently have a sugar daddy?
No, I stopped that like 22, so like 6 years ago after my mom died.
Wait, hold on. Oh, somebody must have banged into the camera. That's why she's out of frame. How did you not notice that, Nick?
She banged into the camera.
Recently, or?
I didn't see it.
How? Yeah, but Nick, I can't be multitasking. Like, come on, you gotta.
Right, I'm doing stuff too. I'm focusing.
I know, but like.
Do you want me to move it?
No, it's whatever. Just leave it. But
A little bit? Like this?
no, that's
No, a
too
little
much.
right there.
A little more,
good, right?
more. Okay. All right. Okay. You said you had a sugar.
Daddy.
Okay.
Whenever I've had a
I'm just
few.
curious. How much you had a couple?
Yeah.
How
not
much
at
were
the same
How
time.
much were you making?
Every arrangement's different. So like one guy, we'd like do like a pay per meet, or we'd do like a monthly thing, and he'd give me the first half at the beginning of the month, whatever. So it was probably, depending, like for 4 hours just to go on a date with me, it was $700, and to spend time with me afterwards is like $2,500 on top of the $700. So usually per visit or per month, like we were like talking anywhere from like 700 to like 5,000. But also like my mom was dying and I was trying to take care of 3 households. So.
And were you sleeping with these men?
Only 2 of them, and they were each separate times. And one I was with, we had been together for a year, and I had been dating him for 4 months before anything got physical. So we were like, and he still paid me in that time. So it was like a real connection. And then the other guy, we slept together once, but the sex was really bad and wasn't worth the money.
Okay. That's crazy. I mean, just
Because
life
even
on
with a
e-
sugar
life
daddy,
on
I
easy
want a
mode.
connection. Like I wasn't just gonna like sleep with anyone or do like, you know, like it really feels like, I know it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, but it genuinely like had connections with these people, met their families, vacations. Like I even dropped one of my sugar daddies for Yamani when he came out as a racist. Yeah.
Don't tell that story.
Wouldn't you guys get along though because you're kind of racist against white people?
I'm not, but yeah, she's black.
He was racist
No,
against black people.
No, but
So
if
that's
you
why.
object so strongly to racism, why is it that you're racist against white people?
I mean, I just don't think you can be racist against white people. That's reverse racism.
That's kind of racist.
Potato, patata.
It's kind of racist to say that you can't be racist against
But
white
we're
people.
all, didn't we have that whole chat about how I'm reforming and like trying to like
But the
have
words
some,
that
like,
literally just
life?
came out of your mouth November 28th, 2023 at 11:30 p.m. is
You can't be racist to white people.
that is a racist statement.
Right.
Wait, what was the statement?
That you
You can't be racist
to
against white people. That
Oh, yeah.
in and of itself is a racist
How?
statement. That's a racist statement.
Yamani, do you feel
What do you
like
mean,
if
how?
you were like, I hate black people, do you think
Oh yeah,
like,
that would be.
your mom or grandma would be like, you're racist, Yamani?
Absolutely not.
I don't know.
No, but you said it's not just
Yeah, but
you.
that doesn't even make sense. That would be like saying, okay, you believe though that if a black person said X about white people, that still
not
wouldn't be
racist.
racist, right? So then why even make the analogy of asking her, do you think that your
Well,
mom
because
would
we're
be
talking
mad?
about my own race.
Yeah,
what
that's
I'm
actually
Yeah, I know,
more,
but
a better
but-
analogy.
But who cares even if we are talking about your own race because you don't believe anybody can be racist to him anyway. So like it's I don't even understand what the point of that
he
was.
low-key ate
Yeah,
that up.
I'm confused too. Like
He's
what?
just making his own point. You're proving I'm
like agreeing with you on this. Like I don't think we're beefing here, sister.
38 donated $200. Mira, come yawn in my bed for fixed $, and we can take my jet anywhere you want.
Bro, get the fuck off the show. Leave. Just get up.
Good night.
Leave. Get up. Leave. She's been one of the most disruptive guests we've ever had. She cannot stay still. She's been obtuse the entire time. Like, if you're gonna come and snore, I've given her so many passes. Like,
That was my ride.
oops. Okay. I mean, look, it's just rude that she's. Granted, we've gone late, but she's been rude this entire time. I've given her so many passes. She's getting up. She's being disruptive. So, whatever. Okay, I'm just gonna end the show. Thank you guys for coming. Those of you who made it. She could have just put on okay, whatever.
Let's hear it for Big Dick Brian.
There you go. I got the. Thank you for the. I'm gonna put that on my resume. Thank you. Thank you for the endorsement. Much appreciated.
I will say this though. I like that you kicked her off like 2 minutes before we
know.
ended the show. That's perfect.
I mean, I've never. No, it's not. I mean,
Pretty good.
I don't think I've had anybody that like. Have we had somebody that, I don't know, she was up and about, moving around, like just being disruptive, generally disruptive. So
Probably has ADHD.
I have ADHD and I sit here and whatever. I think it's just she wasn't getting enough attention, so whatever. Okay, guys, thank you for tuning in. Thank you all. Go to Twitch, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Just shout out to everybody. Thank you guys for all the Primes. I got to wrap up the show. What's up, Nick? I'm going to wrap.
Follow me.
Okay, guys, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who Superchats, donates, supports the show. Thank you to Grid One Motorsports, Raven, DT, Cam H. Seberg, LP, Modest Jacama, Jay Butler, everybody else who so generously supports the show and who are patrons of the show. Thank you guys very much. Thank you to the wonderful panel. This was quite a unique and interesting show. You guys were wonderful. Aside from the glaringly egregious racism and sexism. Otherwise, you guys were great. Any women who want to be on the show, DM out, whatever. We are going to be live on Thursday. Normally, we don't do a Thursday show, but we will be live on Thursday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Got a little specialty show for you guys, a little something special. So be sure to tune in this Thursday. Madison will be back. Thank you guys for tuning in. 07's in the chat. We will see you next time. Good night, guys.